Hello and welcome in, guys. This is the 422nd episode of the Dean Withers Show. For everybody joining in, I really appreciate you so much for being here. Now, if you are new here, you've never tuned in before, well, you're in for a treat. We debate Trump supporters, so we kind of have some crazy interactions on a daily basis. Frankly, the Trump supporters have only gotten worse as time has passed. Now, if you are not new here and you are a returning viewer, thank you so much for coming back. I'm surprised you're back after your first or second stream. I would think that you probably wouldn't want to tune in anymore. The cortisol spike is real. And of course, for all the people that aren't watching the live stream while it's a live stream, but rather after it's a VOD posted on my channel, I appreciate you for being here as well. We have a healthy community of thousands of people who will actually just watch the live streams once they're over. So shout out to you guys. Now, every day before we hop into the debates, we also like to go through the breaking news. Today's breaking news is wild, okay? Super duper wild. So first and foremost, we're kind of at a point with Iran where the White House is signaling it's either death or deal. So either they're going to make a deal with us or they're all going to die, reaching back into Donald Trump's threats of genocide in the country, saying that, well, 90 million people may die tonight. A whole civilization may die tonight. And that's obviously not something we want. I don't think that's something anybody wants. And I think that's why the Trump administration isn't doing it. Because guess what? They go full U.S. imperialist mode on Iran, kill the country. Well, then all of a sudden they lose the support of this country even more than they already have. Keep in mind, he already has the lowest approval rating out of any president in history. I also think that this death or deal approach to the war in Iran is the latest distraction away from the domestic issues that we're facing in this country. Our economy is in the shitter. Human rights are being abused. ICE is targeting and harassing legal immigrants, citizens, and Trump is trying to reclassify citizens as undocumented immigrants, and he has an ongoing legal battle over that. Now, see, here's the thing. Yesterday, we were live for 4 hours and 20 minutes. Real quick, take a guess in your head. How many Trump supporters joined our live and told us that they support Trump because he's good for America? 0. I had 0 debates over Donald Trump's domestic policy yesterday. We spent no time talking about the state and or the health of the economy. There was no discourse whatsoever about the financial well-being of the average American. Not a single one. Here's my prediction. Every single Trump supporter that joins this live stream today is going to want to talk about the war in Iran, saying that we need to do it. They're an imminent nuclear threat. We need to take them out. They're going to conveniently ignore that the neocons in Congress have been wrong about every foreign policy decision over the course of the last 70 years, and this war in Iran is futile, and Obama did it best by preventing them from ever having nukes in the first place. My second prediction is we may have people come up here and talk about Donald Trump's character. Strangely enough, a year and a half ago, his character was the last thing that any Trump supporter would want to discuss. A rape thing, sexual abuse thing, Epstein thing, racist thing. And they'd say, well, guess what, folks? His policy is what matters. He's going to make this country great again. Today, his policy is on the back burner, and they would rather engage in complete sophistry, utter misogynistic nonsense to defend his character compared to having a conversation about his policy. So those are my predictions. Another piece of breaking news here outside of the whole death or deal approach that we're now seeing from the White House is Donald Trump has been incoherently rambling all over Truth Social again, as per usual. He made a post saying that, well, maybe Iran's going to be the 51st state of America. And he made a post saying that the Biden FBI had placed close to 300 agents in the crowd on January 6, 2021, which led to the attempted insurrection. Guys, can we identify any issues with that statement? I see a really glaring issue. Biden wasn't president until January 21st of 2021. So Biden's FBI, quote unquote, installed fake protesters in the crowd on J6 weeks before Biden had even become president. That's crazy. Well, that's what we would expect from a likely dementia-ridden, old, senile, evil man with vengeance on his mind. So deluded that he's willing to go that extra step and call his FBI Biden's just to try to find a way to blame him for the J6 riots that Donald Trump promoted and caused. By the way, if those were all like Biden, FBI, Antifa shitheads in the crowd on J6 terrorizing the Capitol Police, trying to kill cops, so on and so forth, then why would Trump pardon them? Why would Trump call them patriots? Why would Donald Trump create a $1.8 billion slush fund to put money in their pockets? It's just so hypocritical. Super hypocritical, but that's what MAGA is. Hypocrisy. We have the first Trump supporter of the day already connected to the live stream. I'll stop the yap. I always do like to yap a bit when we first start the stream. It makes me feel like a serious political commentator, because you watch any other political commentator, it's literally just them yapping. You know, that's the direct you to news platform that we've seen for years now. It's just some talking head on the TV talking to you. Here we do things a bit differently. We debate Trump supporters, but every so often, 5 minutes being that talking head just preaching at you. It's fun. It's fun, but I'll cut it off there. Like I said, we have the first Trump supporter of the day connected to the live stream. Their name's Collars Blue. We're actually going to go ahead and kick off this first debate of the day a little bit differently than I usually do it. Collars Blue, what I need to hear from you is, can you defend Donald Trump's domestic policy? Can you defend Donald Trump's economy? Can you sit here and say that Donald Trump is fighting for the financial well-being of the average American? Can you tell me one macroeconomic indicator that's better off today than it was at the end of the Biden-Harris administration? Because like I said, this was a topic that we had zero discourse over yesterday. We're going to go ahead and kick the live stream off today with these questions. Take it away.
I can defend. Now, listen, I want to set some ground rules for this debate. I want you to allow me to respond to everything that you say, so that way you can't come back and be like, oh, you didn't even respond to what I said when you said 10 different things. So why don't we just do one at a time and go back and forth? We actually have a decent debate.
That's fine. First question.
Okay, so
can you name one singular macroeconomic variable that is better off today than it was a year and a half ago under the Biden-Harris administration?
Blue-collar workers.
Blue-collar workers, not a macroeconomic indicator. A macroeconomic indicator would be an indicator that informs us of the health of the economy at large, such as GDP growth, inflation, jobs reports, bankruptcies, so on and so forth.
No, I was fucking with you. So now listen. Yeah, things aren't going too well. That's obviously because of the war in Iran. You know, like this would be equivalent to me asking you the same thing in the middle of COVID. You know, we're having a huge crisis.
Your live is not eligible for recommendation and restricted in search results for the next 10 minutes because your live does not comply with the For You feed eligibility standards under our community guidelines. Reason: misinformation that may cause moderate harm. We just got a misinformation flag from our little conversation about J6. You can't even mention J6 on TikTok. It sucks. So for everybody joining us on TikTok, I appreciate y'all for being here. We're going to be in the doghouse for the next 10 minutes. It's 219 Mountain by 230 Mountain. We should be out of it. Go ahead, man. Finish what you're saying. My apologies for interrupting you.
Yeah. So well, pretty much what I was saying is that anything that we could kind of try to figure out right now when it comes to the economy and stuff like that, you know, obviously it's going to be directly impacted by the war in Iran. This would be equivalent to me asking you the same thing in the middle of the Biden administration, in the middle of COVID, or in the middle of C-19. So yeah, things aren't doing too hot. That's pretty obvious. You know, we're not doing too hot as a country when it comes to economy.
Okay, I completely disagree with your last suggestion. So
you don't think that has anything to do with the war in Iran?
No, that's not the part that I disagree with. So the big part that I disagree with is you saying this would be similar to comparing the negative outcomes of the pandemic under Biden to what we see today to be true under Trump with the economy. Well, no, not at all, because the difference is Biden didn't cause the pandemic, Trump started and caused the war in Iran. Now, the second big difference here, actually not big difference, the second big disagreement that I have with what you said is, although the war in Iran is one of the things that's making our economy worse by skyrocketing prices, causing oil to go up, also inflating the price of groceries, so on and so forth. Okay, well, we also see that our economy, you know, hit this pivot point from booming success to terrible failures even before the war in Iran. Looking back in 2025, we had the most manufacturing bankruptcies since 2010. We had the worst jobs report since 2003, ignoring recessions. We went from adding 2.2 million jobs under Biden in 2024 to just 170,000 under Trump in 2025. So the war in Iran is just a part of why the economy is bad today. But still yet, even considering the war in Iran, that's something Trump caused.
Yeah, you can say that he caused it. Can we both agree that both Democrats and Republicans work with AIPAC and Israel? Do you think that there's no way possible we would end up in this war if Donald Trump wasn't president?
We can agree that both Democrats and Republicans work with AIPAC and Israel, but this war wouldn't be happening today if Harris was president. Not only do we know that because that's something she said explicitly, but we see a direct lineage of Democratic presidents who were requested to go to war for Israel by Israel that said no. Like Obama, for instance. Obama, instead of going to war with with Iran, said, well, we're actually going to enter into this JCPOA agreement that prevents them from building nukes. Do you know what Israel's stance was on Obama's JCPOA?
What?
They hated it. They were one of the only countries in the world that said no to the JCPOA because if Obama got them to agree to the JCPOA, then Israel couldn't fearmonger and get America to go to war with them because, well, they weren't building nukes and we could prove it. So Obama divested from Israel in a sense where he wasn't willing to directly go to war for them in Iran. Not saying that he wasn't pro-Israel in many other senses. Same thing with Biden. Israel gave them false intel saying that you have to do a preemptive strike on Hezbollah because they're about to hit you. You got to hit them first. Go to war with them, Biden. Biden said no. So did Kamala Harris. We also saw at the end of their administration, this was too little too late, but they placed an arms embargo on the trade of weapons, ammunition, and bombs to the state of Israel, divesting from Israel once again. All of these things are too little too late, not enough for sure, but they do demonstrate that the Democrats hold more frequent red lines against Israel than Trump. So once again, if Harris was elected, I do not think that we would be in this war with Iran.
Okay. Now, do you think that Iran or Iran, however you want to pronounce it, I really don't care, Iran had over-enriched uranium?
What's that?
Do you think that they had over-enriched uranium over 20%?
When we were in the JCPOA?
Before the war. At any point before the war, do you think Iran broke their agreement
before February 28th?
Over-enriched uranium past 20%.
Before February 28th of 2026?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
But I don't understand the broke their agreement part because Trump pulled us out of that in May of 2018.
Still, if they even if we didn't have an ongoing agreement with them, if they had anywhere close to 50-60% enriched uranium,
90%.
What is that? 90%.
90% is what is required for weapons grade.
Okay. What's required for 50%? What's required for 60?
I'm saying that like at 90% uranium, enriched uranium, then you could start building nukes. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, what do you need for power plants?
I don't know.
20%.
Okay.
Or less.
Okay, I'll just
The only reason to go above 20% is to try to make weapons.
Yeah, I don't doubt you. I think that they were trying to build nukes.
Right. And you don't see that as problematic at all for any Islam country, really, to have nukes.
Well, see, the thing is I think it's problematic for any country to have nukes. Now, Iran wouldn't be trying to build nukes if Trump didn't pull us out of the JCPOA. So, in other words, Donald Trump gave Iran the green light to construct nuclear weapons by terminating the agreement that prevented them from building nuclear weapons. So that's also just another foreign policy blunder that we could blame on Trump. If Trump wasn't elected in 2016, we wouldn't be at war with Iran today, even if Trump won 2024. Makes you doubt his leadership.
That's against multiple different agreements.
Well, he gave them the green light by terminating our involvement in the agreement that prevented them from building nuclear weapons.
Okay, what? So you're saying that they were then allowed. I'm not talking about United States agreements. I'm talking about global agreements.
What other agreements?
You're saying it's okay for them to have nukes.
I'm saying that Trump gave them the green light to have nukes. What other agreements outside of the JCPOA prevented them from nuclearizing?
Nobody who doesn't have nukes currently is capable of building nukes.
Are you going to answer my question?
What agreements?
Yeah, because you said there's multiple global agreements. Then what was the purpose of the JCPOA? It seems kind of like the JCPOA was completely useless if we already had pre-existing global agreements to prevent Iran from nuclearizing. So what were the other pre-existing global agreements that prevented Iran from nuclearizing?
Who doesn't currently have nukes other than Israel? Israel is the only country, the only exception that is allowed to have nukes.
According to what agreement? Because you said that there was some type of global agreement that Iran is a part of that prevents them from nuclearizing outside of the JCPOA. What's the name of it?
Honestly, I don't even know the name of it. But
you're in over your head. I think that you lied. I think that you're making things up.
No, it's very known that any country
then cite
right
a
now
source.
Currently who does not have
source.
nukes.
Let's see the source.
Cannot get nukes.
Why would
Cannot
all these
try.
countries agree to that? Why would Iran and every other country on the face of planet Earth that doesn't have nukes agree to an agreement that all the countries that exist without nukes already can't build nukes? Why would Iran agree to that? Why would any of these other countries agree to that? So then they're not a part of any other agreement that prevented them from nuclearizing.
They were told.
Told by who? Told by Obama through the JCPOA. And Trump pulled us out of that, giving them the green light to build nuclear weapons. I don't want this to go understated.
What's the one country to use?
Listen,
nukes?
I don't want us. I don't want what I'm saying here to go understated. Listen to what I'm saying. I want you to listen. I'm going to mute you now because you're interrupting me. Because I want you to listen to every single word that is coming out of my mouth right now. Because these words are super, super important. Okay? Iran agreed to stop building nuclear weapons because Obama got us in agreement with them. Trump walks into office, hates Obama. His introduction into American politics was hating on Obama. He tore that agreement up, reinstated the sanctions on Iran, said fuck off. Iran then got the green light from that action because the agreement was terminated to start re-enriching their uranium to build nukes. Donald Trump is responsible for Iran's further enrichment of uranium to weapons grade to build nuclear weapons because he undid everything that Obama did and pulled us out of the agreement that prevented them from owning nuclear weapons. So in other words, if Donald Trump was never made president, Iran would not have 60% enriched uranium today. They would only have 2.5% enriched uranium today. And there would be absolutely no data that the neocons in Congress or the Trump administration or Israel could use to justify another endless war in the Middle East, costing us over $1 billion a day, costing the lives of servicemen and women, costing the lives of Iranian little girls and children, and costing everybody another $1 to $2 a gallon of gas.
So you think
Trump is to blame for all of this because it all goes right back to him.
So you think that Trump purposely allowed them to enrich uranium and then, with the help of Israel, used that against Iran to start this war? This is a big master plan of his.
It was either purposely or negligently. And I don't care if it was with purpose or if it was with negligence. Okay? Because if it was with purpose, that one's cut and dry. You get it. He's to blame. If it was with negligence, well, he's still to blame for his own personal incompetence. Okay? If it's purposeful, he's evil. If it's with negligence, he's stupid. And I don't care if Donald Trump is evil or stupid, because both being evil and being stupid should disqualify him from serving as our president.
I mean, that's not your choice. I mean, this is a democracy. We all voted.
Do you agree that those are the only two options? That Donald Trump either pulled us out of the JCPOA because he's evil, wanted them to enrich uranium to start a war, or because he's stupid, did it with negligence, tore it up, not because he wanted Iran to build nukes, but because he just hated Obama and it had a signature on it, which then led to Iran enriching uranium to build nukes? Do you agree that the only two options here are either that Donald Trump is evil or Donald Trump is stupid?
No. So
what's the third option?
You can think the evil is whatever you think evil is. Honestly, like people use the term like Christian nationalist. I want you to kind of take that and
can you give me the third option here?
Globalist.
Can you give me the third option here for why Donald Trump terminated the JCPOA? What's the third option? We got evilness, stupidity. You said it's neither of those two things. What's the third option?
your terminology behind what you think evil is and what I think evil is are two completely different things. I don't like Muslims
Can we
at all
agree?
in any
Can we
country.
agree
I
that
don't
it
even
would
like
be
them in their own
evil?
countries.
Can we agree that it would be evil for Donald Trump to intentionally terminate the JCPOA, knowing that would lead to Iran attempting to rebuild their nuclear program, just to then work in cahoots with Israel in an attempt to justify a war? Can we agree that would be evil?
No, I hate Iran. I hate Pakistan. I hate all these Islam countries. And honestly, they deserve to fall. We need to take the men out of power, and we need to, really put in some work over there in the Middle East and make sure that Israel is safe above all.
Okay, so that wouldn't be evil. See, this is the issue with you. You're an anti-American traitor. You're an anti-humanity traitor. You don't care about those girls that died in Iran. You don't care about the Americans that are paying more for gas. You don't care about the servicemen and women who died. You don't care about the $1 billion a day that's being spent from our DoD discretionary budget. All you care about is spending money to kill, and to hate, because if somebody is brown and they speak Arabic and they believe Allah is God, well, then you don't think they have a right to life. Okay? And on top of all that, you are absolutely fucking stupid because you cannot distinct between a country's government and a country's people. Okay? You can't distinct between the tyrannical IRGC that only got into power in Iran because of American interventionism in the Middle East in the first place through Operation Ajax in 1953. Okay? And you think, well, because their government is Islamic and they're a terroristic regime, that this must mean all Muslims in every corner of the world suck as well. And then you went on to say, I'll never forget about 9/11. That was Saudi. You know, one of our allies that we give a bunch of money to, same thing with the UAE. Second thing I'll say here is, well, what about all of the white Christian nationalists and the neo-Nazis that shoot up schools, kill kids, rape women, and kill Muslims? Like at the mosque in San Diego days ago. They were neo-Nazi Christian nationalists. Two little fuckhead 17-year-olds killed 3 Muslims for no other reason than the fact that they wanted to start a race war. Do you think that reflects on all Christians?
No, I don't think that personally reflects on all Christians. And
so 9/11 doesn't reflect on all Muslims, right?
Being that the Muslim religion is responsible solely for 65% of all T attacks, absolutely. I think we can see a problem when we see a problem.
Can you give me a source on that?
Perfect? Do I think that Judaism is perfect? No.
I'm going to slow your roll. Can you give me a source on that?
No. That 60 to 65% of all terrorist attacks are Muslim.
Yeah. I
can find you a source if you want me to.
Good boy.
We can just keep on moving.
Nope, find me a source. Good boy.
What do you think that the stat is?
Nope, don't burden shift by asking me a question. No, go find your evidence.
I'm not sure fucking. I don't even know what this is. I don't even know what the fuck is going on.
Go fetch. Go get evidence.
Go fetch. Good boy. Go get evidence.
Yes. I'm sorry. Is that word evidence like not in your vocabulary? Do you not know what that means? Would you like me to give you? Would you like me to give you the Oxford language definition of that word? Do you need me to help spell it out, sound it out? Evidence. So I'll let you know what evidence is. Okay. Evidence. Okay. Would be claims in which are true, in which provide justification to prove the primary claim true. Right? The primary claim being that Muslims are responsible for 65% of terrorist attacks. Evidence.
You really need to work on your professionalism. Do you have any
Says the guy who just told us that he hates all Muslims because of 9/11. I think that you need to work on your common sense. As soon as you start working on your common sense, I'll start working on my professionalism.
Do you know Congressman Brandon Gill? Are you familiar with him?
Do you know the evidence to prove your claim that 65% of terror attacks are committed by Muslims to be true? Do you have a source for that? Because I think that we live in a nation that fearmongers the hell out of Islam. Okay? I think that we live in a nation that fearmongers the hell out of Islam. Listen, don't get me wrong. Don't get me twisted here. There are Islamic extremists and fundamentalists that fucking suck that we would be better off without. Same thing with Christianity, Judaism, and every other religion. They're extremists, they're fundamentalists that fucking suck that we'd be better without. That's not exclusive to Islam. That is inclusive of all religions. But what is exclusive to Islam, okay, would be the American Christian hyperfixating on the Islamic extremists and then reflecting those same extremist values onto every other Muslim very uniquely in a way that they don't do with Christian fundamentalists, and that they don't do with Judaist extremists, Okay, right? In the same way that you're sitting here saying, well, all Muslims suck because, well, we have this Muslim terroristic regime in Iran. Well, I mean, you'll never say that about the state of Israel. You'll never say all Jewish people suck because we have a state that claims to be Jewish, a Jewish ethno-state, committing a bunch of war crimes, genocide, and ethnic cleansing. And I'm happy that you won't say that about all Jewish individuals because that would be anti-Semitism. But you just shouldn't say that about all Muslim individuals because that's Islamophobia.
I don't think that every single Muslim is bad. I think that the governments and the organizations that run these countries that happen to be majority Islam fucking suck. And if you want to sit here and act like the only religion that gets shit on is Islam, you're completely wrong because there is a bunch of anti-Semites and a lot of them are Muslim.
Listen, I agree. I don't think that prejudice is something unique to Christians. I agree that we would be able to identify a handful of Muslims who are anti-Semitic in the same fucking way we'd be able to identify a handful of Jewish individuals that are Islamophobic. The same fucking way we're able to identify a lot of Christians that are anti-Semitic, a lot of Christians that are Islamophobic. The holy wars, okay, they fucking suck. They absolutely are atrocious. And I just hate to see anybody engaging in these holy wars from any perspective. But I just so happened today to be talking to a little fucking puny Christian engaged in this holy war, taking out his vengeful wrath when Jesus tells you to love thy neighbor and turn thy other cheek, okay, on Muslims. Why do you think we saw 3 Muslims getting shot in the head and killed by neo-Nazis in San Diego? It's because of the violent rhetoric that you're espousing on my live stream right now.
You can say that love thy neighbor and all that stuff, and then the Bible really isn't as rainbows and sunshiny as you would like to imagine. Okay, if you don't have a sword, sell your cloak and buy one. Why would you need a sword? Why would the Bible tell us that? To protect ourselves from Islam.
Oh my God! Do you know when the scripture of the Bible was canonized?
What?
100 years before Prophet Muhammad was born.
I thought it was what? Didn't the Prophet Muhammad? I thought he was born like 500 years after.
No, the scripture was canonized in the late 4th century. But you don't. Well, you wouldn't know that because you don't study on your own church history. So how could we see a verse in the Bible telling you to get a sword to protect yourself from Muslims, like when that scripture was likely written hundreds of years, or if it's in the Old Testament, thousands of years before Prophet Muhammad was even born?
How many thousands?
It would depend on what you're looking at from the Old Testament.
Earth is only 3,000 years old.
Not even your own young Earth creationism says that. No, young Earth creationism doesn't even say that the Earth is 3,000 years old. Young Earth creationism says that the Earth is 4,500 years old. Okay, but you're telling a joke. So you're telling a joke to deflect away from the legitimate question. You said that the Bible says to buy a sword to protect yourself from Muslims when the Old Testament was written thousands of years ago and the New Testament was written hundreds of years before Prophet Muhammad was even born. So answer the question. Why would the Bible tell you to buy a sword to protect yourself from people that didn't even fucking exist when the scripture was written?
Yeah. Buy a sword to protect yourself from these despicable, disgusting human beings that live in the Middle East.
Oh, yeah. So now Muslim equals despicable, disgusting human being. So answer this question. Why are all Muslims despicable and disgusting?
Not all Muslims.
No, you just said that they were. Don't walk back on what you said. You said that Muslims are despicable, disgusting human beings. Answer the question. Why are Muslims despicable, disgusting human beings? Answer.
Look at how they run their countries. Look at the rights that they give to women. Look at what they do to gays. Like literally everything that you guys hate about fucking MAGA and hate about Trump, they are way extreme off the fucking deep end. Women can't even leave their houses oftentimes by themselves. They have to cover themselves up. They can't even show their eyes in public most times. And then you also have the gay people being thrown off roofs and transgender, forget about it. That's not even something you could even speak of unless it's in a hateful manner in most of those countries. So like, what are you talking about when you're sitting here defending Muslims and defending that religion? Now, don't get me wrong. If people want to come here to the United States and they want to practice their book and their religion, that's completely fine. But if they want to change America to make it so that women have to wear bakras and that you should be unalived if you're gay or unalived if you're trans, like that is absolutely un-American, against Western civilization. And if you think that you can marry children 6 years old, 9 years old, like the false prophet Muhammad, that is absolutely disgusting, and you should be underneath you should be underneath the jail. And I agree with you that if anything can be proven guilty about President Trump, because I know that that's exactly where you're going to go with this. If anything can be proven guilty about President Trump, yes, put him underneath the jail too.
Okay, so you made 2 points. You said, well, when we look at Muslim countries, they're pretty evil, and then when we look at the Muslim scripture, it's also pretty evil because Muhammad was like raping kids. So, first point about Muslim countries. So, Islamic theocracies that are very authoritarian are not representative of the Islamic religion, okay? And by the way, a vast majority of all Muslims agree. So whenever we have theocracy, it's always dirty, it's always terrible, it's always oppressive, it's always evil, it's always terroristic. Regardless if these are like the historical Christian theocracies or the modern day Islamic theocracies. And the reason why we see more modern day Islamic theocracies is because the countries where we see a lot of Muslim individuals have been destabilized and then turned into wastelands that created a power vacuum that was then conveniently filled by authoritarians claiming to represent the religion in an attempt to get an approval rating and following of the major religious prevalence in the area. Okay, and this isn't exclusive to Islam. This is something that we've seen true of Christianity throughout all of time. Right? Yeah, I mean, even in Israel, right? Like, why are they doing what they're doing? Why are they genociding Palestinians? Why are they committing war crimes on a daily basis? Why are they leveling a 35-mile radius of Lebanon's southern border? Well, once again, it's because they're a theocracy, okay? They claim to be a Jewish ethno-state. They claim to want to expand the Jewish state that they think is theirs by God's will to be the greater Israel. And once again, nobody in their right mind would then step back and say, well, they serve as a monolith of all Jewish individuals. Okay, that would be anti-Semitic. The same way your rhetoric about Muslims is Islamophobic. Okay, now the next part here is you talked about their scripture. I agree that when we read Aisha's Hadith through a fundamentalist interpretation and scope of view, that yeah, he was fucking kids. He was an absolute pedophile, complete dick. Okay, complete monster, complete absolute monster. Okay, but when we don't read Aisha's Hadith through a fundamentalist interpretation, well, all of a sudden, no, he's no longer a pedophile. Aisha wasn't 6 because they tracked years differently then than we do now, and she was closer to like 20 through 25. And I think that a lot of Muslims hold on to that second, more benevolent interpretation that she wasn't a child. And we could play the same game with any other religious scripture, such as the Christian Bible. If you read the Christian Bible through a fundamentalist scope, well, then we'll learn that God's okay with slavery. Mary was 14, Rebecca was 3. God told Solomon his men to literally genocide and kill newborns. And if you want to respond to that by saying none of those things are true, Dean, there's an explanation for how the Old Testament doesn't endorse slavery. There's an explanation for how the Old Testament doesn't endorse genocide. There's an explanation for how Mary and Rebecca weren't kids. Well, then I applaud you, because that is a more benevolent modern day interpretation of the scripture that I appreciate you for, because it's actually not a good thing to believe that your God is okay with pedophilia, rape, slavery, which is something that we would see to be true of the fundamentalist interpretations of both Islam, the Hadiths, the Christian scripture, the Old Testament, and the New. Now, the second point that I want to make here is absolutely you're a hypocrite for saying, well, over in these Muslim countries, they're like doing bad things to kids and they're oppressing women. Well, here home in America, upwards of 33 states have legal child marriage. Some states have no lower bound on the age of marriage. As long as you could get parents and a judge to agree, well, the next thing we know, 11-year-old girls could get fucking married, 9-year-old girls could get fucking married in 4 of our 50 states. And then the second thing I'll say here is we absolutely do have a president who is a complete sexual predator, ranging from raping E. Jean Carroll to barging into the dressing rooms of naked women and girls, to being best friends with Epstein, to having his government cover up the release of the Epstein files, protecting the identities of predators, pedophiles, child rapists, to being credibly accused by Jane Doe number 4, a victim and survivor of Epstein's in the files. All the values in which you think are reflected within the oppressive Islamic regimes are in all reality actually reflected within Trump.
So you just admitted that this is a Christian nation then? when talking about the
I don't know where I
states.
admitted
This,
that.
yeah, yeah. So we went from talking about Islam countries and Muslim countries, which I'll give you that normally those countries are far more majority than our 63% Christianity here in the United States currently today. But because most of the time they're like 99% because they unalive Christians and anybody else that speaks against the Prophet Muhammad. But what you directly went from talking about the Islam countries and the Muslim countries to saying, oh, here in the United States, this state, that state, there's no rules, laws, or regulations on when you can marry a child. So why would that have anything to do with it unless we're a Christian country?
So the relevance here would be is that seemingly everything in which you project onto Muslim nations around the world, which I'm not telling you you're wrong, okay? Once again, all theocracies are totalitarian and authoritarian, including the IRGC. They're terroristic and oppressive as hell. Also seem to be true of this nation, either through the policy of 33 states in which legalized child marriage, or through the very corrupt personal values or the governmental actions of the Trump administration, ranging from preventing the release of the Epstein files, defending predators and pedophiles, or what is personally true of Trump via the long list of things I enumerated, from rape to sexual abuse, so on and so forth. But nowhere in there did I ever make a suggestion that this is a Christian nation.
Okay. Honestly, truthfully, Dean, there's definitely some things that make me raise my eyebrows and question Trump. But is there anything, any proof, any definitive proof that we could say Trump is 100% guilty and something that would hold up in a court of law?
So we don't require 100% proof for anything. So that's a really stupid question. Not even in criminal courts do we require 100% proof.
I mean, it ends up going to a jury if
What's the standard of evidence in a criminal court?
What's the standard of evidence
in a criminal court? Yeah.
Without a doubt.
No, you're wrong. It's without a reasonable doubt. So to enumerate, right, what without a reasonable doubt means, it equates to around a standard of evidence that would sit at around 87%. So you could have like a 13% doubt to the outcome of a criminal court case, and still yet that person is guilty as deemed by our law. So for you to ask for 100% evidence that Donald Trump has done these things is quite bad faith. But we absolutely do have damning evidence that proves it to near certainty or beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt, ranging from his direct and own personal admission of guilt to barging into dressing rooms, to the grave preponderance of the evidence in the E. Jean Carroll case, to the credible accusation from the files, alongside with a handful of emails he sent back and forth with Epstein. It seems to be damning.
I would love to hear all this. I truthfully want somebody, maybe you, to have an entire live stream of just trying to convince people that you're right about all this.
Well, I don't think you think that you should probably watch my live stream more. Listen, man, I'm going to have you right back up. We have to hit a restart. We started the live stream out on a 10-minute restriction, and that really just killed us. So we got to hit that restart. I'll be looking for you in the queue, blue collar. Listen to the instructions for how to come back. If you're watching on YouTube, don't worry, folks. This won't affect you in the slightest. This is just for people on TikTok. Like I said, we started the live stream off with a 10-minute restriction, and that just completely killed our viewership. So we got to hit a quick restart. Right now, everybody hit that red follow button in the top left-hand corner of that phone screen. Once again, you don't have to do this if you're on YouTube, if you want to come back, guys. The restarts are really quick. Luckily, it's just hit a button to end, then hit that button again to restart. They literally take less than 5 seconds to do. I think that it takes like another 10 seconds to actually push out on that For You page, though. So hit that follow button so you could find this live on your following list. It'll be super duper quick and easy. We just got to do it because TikTok killed us with a 10-minute flag at the start of the live. Now, if you want to come back faster, when the live stream ends, it'll say live has ended. It will show you my profile picture. Click that profile picture. You will be on my account page. Once you're on my account page, wait 10 seconds, refresh it by swiping down, and see if there's this red live glowing orb around the PFP. If there is, click into the new live by clicking on that PFP, and if there isn't, wait another couple seconds, refresh again, you'll see it. Because like I said, these restarts are typically only take around 5 seconds. I apologize that we got to do this. It's just something that we have to, and I really appreciate it if you came back, because usually not everybody does, and it's always really sad. Like I said, we're going to be continuing this conversation with that blue collar guest as soon as we're back. I'll see you all in less than 5 seconds. Let's go down to that restart right now. I hate TikTok. No fucking way they gave me a restriction. Less than, like, literally. We were 5 minutes into the stream and they gave us a 10-minute restriction. I thought that we would be able to beat it, but it, like, permanently just destroyed the push of the live stream because that's, like, a very important time for the lives. Is like, the first 10 minutes. Welcome back in, everybody. Go ahead and make sure to hit that repost button and the share button in the bottom right-hand corner. Share the live stream out with a handful of your friends. Say what's good down below in that comment section. I appreciate you all so much for being here. Go ahead and hop inside of that queue of your MAGA as well. On top of that, welcome in Rain Dog, welcome in Miho, welcome in Grace, Gia, Mel. I'm going to go and take a moment to thank a couple people. Becca, appreciate you so much for the $50 on Super Chat. You were awesome. Thank you so much, Becca. While we're starting this reset, guys, let's go ahead and get 500 Becca W's down below in that comment section. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate you. Becca with the $50 says, hey, I was curious if you've listened to Wunderbar. Yes, Wunderbar is awesome, Becca. And what's your favorite Backseat Lover song? Mine is either Elevator Days or Growing/Dying. You're a huge inspiration to me. Sent 20 earlier, but you didn't see it. Oh, well, I appreciate you for the $70, Becca. Thank you so very much. Becca with the $70. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's get 700 Becca W's in that chat. Well, funny enough, I'd say that one of my favorite Backseat Lover songs is definitely Elevator Days as well. That's a good one. But I got to say, Just a Boy is also up there. That's also a really good one. Sinking Ship, I believe, is the name of another one of their great songs. It's good. It's really good. Thank you so much for that love and support, Becca. You are awesome. And then Heavenly, thank you for the $20 as well, who says, here's to a good stream. Thank you for the $20, Heavenly. Appreciate you. Good to see you, by the way. Let's get 200 Heavenly W's on top of the 700 W's for Becca. And then Chucky with the $20 says, big fan. Half of this is for Momo, bro. You got it. Thank you for the $20, Chucky. Let's get another 200 Chucky W's down below in the chat with all those other W's as well. On Venmo, thank you so much, Maddie, for the $20, who says, I want to thank you for giving me the courage to speak out about my rape. Because of your courage, I was able to speak out about these topics, and it's what gave me the confidence to tell my parents what happened to me and get the pedo arrested. I will be infinitely be grateful. Thank you so much, Maddie. I'm first and foremost so sorry that happened to you, but second of all, I'm so happy that what we do here could give you that courage. I love knowing that there's a real world impact to these streams, and that is the real world impact. Thank you so much for being here. You are very loved and you are believed. Thank you, Maddie. Please show some love to Maddie in that comment section. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Genuinely. Over on PayPal, thank you so much, Gabrielle, for the $20, and Hussein, thank you for the 15. Let's get 200 Gabrielle W's and 200 Hussein W's. Hussein with $15 says, thank you for standing up for Muslims. You're genuinely a great guy. Well, thank you so much, Hussein, for being here. I appreciate you for the $15 dono. I think that a lot of people, especially like white American Christians, have such grave misconceptions about the religion. Same thing to Gabrielle. Thank you for the $20, who says, hey, Dean, love from the UK, and thank you for defending Islam from all these MAGA Islamophobics. Thank you so much for the $20, Gabrielle. Once again, I just think that so many people just have it wrong, frankly. Thank you for the $20. And then, of course, Chloe, thank you for the $10, who says, hey, Dean, me and my friend are watching your stream right now. Slay today's live, man. Love you. Love you too, Chloe. Shout out to your friend as well. We're going to get blue collar back inside of that box, guys. Go ahead and double tap away on that phone screen. Shout out this live with a couple friends. Spam that comment section. Let's do everything and anything in our power to try to get it to boost out far and across at FYP. Listen, buddy, we're just going to reel back in. What is your favorite Trump policy, please, and thank you?
The big, beautiful bill.
Okay, and why do you like the big, beautiful bill so much?
I mean, we can both agree that even though that the no tax on tips isn't actually a no tax on tips, it's actually a deduction up to 20,000, I believe, is the number. I think that's great, especially for like single mothers who have been working as, say, a waitress for 2 years at the same location. I think that, you know, any help that we can give to single mothers is beneficial. You know, and then you can also go with I mean, there's multiple things in the big, beautiful bill. We'll start with that. Do you think that that's negative?
I think that the no tax on tips provision is good. I think that we saw better from Harris. She ran on no tax on tips, but it wasn't just a two-year bill. Donald Trump's no tax on tips expires next year. Plus, there's other tax policy that she ran on that would have been more beneficial than just no tax on tips, like doubling the child tax credit. That would have been significantly more beneficial to new mothers and to new fathers than a 2-year deduction for no tax on tips, because not only would it have applied to just tip workers, but for everybody, and it would have lasted for significantly longer and give significantly more on top of the $25,000 essentially subsidy. There we go, for first-time home buyers. So it was also significantly more money than anything that could ever have been yielded from the no tax on tips provision of the big beautiful bill. But also, what I want to say here is when we account for the no tax on tips provision of the BBB, still yet the big beautiful bill hurts the average American more than it helps the average American, and that's according to a study done by the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities. So it seems like your favorite bill from the Trump admin is the most expensive policy in American history that hurt the average American. That's pretty bad.
Are you familiar with the Trump accounts?
Yes.
Okay. So do you think that that's beneficial to put $1,000 in? Let's say if you were to have a child right now, you put $1,000 in an account, throw that into a Fortune 5, or not a Fortune 5, an S&P 500, throw that into a Roth IRA, and it could grow up to upwards of $500,000 by the time your child is 65 years old. Do you think this is beneficial in any way, shape, or form?
65 years old. Yeah, for sure. No, I do. I do think that that's also beneficial as well. But see, the thing is
Why
that
do you laugh
everything
at
I just
65?
yeah, because these Trump tax accounts for children, I mean, just to say that, oh, well, if we give it 65 years, it'll be worth $500,000 is kind of weak. Well, I think that there's other ways that we could actually give more money to the next generation, like ensuring that the child tax credit is doubled, which would have given new families significantly more than $1,000, actually upwards of $6,000 just for the first year of a child's life. Put that in a Roth IRA, see how that compounds by the time the child is 65. And the second thing I'll also say here is that's only for children born under the Trump administration. He walks out of office, it's gone. And once again, just if we just look at the child tax credit would have given families more than the Trump accounts.
Also, as far as what you were saying about Kamala's bills, I mean, that was if she could get them passed through Congress. We don't know if she definitely would have gotten those passed, if the exact way that she had worked them out would have been what had gotten passed if she were to even get them passed. So, like, yeah, you can make arguments, but we have no idea what would have actually
Well, I mean,
happened with
who
Kamala.
was better at getting policy passed, Trump or Biden and Harris?
I mean, yeah,
Who?
there's definitely more policies passed underneath
Who was
Biden and
better at getting
Harris.
policy
Just
passed,
because
Trump or
the
Biden and
Democrats
Harris?
are literally fighting so hard that we have to shut the government down.
Can you just please answer the question? Who was better at getting policy passed?
I did. I said Biden and Harris got more.
Okay, so you can't say, oh, well, we don't know if she was able to if she was going to be able to get it passed when we could agree that she was actually better at getting policy passed when they're in government. So already off. So do we see here how the policy that Harris ran on it was just significantly better than the policy that Trump is implementing today?
Sure, what she ran on. I mean, there's things that presidents run on that end up never going and
Oh, wow, you just
happening.
conceded. So if she ran a better policy than Trump, of course, can we agree that we should have voted for Harris?
No.
Even though she ran a better policy? I thought that we were supposed to vote for the better policy.
No, the reason why I do what I do, Dean, is because I truthfully never want to see this country head farther into socialism and communism. I hope that we never end up like Venezuela or Cuba
I'm sorry,
or
this is just all a
North
big
Korea.
pivot. You said she ran a better policy. So you
When
didn't
it
want our
comes to that
country to do better?
specific thing, yeah, what she put on her website sounded delightful.
Sounded much more delightful than what Trump is doing today. So
Does
yeah, I
that
mean,
mean
how can you blame anybody for saying I wish Trump lost the election because the policy that Harris ran on was like 10 times better, right? We wouldn't be in a failing economy. We wouldn't be getting the worst jobs report since '03. We wouldn't be getting the most manufacturing bankruptcy since 2010, and we'd be getting better policy for new families, thousands of dollars in the pockets of parents, tax cuts for the working class compared to tax increases effectively for the middle class, right? Like, yeah, I hope you can understand why people wanted her to be president because all those things are good. And I think the only reason why you think they're bad is because you are blinded by your partisan nonsense. Right? If you could admit on one hand that the policy she ran on was better, but then on the other hand struggle to say that she would have made a better president, then I just simply don't know the evaluative standard that you're using to determine who we should vote for every 4 years. Because if it's not the efficacy of their policy, which amounts to their to what their presidency stands behind, then what does it boil down to? Their party affiliation? Like you're just voting for Trump because he's a Republican?
No, I'm not just voting for Trump because he's a Republican, but I think that we can both agree that there are people on both sides that only vote blue or only vote red. I'm not one of those people. If I
Okay.
truthfully, hold on,
Perfect.
let
So
me
then,
finish. Let me
well, I mean,
finish.
you just answered my question. So then, why is your evaluative standard for who you want to be president not policy? Like, what else are you looking at
The
here?
first administration, first Trump administration was not that bad. We had no new wars, which is huge. None of us knew that we were going to sign on to a war, by the way. And even Charlie did not
But even
want this
after we
war.
have signed on
So,
to a war, you
so
still support
you,
it.
you, myself, and Charlie all agree we should not be involved in this war. Even though I have my hatred for that certain religion, not the people, the religion, I, I do have that. You, myself, and Charlie.
Dude, you're
all
just going
agree
back to
we should
saying
not be
bad
involved.
Muslims. Listen, answer the question. What is your evaluative standard for determining that if Harris was elected, we'd be worse off today? Now that you've conceded her policy was better.
Dude, there's no way to talk about what ifs. I'm not sitting here to debate what ifs. What if Harris got all these bills passed that were on our website? What if she got
When you already agreed that she was more effective than passing legislation than Trump? And you're not here to deal with what ifs, then what the fuck are you doing here, dude? Because my whole shebang is saying that Trump shouldn't have been elected. Either A, directly, because he's destroying this country, or B, indirectly, because the other option would have been better. Right? Like, clearly, when I'm giving you this argument that if Trump lost the election and Harris won, your life would be better, that is me directly appealing to your pro-Trump MAGA support, arguing that it's not something you should have because it's running this country into the ground. So I will ask you again, what is your evaluative standard in determining that Trump is a good president if you've already conceded the policy that we would have today if he lost the election would have been better?
Because Kamala forgot about 9/11 and forgot about the Alamo. Have a good night, Dean.
Tell me, how did she forget about 9/11? Don't run like a little weasel.
Dude, the immigration bullshit that happened underneath the Biden
Immigration. How did she forget about 9/11?
Tell me your stat.
No, I want an explanation. How did she forget about 9/11?
Your party forgot about 9/11.
How?
Hold on. So how many illegal immigrants are here in our country?
11 million, according to the U.S. Census Bureau. 14 million, according to the Pew Research Center.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's somewhere in there, too. I think it might actually be a little more, but yeah, these are good stats to start with. So we'll call it 11. 11 illegal, undocumented aliens here in our country, Dean.
Aliens.
Illegal
aliens in your country.
Yeah. Immigration without assimilation is an alien invasion. We can keep on going. So if you don't want me to leave, I'll stay.
What should immigrants assimilate to?
American culture.
What is American culture?
Christianity, football.
So if they're not a Christian, then they're aliens invading?
No, but if they come here, they need to agree.
Okay, so do you think that non-Christian immigrants are invading aliens?
No.
But you just said if they don't assimilate to American culture, then it's an alien invasion. Then you said that American culture is Christianity.
They need to follow our rules, laws, and regulations.
Okay, so like what specifically? What do they have to assimilate into in order to not be considered aliens? Because it's not Christianity. Because you just agreed that we could have non-Christian immigrants that aren't aliens. So tell me, what do they need to assimilate into for you not to consider them aliens?
Let me finish my sentence here. It's gonna take good 30 seconds. Okay.
I'm scared.
So listen. The majority of our presidents, Senate, Congress, voters, population, everybody, for the majority of the entire United States as a whole, has been Christian. All of the presidents have been majority Christian. All of the Congress, all the Senate, all the voters. We've all voted based off of our majority Christian nature and heritage.
This dude's running. Listen, I already asked you if an immigrant were not Christian, would you consider them to be an alien? Listen to what I'm saying here. I already asked you if an immigrant was not a Christian, would you consider them an alien? You said no. Okay, but earlier you said, well, if they don't assimilate, then they're aliens. So I'm asking you, well, what do they have to do? What do they have to assimilate into in order to not be an alien? So, like, in other words, answer the question, what specific rules do immigrants have to follow for you not to consider them to be aliens? Be specific.
Sure. Not bringing children across the border that you say is your daughter, which is actually your wife, like it's happening currently, and it's happened in Dearborn, happened in Texas. There's people living in this country that are illegal immigrants that overstayed their visas, and people think that they lied when they flew over here, whatever paperwork they went through, whatever process, their visas, said that these people are their children. And that's one thing that Harris got rid of it's absolutely despicable. So when people come across the border, you're supposed to swab their DNA to make sure that they're actually related. So that's actually a huge reason why I didn't want to vote for Kamala. So listen, this is something that actually happens. The rules, laws, and regulations of our land is what they need to abide by and assimilate to.
Okay, so I want to clarify. You're saying that in order for an immigrant to not be an alien, what they have to assimilate into is not being a child rapist?
One of the biggest, yeah.
Okay.
That's a Western civilization.
Okay. So in order to not be an alien, you have to not be a child rapist. So would you ever support somebody as president that like defended those alien child rapists?
that defended child rapists.
Yeah. Like covered up for them, protected them from prosecution.
No, Dean.
You wouldn't?
Honestly, dude, I'm just a.
Then you're not a Trump supporter. Then you're not a Trump supporter. Who do you think was? What do you think the Epstein files were about? What do you think the Epstein files were about, buddy? Who the fuck was in the Epstein files? Child rapists. Who are they being protected by? The Trump administration, Trump and Trump's DOJ. Okay, what are they being protected from? Prosecution, because they're refusing to release their identities, they're refusing to unredact their crimes, and they're refusing to hold them accountable. So I just want to clarify here. You were not a Trump supporter, okay, if you would not support a president who would defend child rapists, because guess what? That president is Trump. So let me hear it. Let me hear you say it. I'm not a Trump supporter.
All right, but let me say one thing before you kick me.
Oh, so you're not a Trump supporter. I changed your mind. Thank you so much for playing, buddy. You ran yourself into that one. That's what happens, folks. They try to create justification, okay, for their own prejudice, for their own bigotry, but then that justification ends up backfiring on them and puts them in a position where they have to disavow Trump. By the way, Christian, quote unquote, because it's not actually Christian values, American culture also had child marriage laws for centuries. Even to this day. Shout out to you, Matt. And 33 of our 50 states, child marriage is legal. In 4 of our 50 states, there is no lower boundary to the age of a child that can get married. In 4 of our 50 states, legally, newborns can get married. There's no law in 4 of our 50 states, okay, that legally prevents, okay, newborns from getting married in all scenarios, right? Now, would it ever happen? No, it wouldn't, because it does require a judge's approval. But I don't think that type of thing should hinge on a judge's approval, because what if the wrong kind of person becomes a judge? Like, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
I am 68.
What year are you born in?
1958.
What's one popular song from the 70s?
Jimmy Buffett, Margaritaville.
I don't think that this guy is telling the truth. I think that this guy's a troll. Yeah, this guy's definitely a troll. Let's go to get him out of here. Over on Super Chat, thank you so much for the $20. King of the Golden States. Thank you so much, King of the Golden State. Let's get 200 King W's down below in that chat. Thank you. King with the 20 says, I'd have a crumb of respect for some of these MAGA hats if they would come clean as to why they would vote for Trump over Harris, because he's not a black woman. It's sad. I appreciate you so much for the $20, King. Let's get 200 King W's down below in that chat while we look for the next guest to load up in the box and give us a conversation over why they're MAGA. Thank you so much once again for that support. That is very, very kind of you. Let's get 200 King W. Same thing to, let's see here, Rogue. Thank you for the $20, who says, whenever people are using the quote-unquote illegal immigrants or quote-unquote invading argument, you should point out that this country was founded off of illegal settlements and invasions via settler colonialism, destroying native cultures. True. Everything that they like to claim about undocumented immigrants is like actually true of American settlers. Couldn't have said it better myself. Great point. 10,000 seconds. Thank you so much for the $20, who says only 62% of the U.S. is Christian. I appreciate you so much for that love. 10,000 seconds. Thank you. As well as Caesar with the $20, who says, Dean, if the IRGC is considered an extremist Islamic regime, should we not consider MAGA a Christian extremist regime? Would that be overriding the difference for those callers that leverage the point to hate Muslims? Well, I appreciate you so much for the $20. I think that you make a fair point that needs to be considered. I appreciate y'all so much for all the love over on Super Chat. Show some love to all the donors on Super Chat and on Venmo. Mr. Jose, thank you so much for the $65 donation. Jose, you are genuinely a madman. That is so much money. Thank you so much for the love and support. I want to see some massive Jose W's in that comment section. Thank you so fucking much, man. You are the GOAT. That is genuinely so much money. I don't even know what to say, dude. That is beyond kind. That is beyond grateful. That is not something I deserve in the slightest. Jose with the 65 says, for Dean, this anti-immigrant caller is so full of crap. All of his immigrants from the South are Christian, and this idiot says that they have to assimilate to Christian culture. What a piece of crap. Fight on, Dean. Yeah, many of the countries where people are immigrating from are actually more Christian than America. Really good point, Jose. Thank you so much for the $65. Jennifer, thank you for the $13 donation, who says 1797 Treaty of Tripoli mean anything to these nationalists? Signed by a founding father and second president. Adams, thank you so much for the $13. Laura, thank you for the $10. Who says, saw Obsession last night. I might have said bruh 1,000 times. Wow, loved it. Oh, yeah, it's a crazy movie, Laura. Good to see that you saw it, and thank you for the $10. Thank you for letting me know. And then Devin, thank you for the $5. And I think with that being said, we're actually all caught up on all donations for now. If you want to support me, if you want to support the stream, you could find the Venmo and the PayPal and the link tree in the bio on TikTok, pin message on that other place, and right there at Dean Withers without the E in Withers. If you use the @ compared to the link in the bio, just make sure that you quadruple check your spelling, because there's a bunch of fake Dean scam accounts out there on Venmo and PayPal that are going to take your money. Great way to ask a question or to get a message across, alongside Carissa. Thank you so much for the baby dragon. It's so good to see you again today. Welcome, and Tommy, do you support Trump?
Yeah, Dean Withers, I'm a neoliberal flangus and you're a liberal sissy and you suck on elephant balls and I'm tough and I own...
You waited so long to waste his time. Let's go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the queue, guys. I think that we're facing a little bit of a TikTok restriction on the stream today, so make sure that you're double tapping on that phone screen, sharing out this live with a handful of friends, spamming that comment section. We need to do anything and everything in our power to try to get this live to boost out across at FYP. I think that we got set off to a bad start with TikTok restricting us on that first start. Now after the restart, we're still down. Welcome in, Toxic. Do you support Trump? Toxic, going once, going twice. Hello? 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 I hear you. I hear you, Toxic. I'm going to give you 5 seconds to respond. Banned! Moving on to the next guest, only up inside of the queue if you're here for a debate. If you got stage fright and you're going to be like Toxic, load up and then not say a peep, then we're going to ban you. We're going to ban you so fast with great fury. Welcome into Sport Trump, Leah.
Yeah, I do.
How old are you, Leah?
I'm 15. I support Trump because Biden hates gypsy people and actually Trump likes gypsy people.
Banned! Moving on to the next guest, only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, they're 15. We got Nate loading up inside of the queue. Also, want to let you know, if you're not Romani, you shouldn't be saying that. It's a derogatory way to refer to Romani individuals. If you are Romani, then, you know, whatever. But if you're not Romani, there's education on that term. Welcome into Sport Trump, Nady.
No, I don't, but I love you and I love...
Banned! But I do appreciate you, Nate. Let's go to get the next guest, Jess, loaded up inside of the queue right now. We're just looking for Trump supporters. We got Victoria loading in. All right, guys. Woo! We're off to a crazy start today. We're finding through the wildness of the queue to find the next Trump supporter. Welcome into Sport Trump. Victoria! Going once! Going twice! Victoria! Victoria, we're about to ban you! Banned! Moving on to the next guest, we got 762 loading up inside of the queue. 10,000 seconds. Appreciate you for another $20 super chat. Thank you so much. You guys have been literally so kind today. Thank you so much, 10,000 seconds. 10,000 with another 20 says, in Tennessee between 01 and 18, there were thousands of marriages between 16 and 17-year-olds, including 3 10-year-old girls marrying adult men. Luckily, the law was changed in 2018. That is literally so fucking gross, 10,000 seconds. Thank you for spreading awareness about that. Appreciate you for the 20. Lincoln, welcome into Sport Trump.
Yes, I do.
How old are you, Lincoln?
22.
What year are you born in, Lincoln?
2003.
Okay, there's a little bit of feedback on your mic. What the fuck is that?
I don't know, man. I got AirPods in.
Oh, can you take the AirPods out? We'll be able to hear you better.
Yes.
Appreciate ya. Appreciate you. Where the fuck are you? Is this guy like in the middle of a tornado?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Okay, there we go. Now I can hear you.
There we go.
Lincoln.
Whoa,
Lincoln.
what happened?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Why do you support this
Okay,
dickhead as president? This straight asshole. He sucks, dude. How could you ever support him?
Because I think he's a great president.
A great president, destroying the economy, taking away human rights, endorsing the execution of citizens in broad daylight at the hands of agents of the state. Okay, threatening to genocide 90 million people overseas. Why do these things make him a great president? He kind of sounds like maybe a
That's
president
exactly
from
why
hell.
he's a great president. That's
Rage
exactly
baiting.
why.
Rage baiting, Liam.
What do you mean?
Because you just said, like, literal, like, murder is what makes him a good president.
Exactly.
Why does murder make him a good president, Lincoln?
Because what other president has murdered like that?
This guy's a troll. Get out of here. Moving on to the next guest. We're going to go to ban him because he's trolling. Only up inside of the queue. If you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump, please and thank you. Please and thank you. All right. Hey, listen. Hey, Fassi. Thank you so much for the $11 dono on Venmo. Thank you so much, Fassi. Fassi with the $11 says it's highly hypocritical that this is Islamophobic color, virtue signaling gay people in Islam, while he doesn't look at the fact that MAGA right-wing extremists are anti-LGBTQ+ and attacks on many LGBTQ+ communities throughout the U.S. Very hypocritical. I agree. Thank you so much for the $11. We got Vic loading up inside of the queue. Here we go. Okay, Vic left. That's fine. Moving on to the next guest. This guy's name is Danny Gabriel. Guys, guess who's back in my queue? Yeah, if you guys think about it, y'all could probably guess who's back inside of the queue. Who's been in the queue for the last 3 days? Who really doesn't have much of a life? Who just sits at home on their phone all day, particularly on the couch next to their wife. That's just as crazy as they are.
What's up?
You already know what's going on, Danny. Do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
That's embarrassing as fuck, Danny. How old are you? Just want to make sure that you're not a kid. I know that a bunch of 14-year-olds support Trump.
Yeah, I'm 18.
What year are you born in?
2007.
Oh, God. And why? How, dude? How do you still support this maniac? I mean, he's delusional. He's completely detached from reality. His shitposts on Truth Social disturbing as hell. He's a senile old man who'd be better off in a nursing home. Why do you want him to be the leader of America?
All right. Look, and I want you to legitimately hear me out because Parker kicked me for this. He didn't even give me a reason to talk. But genuinely, I support Trump because he's setting up UFC Freedom 250.
Okay. So what? You support him as like a promoter, as an entertainer? Okay. Well, you don't need to support him as president.
No, like, what other president has done the most for MMA like Trump has?
Oh, we've never had a president in history do more for barbaric sports where people try to hurt other people. Yeah.
I mean, you say it's barbaric, but
I mean, it's by definition it is. Listen, I'm not like shitting on MMA fans out there, but it certainly is barbaric and beneath the oval, right? And I think that like even MMA fans should be able to agree on that. Yeah, like clearly MMA is beneath the Oval Office. Okay, and that's fine. It should be beneath the Oval Office.
Yeah. No, it's barbaric in the sense like it's violent.
I'm gonna kick you for the same reason Parker kicked you. Get the fuck out of here. Moving on to the next guest. We got a user loading up into our box. I don't really have a username. Hey, Mr. George, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Appreciate you, man. Let's get 200 George W's down below. That is George. All the love in the world to you, dude. George with the 20 says, I might need help convincing my mom that Trump is a bad person. No matter what evidence I provide, she refuses to believe it. I can't be disrespectful. I love her to death. But she thinks I'm being corrupted because my political beliefs have changed over the past couple months. George, listen, get her in the live stream. I'll be kind to her. Kind as possible. And let me know when you're inside of the queue with her. I'd love to have a chat. I'll try my best, George. Trust me. If it could be done, I'll do it. Welcome in, user. Do you support Trump?
No.
All right, user, you're banned. Guys, let's try to leave that queue to Trump supporters and Trump supporters only. We got the rules back up on the screen just for the meantime, so nobody else is confused. We got a couple people loading up inside of the queue. We got a James loading in. We got a Sawyer loading in. I think that we got a couple people here for debates. James, welcome in. Are you MAGA?
Yes, I'm a Trump supporter.
Sawyer, are you MAGA?
Yeah.
Okay, do you guys think that anybody's above the law?
I would say
What
no.
do you mean exactly?
Like, do you think that the system of justice should be impartial and apply to everybody?
Yeah, of course, everyone should follow the laws.
So the system of justice should be impartial. Okay, first, let's get y'all's ages. Sawyer, how old are you?
18.
James?
I'm 20, sir. I'm from California, born January 10th, 2006.
Okay, so if you guys think that the system of justice should be impartial, then you shouldn't support Trump. Because last week we woke up in a new America with a very partial system of justice where tax law doesn't apply to him. He sued himself. He sued the IRS, which he controls, for $10 billion. Then he settled with himself, once again, because he controls the DOJ who litigated the settlement. And that settlement included a vow from the federal government to never investigate Trump, his family, or his companies for tax fraud ever again on their tax returns to date. Right? So, I mean, you and Trump could commit the same crime, not paying taxes. And you could go to jail for it, and he won't even be investigated for it. Can we agree that that is corruption to the highest degree?
Yeah, I can agree with you there. I also partially turned against Trump with this whole Iran war thing. I think this Iran war was a huge violation of international law, sir. Knowing that the U.S. attacked that girl's school. I don't know if you saw that, and
160 dead.
He started it. I personally think that he was dragged into it by Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, the wanted man by the ICC. But there's a lot of stuff I like about him that I don't like about him. But this whole Iran war thing, I'm very against it. I think it's a huge violation of international law, sir.
Good. So we're going to start with Sawyer, then we'll go to you, Jake. Sorry, not Jake, James. How can y'all still support Trump, even though he's corrupt as possible and has introduced a new system of justice into America? Or you and him could commit the same crime, you could be thrown in jail for it, and he couldn't even be investigated for it. Okay, we need to get corruption out of the government. We don't need more corruption in the Oval. Take it away, Sawyer.
Oh, well, I don't have a lot of knowledge on corruption and everything. I just want to talk about abortion. I want to get to know it a little bit better. I personally, I think abortion is wrong to a sense, because if you like, I think if you wait to a certain time and then abort the baby, I feel like that should be illegal. But then again, like if it, like I'd rather save the tree, not the apple. Does that make sense?
Okay, so Sawyer's willing to kind of ignore Trump's corruption because of abortion. What about you, James?
What do you mean exactly?
I said, how do you still support Trump as president, even though he's corrupt as possible and introduced a new system of justice into America where you and him could commit the same crime, you could be thrown in jail for it, and he can't even be investigated for it?
I do support him a little bit because I still I represent how he represents hard work. I admire how he's a businessman and like his story of how he became like rich and stuff off of real estate and that kind of thing. I also
Represents
I
hard
sort
work.
of
There's nothing hardworking about barring yourself for being investigated for tax fraud. Hard workers are supposed to pay taxes. If anything, I think that this shows him to be a lousy worker because the average American pays taxes. You know, the hard workers doing 45 hours a week, maybe some overtime, getting up to 50, 55.
Yeah.
Okay? Yeah, they have to give a very significant portion of their income to the federal government. Trump, on the other hand, he doesn't have to pay a penny in taxes. Okay, he could be underpaying his taxes by billions of dollars from the age of 21 when he got a $400 million endowment from his father to the age of 82 where he's still a billionaire today. Right? Could have paid $0 in taxes, and the federal government is not allowed to investigate him for that tax crime. Okay, I think that's very clearly indicative of this really lousy work ethic and this me attitude, where even though everybody else that works really hard, they have to give some of their income to the greater good of society. But Trump, absolutely not.
Yeah, I guess you're right in ways possible. Yeah, I'm like, again, I'm not like, I wouldn't say I'm like 100% supporter, but I'm like more of like, I'd say like solid 65, 75%, because like there's stuff I don't like and things I do like.
Well, I mean, the first thing you said that you do like is this hard work ethic that we kind of debunked. But I mean, I don't even think that makes somebody a good president. I mean, the hardest worker I know would probably be a collective of my old buddies that like work in logging. Okay. They do like 60-hour weeks sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
But like, guess what? Would I make any of them president, even though they're really hard workers? No, probably not.
Mm.
I mean, certainly hasn't been a hard worker in the Oval. He's taken more time off than any other president in modern American history with his weekend golfing excursions at Mar-a-Lago, New Jersey, so on and so forth.
I mean, wouldn't you perhaps, wouldn't you think that like he represents hard work? Like back then when he like graduated high school, his father gave him like I think like $1 million, and he used that and like, just started increasing his income and stuff, and he became a billionaire.
I'm just confused how like any of these things make him a good president. And by the way, no, not with the 6 bankruptcies and the $400 million endowment from his father upon his father's death and inheritance. So what makes him a good president?
I guess just a combination of a lot of things.
Such as?
Well, like I said, sir, like how he represents hard work in ways.
But I thought that we've already talked about that point like 4 different times in 4 different ways. We went over the fact that now he doesn't have to owe taxes. We went over the fact that he got a shit ton of money from his dad. We went over the fact that, well, a lot of this value was actually from real estate properties in areas that he just so happened to get lucky to be born in, like New York City, where real estate values have exploded. And we went over the fact, even if he was a hard worker, this on its own wouldn't make him a good president. The hardest workers I know wouldn't be good presidents, because that's not like what makes somebody a good president. What makes somebody a good president is being a good leader, empathetic, policymaker, and able to make decisions for the greater good of society and the world. So once again, I'll ask you for the very last time here, James, what makes him a good president?
Perhaps like maybe the migration stuff, like how like we had a lot of crime coming in here from like illegals, like a North Carolina woman that came here from Ukraine trying to escape the war in her country was stabbed repeatedly on a subway train. I don't know if you heard
By a
about
citizen.
Wasn't it an illegal? Sir?
No, Irina Zakuska's murderer was a natural U.S.-born citizen. She was the immigrant.
But perhaps like other like illegals that came in here, sir. And
well, I'm sorry. Does that example make citizens criminal?
No.
Wait, why? Because you were using that example to justify immigrants being criminal, when you thought it was an immigrant that killed her. So I just want to clarify, if an immigrant killed Irina Zakuska, then immigrants are violent criminals. But if a citizen killed Irina Zakuska, it's kind of irrelevant, and that doesn't make citizens violent criminals. Okay, yeah, come on. That is so clearly hypocritical, so clearly illogical, so clearly irrational.
I didn't know, sir. But
Okay, but I know, I understand that you didn't know, but it's that fact that you didn't know that makes you the hypocrite. Because when you legitimately thought it was that it was an immigrant that killed her, that was your argument to say immigrants are violent criminals. But then when you learn it was a citizen that killed her, that's not an argument to say that citizens are violent criminals. So why is it true that if an immigrant killed her, immigrants would be violent criminals, yet it's false that if a citizen killed her, citizens would be violent criminals?
I'm sorry, sir. Like, what is it that you mean?
Why is it true that if an immigrant killed Irina Zakuska, then immigrants are violent criminals? Yet it's false that if a citizen killed Irina Zakuska, then citizens are violent criminals.
It's false. Citizens can commit crimes too. But haven't there also been like illegals that came in and committed a lot of crimes too, and they
You
were
don't
deported
seem
as
to
well?
be answering my question. I will try to find another way to ask the question. So why is it the case that if an immigrant killed Irina Zakuska, then immigrants are violent criminals, yet if a citizen killed Irina Zakuska, citizens are not violent criminals? Why do you yield the conclusion in one scenario that it would make that demographic of individuals criminals, yet you yield the conclusion in the other scenario, where the same murder is happening, just a different person is doing it, that that demographic would not then be representative of violent criminals?
It's not true. Both citizens and illegals can commit crimes too.
So then why did you say that that immigrants are violent criminals because an undocumented immigrant murdered Irina Zakuska? Why was that even an argument that left your mouth?
It wasn't my fault. I didn't know he was a citizen. I thought he was an illegal.
I know you're saying that you thought he was illegal, but just track what I'm saying, dude. Okay? Let's just assume that the person who killed Irina Zakuska was an undocumented immigrant. What was your point of mentioning that story?
Because, like, I guess, like, I try to mention it to use an example because a lot of, like, immigrants came in here illegally, sir, and, like, committed a lot of crime and stuff and murdered a lot of innocent people.
It's an example to prove undocumented immigrants are violent, right?
Well, I thought it was an example to prove that how immigrants can commit crime, but I didn't know he was a citizen, sir.
So if that's an example that would prove that undocumented immigrants are violent, now that we've learned he's a citizen, following your logic, citizens are violent. Because it's an example that proves citizens are violent.
Yeah, well, citizens can be violent.
Okay, but your argument wasn't undocumented immigrants can be violent. Your argument was undocumented immigrants are violent.
Well, I believe like a certain amount of illegal immigrants can be violent. I wouldn't say all of them.
A lower amount than citizens. They're actually 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes on American soil compared to U.S.-born citizens. And then when citizens do commit violent crimes, you don't care. You put them in the Oval. Civil court held Trump liable for raping a woman.
Well, I guess like both citizens and illegals can be responsible for crimes if they commit, and there's consequences.
Yeah, but now that you've learned citizens are more likely to be more violent, and you made a violent citizen president, all of a sudden you've switched it up to saying, well, both undocumented immigrants and citizens can be violent. But before you knew that undocumented immigrants were 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes, before you knew that American men constitute 92% of violent crimes, before you knew that you made a violent criminal citizen the president, and before you knew that Irina Zakuska's murder was a citizen, your argument was, well, ignoring citizens, undocumented immigrants are a great threat to this nation because of how violent and criminal they are.
Yeah, you're right. I guess perhaps like both illegals and citizens can commit crimes.
But why
Like,
is it that if an undocumented immigrant commits a violent crime, they should be deported? Which, by the way, I agree with. They should either be deported or thrown in jail. But then when a citizen commits a violent crime, they should be made president.
I guess well, personally, I believe that like a lot of Trump's like crimes are all for like a reason specifically. Like, I mean, I'm sure like he has his own reasons for those crimes, but
A reason for raping a woman?
I don't believe that he committed such a crime because
So then you don't believe our criminal justice system. You don't believe our courts. You don't believe our system of justice. You don't believe the civil court that I'm liable for raping Eugene Carroll.
I do believe it for sure. Like, rape is very wrong, and that it's
So if
very
you believe the court, then you
illegal.
believe that Trump raped a woman because that's what the court determined.
Well, maybe. I mean, perhaps the court could be wrong, sir. Or
Okay, well, can you prove that the court's wrong?
well, no. I mean, I don't think anyone can. But I don't know. I think
Do you typically
Trump
accept
is
the outcomes of
honest.
courts?
I'm sorry, sir.
Do you typically accept the outcomes of courts?
What does that mean?
Do you usually believe the verdicts of courts? Do you think that they're
Uh,
typically accurate?
Majority, yeah, but maybe like
So-
sometimes they could be wrong.
So if the majority of the outcomes of courts are accurate, then you'd have to have special reason to reject the outcome of the court that ruled Donald Trump raped a woman. So what is your special reason to reject the outcome of the court that ruled Donald Trump raped a woman?
I guess like because him and a lot of his friends and like a lot of celebrities that like support him and stuff say that he didn't, and
Because he said that he didn't. Well, can't that be said about like literally any court case that ever went to trial? Because that means that they're plein innocent, saying
Well,
that
yeah.
they didn't do it.
well, yeah, but like I don't know.
So,
I
so I
guess
just want to clarify: you don't believe the outcome of any court,
no, no,
like
no.
outside
I
of
do.
outside of a guilty plea. If there's not a guilty plea, you don't believe the outcome of the court case because they're maintaining that they didn't do it.
I guess I just
I'm sorry, I don't even want to know what his response is. I'm done with him. We're going to get that next guest loaded up inside of the queue. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. If you want to support me, support the stream, you can find the Venmo and the PayPal in the link tree in the bio on TikTok. Pin message on that other place. At the top of the phone screen too, at Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. Make sure to quadruple check your spelling though, because there's a bunch of fake scamming Dean Withers accounts out there on Venmo and PayPal. Jess, welcome in. Are you MAGA? Okay, goodbye, Jess. Let's get that next guest, Justin, connected to the live stream, please and thank you.
Hey, what's up, Dean?
You support Trump, Justin?
I do support Trump, yes.
How old are you?
I'm 18, 2007, December 14th.
Super cringe, super cringe. Sounds good. I'm going to take a couple people. 10,000 seconds. Thank you so much for another $20 donation on Super Chat. Who says everybody has a reason for committing their crimes, right? Yeah. Thank you for the $20. 10,000. Let's get 200 seconds W's down below in that comment section. Thank you for the $20 on Venmo Fussy. Thank you so much for the $12. Javier, thank you for the 5. Gina, thank you for the 5. Then over on PayPal, thank you so much, Moya, for the $2. Jamie, thank you so much for the $20. Who says great show, Dean. Thank you so much for the love, Jamie, and I appreciate you for the heads up about that commenter. Let's get 200 Jamie W's. Let's get another 250 Emily W's for the $25 dono, who says, hey, Dean, I'm from the UK, and I just want to let you know that you have a worldwide impact. You encouraged me to start speaking out after an essay. Know that you have a much bigger impact than you'll ever even realize. Keep up the good work from Emily. Emily, thank you so much for taking something positive away from the stream. And I'm so happy that you were able to take away the confidence to speak up about what happened to you. I'm so sorry that ever happened to you in the first place, but I'm happy that we could help you gain the confidence to speak up here. That is great. We love you. Show some love to Emily down below. And Micah with a $1 on Venmo says, my boyfriend has a crush on you. I'm your boyfriend. Justin, take it away. How the hell do you support this lunatic?
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, so I first want to say I am an Eastern Orthodox Christian, so I believe the policies and those Nigerian Christians that were getting slaughtered in Nigeria, I think Trump has helped out those guys upon that country and the mass murders. That's mainly my reason of supporting him.
Okay, you're gonna have to provide me a couple things here. The first thing that you're gonna have to provide me would be a source to demonstrate that there was the mass murder of Christians in Nigeria. The second thing that you're gonna have to be able to demonstrate with use of evidence is some actionable plan engaged in by Trump to prevent those murders. And then the third thing that you're gonna have to supply to me in order to generate your claim to be true would be evidence that his plan then stopped the murder of Christians in Nigeria. So please, give me sources for those three things.
Yeah, can I pull it up for you? Can I like paste them in chat?
Yeah, you could just say the name of the source.
All right, give me 1 second. Hold on. Let me pull it up.
In the meantime, guys, make sure that you are double tapping on that phone screen. And sharing out this live with a handful of friends. While he's looking for the sources, we're going to go to get somebody else up on the live stream in the meantime. We got Jacker Packer 2019 joining in. I think that we are experiencing a little bit of a shadow ban today on TikTok. So just make sure that you are double tapping away on your phone screen and sharing out this live with a handful of friends, everybody. Spamming that comment section too, doing whatever we can do to hopefully get this live to shoot out to more people. Pretty unfortunate that, we are getting shadow banned on TikTok today, but it is what it is. It happens. Let's go to get the next guest huddled up into the queue. Hello, welcome into Sport Trump. Hello.
I'm sorry, didn't mean to come up.
No worries, man. You take care. We're gonna put the rules back up on the middle of the phone screen, just so people who are inside of the queue know why they're in the queue. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, please and thank you. Looks like Justin is back. Justin, we're able to find the sources.
Yes. All right. Here, I'm pasting in chat right now.
Don't paste it in chat. Just give me
Alright,
the publisher and the title of the article from the publisher.
All right. So the source is opendoors.org.
Okay.
And once you look that up, I can kind of guide you from there if you want.
Okay. Opendoors.org reports that 69% of all Christians killed for their faith around the world last year were murdered in Nigeria. Okay.
And then, what was the other thing you asked me for?
An actionable plan from Trump and evidence that actionable plan has stopped the killing of Christians in Nigeria.
Okay, and you want the source for that, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the queue. Once again, while Justin is looking for the secondhand source, we got Born Lucky connecting to the stream right now. Thomas, thank you so much for the $20 on Super Chat. Who says Trump is an entitled, evil, Epstein, acquainted, abusive elder? Damn, bars, Thomas. Thank you for the $20. Those are some fucking bars, dude. Spitting, dude. Spitting. Show some love to the goat Thomas in that chat, dude. Is spitting. Everybody, appreciate you, dude. Appreciate you. We're still looking for the next guest, everybody. We got Calvin W30 connecting to that live stream while Justin is looking for his next source. Here we go, everyone. Welcome in, Calvin. Do you support Trump?
What?
Do you support Trump?
Oh.
Calvin left. Let's go to get the next guest, Melody Logan, loaded up into the queue. Based. Hey, Michael, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. He says, keep up the good fight. Appreciate you, dude. Thank you so much, Michael. Same thing to Daryl. Thank you for the 5. He says, keep up the good fight, and thank you for being a voice for the new generation. I try my best. I appreciate you, Daryl. Shout out to Michael and Daryl for the two $5 donos over on PayPal. We got Melody loading up into the box. We got a couple people loading up into the box.
Trump.
Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, please and thank you. We got John connecting to the stream right now. Someone in the comment section says, how are you talking so fast? Dude, I could be an auctioneer, man. I know. Welcome in, John. Do you support Trump?
No, I support you.
Okay, John, I appreciate you banned because today we're just looking to talk to Trump supporters. My apologies. We got to ban you. It has to be done. Quite frankly. Moving on to the next guest. We got Brody connecting. We got a bunch of people in the queue connecting. We got Cole connecting. That's Cole with a K. L, do you support Trump?
Yeah, man.
How old are you, L?
19.
Okay, Cole, do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you, Cole?
18.
What year are you born in?
2007.
What month?
December.
So you're turning 19 in December. Okay. All right. I think somebody has a little bit of an echo. Let me see who that is. That's L. L. Man, feel free to fix that echo and hop back inside of the queue once you do. Justin, I see that you're back. Just hang out with us here for a moment, Cole. Justin, what's your source that the Trump administration has stopped the killing of Christians in Nigeria?
Okay, now I will say there's not exact proof of like the whole killing of Nigerians being killed. So like there potentially could be more. Like you wouldn't obviously 100% know. But I know when he first got in office, the CBC was talking about the warning of the killings of in Nigeria, which was what was that? Early 2025, I think. February.
So I'm sorry.
Maybe?
Do you have a source that he stopped the killing of Christians in Nigeria or not, my friend?
I don't have an exact source, but I can show you what they were trying to do, what they were trying to publish. But
well, if you can't give any evidence that he stopped the killing of Christians in Nigeria, well, then you can't provide sufficient corroborating proof for your claim, meaning that this actually isn't good reason to support Trump. And given the fact that he may or may not be stopping the killing of Christians in Nigeria, we don't really know because there's not evidence to indicate one way or another, but he is actively killing Muslims in Iran, like the 160 girls at their elementary school. It seems like there's actually more global persecution of people because of their faith compared to less global persecution because of people because of their faith under Trump, which under your view would actually make you an anti-Trumper.
okay, I will say, I didn't know exactly about much of the Iran war. I know, I don't know exactly how it started and everything. I haven't really been into that. I know I have heard about the Muslims
we're
and
not
stuff,
really talking about the war in Iran. We're just saying you're saying that you support Trump because he's reducing the amount of people that are killed because of their faith globally. Okay, all right, sounds good. Well, actually, there's no evidence that he's doing that because there's no evidence that he stopped the killing of Christians in Nigeria. But there is evidence that because of him, there's been more people that have died, with some first or second order consequence of their faith, such as the 160 girls in an elementary school in Iran. So he's increased the persecution of people globally. So this would be a reason why you're not a Trump supporter, right? It's really easy. It's not too convoluted. It's not too complex. Please respond to the argument.
I get what you're saying, yeah, but then you shift to the Iranian thing. So we're talking about.
Well, it's not a shift. It's just a show that there are more people dying than less people dying.
Yes,
when you
I
came
know
up here and
that,
told me
but
that you
I'm
support
also
Trump
trying to
because
tell
less people are dying.
Okay, I'm trying to tell you, it's not necessarily that less people are dying; it's less Christians are being slaughtered. That's exactly my words I said.
Yeah, you as a Christian
But
shouldn't just
anyways,
care about Christians. Jesus didn't say only
I-
love thy
yes,
neighbor
I know.
if they believe that I'm God. No, he reached out
That's
to everybody. Who's Nicodemus? Who the fuck is Nicodemus? A Jewish Pharisee that is considered a saint within the Christian religion because he was good to Jesus.
So you're kind of like a red tier atheist, so I don't know why you would be talking like that. But anyways, I'd like to say I'm not even trying to be rude to you or anything. But if we're talking about I can go back to February and try and find sources for the documentation that he's lessened the murder in Nigeria. Now he can't completely stop the murder in Nigeria, but I can give you sources that can prove that he has decreased.
Yeah, I just want to know how many lives he saved. I just want to know how many lives he saved, dude.
I mean, there's not gonna be an exact number, but I can pull up.
How about just a
documentation
general
how he slowed
estimate?
it down.
Yeah, I just want a general estimate of how many lives he saved. I feel like that's a really fair ask.
Okay, I got you. All right, and pull it everyone.
Okay, back on pause for his third time. This dude's spending more time up here just kind of hanging out on pause than he is debating. That's fine. At least he's looking for evidence. Let's go to try to get that next Trump supporter loaded up. And I see Lauren down below in that TikTok chat. Welcome in, Lauren. What's going on, Du Bois? What's up, Rika? Appreciate y'all for being here. Welcome in, Trevor. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, please and thank you, guys. Well, Linda, welcome in. Are you MAGA? Okay, Linda's not connected. We're going to get that next guest connected to the stream. We got the smiley face guy. He's loading up. See if he's MAGA. I do apologize for the delay of debates, everybody. Just hang out with us. I know it's taking a moment. Just hang out with us while we're looking for somebody to talk to. Just hang out with us while we're looking for somebody to talk to. This guy's name is MAGA Colt 1986. That's fine. Brody, are you MAGA?
I don't really know.
Okay, Brody. Sorry, we're just going to talk to people who are MAGA. MAGA Colt, do you support Trump?
Hello?
Are you MAGA?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
What year were you born in?
2005.
And why do you support this idiot as president?
I just think you're an absolute faggot, honestly. I just
Okay.
wanted to come
All
up and-
right. Well, we're going to go ahead and try to find a Trump supporter who has more than 3 brain cells and won't crash out and slur in less than 3 seconds, everybody. We got our next guest, Trizzle Deal, connecting to the live stream. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Here we go, everybody. Looking for that next guest. Welcome in, Trizzle. Do you support Trump?
Hello. I do support Trump.
Okay, and what time is it?
It is 11:30 a.m.
Okay.
in Texas.
All right. Yeah, no, it's actually 2:45 or 3:35. depending
Well,
on the time
I'm in
zone.
Texas, so you know time zones and what.
Get out of here. All right, guys. Well, actually, that Christian persecution guest just left. Sayonara. See you later. It's 4:45. Oh, wait, I forget. It's not PST in Mountain. It's Mountain in Central. My bad, guys. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Sammy? Quentin, thank you for the ignition check. I appreciate you. Sammy, are you here? Sammy's not here. You're fucking banned. Moving on to the next guest, because that guest is fucking banned. Welcome into Bunker. Do you support Trump?
Nigger.
Okay, yeah, another crash out MAGA idiot, guys. There's a lot of them. A lot of people that just want to come up here and spam slurs because they can't debate, and because they're very racist, very prejudiced, very stupid. Frankly, look at these 3 brain cells incel chuds living in their mother's basements. And Ben Jacob, let's go to get the next guest connected to the live stream. Listen, we got all the incel chuds that live in their mother's basements coming up onto the live today. A bunch of them, guys, a bunch of them. Where the dude? I mean, they put down their PS4 controller and they paused their Valorant game for the first time in eons, literally since they left their mother's womb to spam a slur in a TikTok live. That's wild. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Anybody, you got 3 seconds to respond. Going once, going twice, and gone. All right, guys. We are struggling to find anybody. Struggling to find anyone. All right. Hey, Ron, I just want to pull you up and let you know that I'm really not interested to hear about your war stories of killing 10-year-old kids. Feel free to leave the queue and keep on scrolling because I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to talk to you, Ron.
Epstein was kicked out of Mar-a-Lago because he found out he was a child molester.
And your son kicked himself out of your house when he figured out that you're a piece of shit. Ron, no interest in talking to you, dude.
You're just afraid to debate.
I'm not afraid to debate you, Ron. You just end up salivating over your war crimes. Not even joking. I've literally no interest whatsoever in hearing stories about how you killed 10-year-old kids when you were in war at Vietnam. No interest in the slightest, dude. It's actually disturbing as hell. Actually disturbing as hell, Ron. I just don't even want to hear it, man. If you didn't come up to me with that energy, if you didn't start off the last 2 conversations talking about how much fun you had when you committed war crimes by killing children, then maybe I'd let you back up. But now that I know that that's who you are, dude, I don't know. Just too far gone for me, man. Harold, thank you so much for the $5 donation over on PayPal. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for the love and support. Thank you. Welcome into You Support Trump.
Yes.
How do you stay?
Long time listener, first time caller.
Nice, man. How do you?
I'm 27.
I don't think that you're MAGA.
Why?
Because the last post on your account is JD Vance putting Cheeto dust on Trump's face.
Yeah, dude, I made that to support him because I was trying to increase his profile.
Okay, buddy. Let me thank 2 people
I swear.
before yours.
Let me explain why I support him.
Yeah. Just one moment. T, appreciate you for the $20 on Super Chat. Thank you. Who says the PS5 has been out since 2020 and Dean is still Dean with a sick burn to say that these incels are still on the PS4. I appreciate you for the $20, T. I don't know, man. The PS4 is the golden standard. The PS5 is pretty cool, though. Appreciate you so much for the $20, T. One more person over on PayPal for now. Gabrielle, thank you so much for the $12. No worries, Gabrielle. Appreciate you so much, man. Let's get another 100 Gabrielle W's. Seriously, guys, thank you so much for supporting me, the stream, and what we do here. If you do want to be able to help support us so we could continue to do this for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week, to ask a question or to get a comment across, you could find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on that other place, and the at's right there, Dean Withers without the E in Withers. If you use the at, just make sure to double check your spelling because there's a bunch of scam accounts out there. Stable T, why the fuck do you support this tyrant?
Okay, look, we got 2 sides, right? One's evil, one is weak and incompetent. At least Trump is kind of funny.
Are you talking about Trump from the back and Trump from the front? Or those are the 2 sides? One's evil, one's weak?
No. I'm talking about the Democrats. Your team, kind of gay, and then we got Trump.
Kind of gay, right?
Gay
So wait.
funny.
So you're just saying that like Democrats are boy kissers? Or I don't understand. Okay, what are you saying? Okay,
I mean,
what's wrong with being a boy kisser? What's the issue here?
Nothing necessarily, but
Okay, so there's nothing wrong with kissing a bunch of boys. So explain to me the critique. Why is this a critique? Can you give an explanation for how the argument follows that because Democrats kiss boys, there's an issue here?
My argument is basically your team sucks, my team sucks.
Wait. Why do Democrats suck because they like kissing boys? What's the issue there?
I mean, not necessarily just because they like kissing boys, but
okay. Well, why does kissing boys make an issue at all? Why is that even part of an issue?
I mean, look, if I were choosing the person to run the country, probably
you take a rapist over a gay man.
Not a rapist. I prefer Trump wouldn't.
Blake, thank you so much for the well diving. Okay, so why wouldn't you want a gay person to be president?
I don't know.
What's that?
Just my personal preference.
Okay, why? Why do you hold this preference?
I mean, I just think that Trump.
No. Well, I mean, unless Trump could have something to do with this conversation if you think the allegations about Bubba are true. But I mean, for the most part, this really isn't about Trump. This is about your preference for not wanting a gay person to be president. So why would you not want a president that's a gay person?
You might be able to convince me to be against Trump if you can confirm that Trump is gay. Because honestly, I think he might.
So the whole rape thing didn't do it. The whole sexual abuse thing didn't do it. The whole best friends with Epstein didn't do it. So you think that being gay is worse than being a rapist?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily? No, the answer should be fuck no. How about this? Why is being gay wrong?
I guess it's not wrong. I guess if I'm just choosing the president. Yeah, we really got stuck on the gay thing.
Oh my God, we're going in circles. I want to know. Well, yeah, you said that you don't like the Democrats because they're gay. So answer the question. Why would it be a bad thing for a gay person to be president? If you do not give me a direct answer to this question, I'm just going to kick you and move on, brother.
I think it's like I meant gay as like annoying more so than like likes boys.
Oh, so you're just using the word gay as like a derogatory insult. Listen, we need to get past using gay as a derogatory insult because that just demonizes gay people, bro. Like for instance, your name is what's your real name?
I feel like they're gonna your fans are gonna crucify me if I tell you my real name.
So make up a name. I don't give a fuck. Just give me a name.
Okay, how about Tom?
Tom, okay. So imagine this. We live in a world where whenever I or anybody sees something we don't like, we say, dude, that's so fucking Tom. Okay? Or right. We see like an action we don't like a super violent, gruesome crime. We say, dude, that's totally something Tom would do. How would you feel? How would you feel, Tom?
I honestly don't think I would care. Like the whole word thing that
you wouldn't care if okay, the whole word because the whole word thing doesn't matter, right?
No, it's like it kind of sucks to be told like what you can and can't say. Like
yeah, are you a Christian?
That, right? No, actually, I'm not.
Are you religious at all?
Not really.
Not really? Okay.
Not really.
But you don't really like think that words matter too much?
To be honest, that's like one of my biggest problems with the Democrats.
Okay,
like
so what's your mom's name?
Dude, I'm not gonna tell you my mom's real name. You get Alice.
Okay. Say I fucking hate Alice and I want her to die if words don't matter.
Just you being mean to my mom. That's
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you say that out loud? Can you say that right now? I fucking hate Alice and I want her to die?
I wouldn't say that about my
Wait,
mom.
why? Because I thought words don't matter.
But that's like you're like
because that's like disrespectful and hurtful to somebody that you know. Okay, well I think when you call things gay because you don't like them, that's disrespectful and hurtful to people that I know.
Okay, do you think the Democrats went too far on like the word policing at all, or do you?
Well,
think
it seems like we just agreed that no. It seems like we just agreed that we haven't. We both agreed, okay, that it's like wrong to say things that are disrespectful and hurtful to others. Okay, you wouldn't say I fucking hate Alice the same way it's like wrong to call people gay. Right?
I'm not gonna say the R word
in the sense that they're being like assholes, referring to like annoying characteristics of their being.
Do you think it's okay to call something that you think is stupid the R word?
No.
Is that allowed?
No, I don't.
Why not?
Because the R word was born out of medical terminology to refer to people with mental disabilities, and the R word is still associated with people today with mental disabilities.
So is idiot. Idiot back in 18 whatever was like the medical diagnosis for somebody stupid, right? And then it like became.
And see, the thing is,
said it all the time.
And the thing is that you're right. I think it's called the euphemism treadmill, where we will create words to refer to things such as mental disabilities, like idiot or moron, and then over time those words will become really derogatory because then people will take those words to refer to people with mental disabilities and then just start referring to people that they don't like with those words. But then over time and generations, those words and then shift and then no longer become attached to the mental disabilities that they were used to diagnose or refer to in the first place. So, like the words idiot and moron went from being medical terminology to derogatory terms in which we shouldn't have said because they still had a relationship and connection to people with disabilities to now being like free and fair language that it's not too derogatory to call somebody an idiot, right? Like that's not a bad thing to do. Like you're an idiot, and I don't feel like I'm like using a slur or anything. Well, the thing is the way to measure this this treadmill of language is just to ask the community in which it affects. Right? So when we ask people with mental disabilities if it personally affects them right, when I call somebody else an idiot, like a Trump supporter, right? Well, the answer is no. So that's why that's not derogatory language to use, because we no longer see a connection between that word idiot and between members of the disabled community. However, when we ask members of the disabled community today, okay, well, do they feel affected? Do they feel hurt when we use the word, use the R word? Okay, well, the answer to that question is yes. I mean, there's like ad campaigns all over social media about people with Down syndrome, for instance, saying, please stop saying the R word. Okay, it's a very hurtful word. I don't like it when people use that, meaning that in society, the way in which we use language, there still yet exists a connection between people with disabilities and the usage of the R word, which is why we shouldn't use that word in society. And honestly, I think I just gave you the best possible explanation for why it is a wrong thing to use the R word, even though there's other words out there like idiot and moron that come from that same place of originally being a medical diagnosis for those with mental disabilities. A much better explanation that I think I've seen on the internet ever. So I really hope that you take this as being meaningful.
Let me take a different approach to this. Me and my MAGA friends, one of the primary issues that people had with not voting for Democrats is that they felt policed by what they could and couldn't say, which felt a little like an overreach. So strategically, if you want your candidates to win, why is this the issue to like really press?
Well, it's not. Like, when did Kamala Harris talk about the R word? No. Like, people in government, listen, people in government weren't talking about the use of the R word. People in government were talking about tax credits for new mothers. People in government were like Kamala Harris, we're talking about tax cuts for the working class. People in government were talking about ensuring that we don't have a dictator like Trump attempt to coup our government and enter democracy. People in government were talking about like foreign relations and preventing a war in Iran. People in government were talking about doing what we can to reduce the price of rent because housing is killing the average American right now. Like, no, these issues are social issues that are more so discussed by communities at large, like conversations between you and me, random people on the internet, conversations in person. And for the most part, these social issues, such as like the usage of derogatory terms like the R word, they're not really like discussed or like pushed by like mainstream politicians entering into general elections. So can you point me towards like one scenario where Kamala Harris talked about how she's going to introduce legislation and act to condemn the use of the R word in government? Can you show me that?
No. Look, it's more of like a democratic cultural thing where like one of their big things is like policing language.
Yeah, I'd rather have one of our big things saying it's wrong to hurt people by using the R word compared to one of our big things saying it's not wrong to rape people and that's why we're going to protect people in the Epstein files and make Trump president, even though he's been held civilly liable for raping E. Jean Carroll. Yeah, that's definitely a better option, man. Yeah, I'm going to side with people that like want to uphold respect and not hurt people, compared to the party that's just totally fine with like fucking over starving kids, killing children in Iran, making a rapist president, demonizing all immigrants, so on and so forth. And by the way, this language policing attitude has been around forever. Okay, do you have a Christian grandma?
No, I don't have anyone Christian in my family.
Oh my God. Okay, well listen, I have a Christian grandma, and if I said, "Oh my God," in front of my Christian grandma, she'd probably be upset with me. If I said, "What the hell," in front of my Christian grandma, she'd probably be upset with me. If I said, "God damn," in front of my Christian grandma, she'd probably be upset with me. And okay, that's fair. That's a faith. Okay, it's wrong to take the name of the Lord in vain. Okay, like this like stereotypical Christian grandma getting mad at the kid who like says, "Oh my God, what the hell, goddamn." I don't really see an issue with it. It's just them upholding respect for their faith. Whatever. Okay, but that's no different in the slightest from maybe me saying, well, it's like wrong to use the R word, because both me and that Christian grandma are coming from the perspective that we need to be respectful, good people who treat society with decorum and want to minimize harm. And there's just certain language that we shouldn't use in a respectful society where we want to treat others with decorum and minimize harm. We've seen this for generations with the phrases that I just used, other explicits, N-word, for instance. And I don't think there's any issue with holding similar attitudes to the R word. But I also think that your argument is being used as a pivot away from what matters the most. Like, I'm not going to lie. I shouldn't be trying to convince you that it's wrong to say the R word. You should just know that. Instead, I should be trying to convince you that it's wrong to kill kids in Iran. I should be trying to convince you that it's wrong to effectively increase taxes on the working class. I should be trying to convince you that it's wrong for Trump to roll back an ACA subsidy, exploding the cost of healthcare for 45 million Americans. It's wrong for Donald Trump to take 10 million low-income Americans off of Medicaid when we already have 51,000 that die every single year via lack of access to healthcare. It's more impactful, okay, when Donald Trump rapes a woman than it is when Dean Withers tells you to stop using the R word. And clearly, if you hold all these preferences against Democrats, you never vote for Kamala Harris because her party says it's wrong to use the R word, well, then why don't I hear you saying you never vote for Trump because he raped a woman?
Dean, let's talk about taxes. Okay, what do you think we should do?
No. Before we go to taxes, answer my question. What's worse, saying we shouldn't use the R word or barging into the dressing rooms of naked women and girls to exploit their naked bodies?
Well, when you frame it like that, obviously barging into the women's dressing room is bad, right?
Okay, and it's worse, right? It's worse than saying we shouldn't use the R word,
but
right?
You're taking two issues and you're ignoring the rest of them, right?
I just want you to answer my question. What's worse? Telling people that we shouldn't use the R word or like committing sexual violence directed towards women and girls?
Obviously, that is worse, but like we're looking
okay, so when you told me that you want to vote for a
issues
Democrat because they tell you not to use the R word, you should have voted for Trump because he admitted to barging into the dressing rooms of naked women and girls.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women.
Dean, I'm not like endorsing. I'm not arguing that this is a good thing. Okay, I'm saying on the language point that I don't like feeling like my speech is not free. Okay. But we're gonna go in circles on the speech thing. Can we talk about taxes for a second? What do you think? The
last thing I'm gonna say here: no Democrat is saying that you don't have the free speech to use the R word, because you do. All that we're saying is that even though you have the free speech to say the R word, you shouldn't say it because it hurts other people. There are many hurtful things that you have the technical legal ability to do.
Look,
okay,
I wouldn't say
that you shouldn't do.
Down syndrome. I wouldn't do that. But I would say it to my boy while we're talking about our other friends.
Respond to what I just said. You made the claim that Democrats want to infringe on your First Amendment of free speech. Can you agree that's not true?
I can't agree that's not true.
Okay, so you think that Democrats want to throw you in jail for saying the R word?
There are words and there are things that are like you can't say it, and like maybe legally you can, but like socially you can't.
Oh my God! So do you think that freedom of speech means being able to say anything with no consequence whatsoever?
Like that is probably I don't think that's how it should be implemented, but that is what freedom of speech is. And I think the Democrats go too far.
That's not what freedom of speech is. Freedom of speech is not freedom of consequence. Okay? Freedom of speech is freedom of infringement, okay, on your liberties at the request of the government. That's what freedom of speech is. That's what freedom of speech has always been. So when you say the R word, and then you get some super light consequence. Okay, if somebody on the left saying, "Hey man, you probably shouldn't use that word. We understand that it's socially popular, but it hurts people with mental disabilities. Try to do better." Okay, right? That's not infringing upon your freedoms, your liberties, your First Amendment. It's just simply attempting to sway you to be a better person, and you're fucking whining about it. You're crying so hard. I can't scream the R word and do whatever I want to without people being like, "Hey, buddy, be a better person." I think that a lot of people on the right want to live in this amoral society where we don't attempt to hold people accountable and push people to be the best versions of themselves possible, where we could get away with not just scream the R word, but I don't know, maybe like raping women or sexually exploiting women and girls like we heard Donald Trump admit to in that clip that you still haven't addressed.
Dean, didn't you say the N word once?
Yes, I was not just once. It was a part of my vocabulary when I was like 14.
Okay,
yes.
We all make mistakes, right? Does that have to? Do you have to get fired for that?
Wait, let me clarify. There's nothing about a mistake of me using the N-word. That's something that I intentionally did. It was a part of my vocabulary. And I don't like it when people use the word mistakes to refer to intentional actions. A mistake is something you do unintentionally. Okay?
So
when I use the N-word, I did so intentionally. Now, that I know the repercussions of the N-word, that I know like the social stigma surrounding it and the impact on marginalized communities, no. Was I using it in a derogatory way directed towards black people? No. But was it a mistake? No. Okay? Right? And I was able to hold myself accountable and become a better person by recognizing that there are some words that we shouldn't use. And I'm sorry that I became a better man than you at 14. And here you are sitting in my life at 20 arguing that I'm infringing on your First Amendment by pushing you to be a better person.
Dean, in the height of woke, you would have been completely cooked if they found that. Right?
Wait, also, are you infringing on my First Amendment speech by demonizing?
No,
listen, you are. No, you're infringing. I'll tell you how you're infringing upon my First Amendment speech because you're saying that you don't like it. No. Let me explain to you how you're infringing upon my First Amendment because you're saying that you don't like it okay, when I use my freedom of speech to communicate to you that it's wrong to use the R word. What's the relevant difference between me communicating to you that it's wrong to use the R word, and then you communicating to me that it's wrong for me to communicate to you that it's wrong to use the R word?
I'm not saying
If I'm infringing on your free speech, then you're infringing on my free speech.
You're allowed to have your opinion. It just became, in my opinion, way too serious. Where like somebody 10 years ago was saying the N-word because at the time they like didn't. What's cooked? This happened to you.
This is so cooked. This is so fucking cooked. Ooh, I'm gonna waste my time on Dean Withers live whining about how I want to use the R word compared to talking about why I support a rapist as president that's projected to kill 14 million people across the globe by defunding USAID. Ooh, I want to waste my time on Dean Withers' lives begging him to stop infringing upon my free speech and right to scream the N-word like Chud the Builder, instead of maybe talking about the fact that 10 million people are losing health care, the price of groceries is going up the most it has in 4 years, and living is like nearly fucking impossible for the average American because of the tariffs, BBB, and Trump's war in Iran.
What do you think we should do about healthcare? I'm interested, genuinely.
What we need to do is to hear an argument from you why Trump is a good president.
I mean, take the healthcare thing. Trump lowered the price of prescription drugs like crazy.
That's not true. You did not.
How is that not true? Have you looked at TrumpRx.gov?
I have looked at TrumpRx.gov, which operates off the GoodRx platform, which is a pre-existing company.
Sure, but like, kind of a good thing that he's popularizing that. The website looks great.
No, I want to clarify. You said that Trump lowered the price of pharmaceuticals. No, GoodRx lowered the price of pharmaceuticals.
Well, what about the whole most favored nation thing?
Once again, the most favored nation thing is just a cool little slogan to refer to the same discounts and coupons that GoodRx already has because it's operating off of their platform.
Don't you think he's working towards trying to get Americans lower prescription drug prices by telling the pharmaceutical companies they have to offer the same low price to Americans as they do any other country?
No, because the price of these pharmaceuticals was already lowered by GoodRx, and he's operating off of their platform. Plus, okay, by the way, lower healthcare costs, that's a pipe dream in Trump's America because he failed to renew an ACA subsidy that is now skyrocketing the healthcare costs for premiums for 45 million Americans reliant on Medicaid through the ACA. Like, genuinely, the premiums of 45 million Americans are going up from like $300 a month to $3,000 a month. So, instead of paying $300 a month in premiums, you're now paying $3,000 a month in premiums. But guess what? Instead of just going to GoodRx.com, you could also go to TrumpRx.gov and get the same coupon codes that you were able to 5 years ago.
When the government subsidizes healthcare, that's not lower. That's not like the taxpayer is still paying a higher cost for healthcare. So
yeah, but have taxes gone down since he cut that subsidy? No.
Sure, but like lowering the cost of healthcare means making deals like most favored nation, where like he actually gets the drug companies to lower prices. It's not offering more.
He's just repeating himself. Stop, dude. You're not. Can you repeat? Can you repeat the counter argument I gave to your claim that Donald Trump is lowering the price of pharmaceuticals? Can you repeat that?
You're saying that he raised the price because he stopped subsidizing them. I'm saying that doesn't count because the taxpayer is still paying the subsidy.
Taxpayers did pay the subsidy, okay? Right. But the only way you could say, right, that, well, subsidizing the cost of healthcare doesn't lower the price of healthcare because it just means that it's subsidized by the taxpayer, is if when we end that subsidy, the taxpayer then saves more and spends less in taxes, so then that money actually goes back into the pockets of the average American. But that's not true. Okay, when he failed to renew that ACA subsidy, it wasn't then to give more back to Americans by reducing their effective taxes, by saving them that. No, if anything, it was just a small chip in our ever-growing debt of over $40 trillion, with funds being redirected towards tax cuts for the top 1% and an additional $300 billion per year for the military. Like, we should absolutely be subsidizing the cost of healthcare because that does materially reduce the price of healthcare for Americans, and I think that you've got to be an idiot to not see that.
I think he's taking a smarter approach by trying to actually lower the cost of healthcare by getting the drug companies to offer lower prices.
Well, I've already responded to this. This is my last time responding to this. Listen to what I'm saying. This is my last time responding to this. He's not trying to get pharmaceutical companies to lower the price of their drugs. He has just simply affixed himself to the GoodRx platform that has already gotten pharmaceutical companies
Yeah, that's
to
step
lower the
one.
price of their
That's step
drugs.
one.
And the
Step
second
two
thing
is
I'll
getting
say
them to
here,
actually do it.
you're interrupting me. I'm going to kick you because I told you to listen to me. You can't be
Go
listening
ahead.
to me when you're speaking over me.
Go ahead, finish.
Okay. Because if you don't listen to me, I'm just going to kick you. And I'm going to make that super duper clear because every single word that is leaving my mouth right now is something that I've already said.
All right, I am all ears.
And on top of attaching himself to the good RX platform, okay, drugs are not the only form of health insurance. Yes, drugs can be expensive, but you know what's even more expensive? Chemotherapy. You know what's even more expensive? A fucking MRI. Those shits can cost $50,000. You know what's even more expensive? Having childbirth is more expensive. Surgery is more expensive. Okay? And these are the healthcare costs that we need subsidized the most. All right? I love GoodRx. They are so beneficial for Americans. And I love the fact that this private company is continually able to get Americans lower healthcare costs for pharmaceutical drugs. But I think the main focus of the government shouldn't be lowering the price of pharmaceutical drugs. That should be a second order focus. The main focus of the government should be lowering the price of healthcare in general. Okay, and that's what Kamala Harris wanted to do. She wanted a single payer public option, and she wanted to limit the max amount of money that individuals could pay for out-of-pocket pharmaceuticals to $2,000 a year. Donald Trump, on the other hand, does not want a single payer public option. He is taking away access to healthcare that already exists through the ACA, making Americans pay upwards of $3,000 a month in premiums that they used to pay $300 a month on, and he's just simply attaching himself to the GoodRx platform, in which has already been built out.
Are you worried that the government's unchecked spending and this like willingness to spend money like crazy is gonna make these healthcare providers just jack up the price more and more, and it's just gonna end up coming out of the taxpayer's pocket as opposed to somebody else?
No.
Why not?
Because the government has more bargaining power. The average cost of healthcare through Medicaid is half as much as the average cost of healthcare through any private insurer in America.
I have never seen the Democrats do something for less money than the private sector. It's
Okay,
always
well, you
more.
have. You have. Public health care. Medicaid,
That's a
Medicare.
Democrat thing?
Yes.
That's been around for hundreds of years. Or not
No.
hundreds.
No. Yeah, and you have Democrats to thank for that.
Okay, I honestly don't know the history that well, so I'm not going to argue with it. It seems to me, I look at things like the California high-speed rail. I look at...
No, don't pivot to the high-speed rail. Respond to what I just said, you weasel. Public health care costs less than private health care because the government has more bargaining power because they insure more people, on top of the fact that they're the fucking government, to get lower prices from these pharmaceutical companies, from these hospitals, from these doctors.
The government doesn't have that strong of an incentive to save your money because they can take...
Dude,
they have
dude,
basically
they do. They do. Well, I repeat, oh my God, you're making me repeat myself a billion times. As it stands, the price of, oh my God, stop talking. Listen to me. You are legitimately fucking insufferable. Like, I'm giving you an argument here that the government has the means to get lower prices for healthcare insofar as what they pay compared to private insurers because they have more bargaining power. They insure more people on top of the fact that they're the fucking government. Okay?
Right.
And they're like, oh, well, they don't have the incentive to save that money because they just spend recklessly. Okay. Well, they do save that money. It is not a theory. It is not a hypothesis. It is an empirical fact that healthcare costs half as much through Medicaid or Medicare compared to private insurers. You could whine and say that they don't have that incentive and reckless spending all you want, but it's an empirical fact that you are wrong.
Dean, you're actually right that they do have the power to like do that. They do have the power to like negotiate and get lower prices. My problem with the Democrats is I don't trust them to do that. Because when I look at the Republicans, it looks like they spend less money and they care more about saving money than the Democrats.
Oh my God. You're wrong about that too. Donald Trump spent $8.6 trillion in his first term. Biden and Harris spent half of that at 4.1. Already this term, in less than a year and a half, Trump has spent $5 trillion. So the Democrats are the savers. But regardless of that, oh my God, you're saying that you don't trust Democrats to do this.
Yes.
They are doing it. Why are we not looking at that fact? We're not debating competing hypotheses of what could happen in the future. Okay, this isn't me telling you that in the future, healthcare costs will be lower through Medicaid and Medicare. This isn't you telling me in the future, healthcare costs will be higher through Medicaid and Medicare. No, this is me telling you that right now, healthcare costs are lower and the government spends less on healthcare than private insurers. It's not a hypothesis of what's to come. It's an empirical description of what already is. You could whine about incentives. You could whine about reckless spending. You could whine about the Democrats. None of it matters because the evidence exists to prove that you are already wrong. Today, Medicaid and Medicare spend half of what private insurers do on the same health care.
Okay. Maybe you're right. Honestly, maybe you're right. I think it's more just like a perception problem where I look at the Democrats, I look at the Republicans, and
It took me repeating that 10 times for him to say, maybe you're right, and then went on to say that there's still a problem. I'm kicking that dude. I'm kicking that fool. He's fucking out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
We are Dean Weather.
Banned. Moving on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue of your MAGA, please, and thank you. Get out of here. Get out of my stream. Yo, Apple Blossom, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. Thank you. Apple Blossom with a 20. Didn't attach a message to that dono, just send it right on through. Thank you so much. Let's get 200 Apple W's down below. Seriously, thank you so much for the kind contribution. I'm going to use that to pay my therapy bills because clearly that's something that I need. I'm losing my mind, folks. I'm losing my goddamn mind. T, appreciate you for the $20 on Super Chat as well. Let's get another 200 TWs. Thank you, T. Once again, you're the GOAT. T with the 20 says the only billionaire working to reduce the price of pharmaceuticals is Mark Cuban. The rest are just all lies and lip service from the rich and powerful. True that. You're right about that. Thank you so much for the love. And Omega, thank you for the $20 as well. You says Cheeto just likes to put his name on stuff. There's lots of precedent to back that up. Oh yeah, like the infrastructure projects from Biden's infrastructure bill. Trump is literally putting his name on them today. Thank you for the $20, T. And then Lord T, who's actually another person. Thank you for the $10, who says, okay, I can't read that, but I appreciate you for the $10. Well, I can't read that. On Venmo, thank you, Jennifer, for the $5. Abby, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate you so much for that love. Thank you. Says Tom said, I don't like it when people police my language, and yeah, I don't like it when people assault and violate women. So you would have silenced him. Wow, so true. Jocelyn, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Thank you, Jocelyn. That is Jocelyn. Jocelyn with the $20 says, you are so very intelligent. I can't even begin to process how you store all that information in your head. I feel so privileged being able to watch your lives. Whoa, I feel privileged having you here, Jocelyn. You're awesome. I've never done this before, but I believe it's for an incredibly good cause. Thank you for what you do. Oh, Jocelyn, thank you. I'm so very proud of the fact and happy in the fact that I could be the first streamer you've ever donated to. Wow. That's huge. Thank you, Jocelyn. You were awesome. Shayla, thank you for the $5. Patrick, thank you for the $5. Over on PayPal, thank you so much for the $50. Victoria. Holy crap. Thank you, Victoria. You guys are being so kind today. I want to see 500 Victoria W's down below in that chat. Thank you so very much. Genuinely, that is beyond kind of you. Thank you, Victoria. Victoria with the 50 big ones says, thank you for all the work that you do. You are truly a great person in standing up and doing something. Keep it up. Hope to see you in mainstream politics in the near future. Well, you might. You just might, Victoria. I think that just might be the inevitable path. Thank you so much for the $50. That is a huge contribution and donation to me, the streams, and what we do here. I'm so very grateful for you and your very kind words. All the love in the world to you. Show some love to Victoria the GOAT for the massive dono down below. Rachel and Rebel, I appreciate the two of you guys for the $20 donations. 200 Rachel W's and 200 Rebel W's. Thank y'all. Rachel with the 20 says, I watch from Ireland and honestly appreciate you and Parker so much. There's so much prejudice and racism that could be resolved with a bit of education. I know, right? Yeah, intellectualism is the defeat of bigotry, and hopefully we could all be a little bit more intellectual and critically think, right? Rebel with the 20 says, if you look at how the disabled community has been historically treated, you'd realize why it's so horrible to use the R word. Research the state asylums. Also, I couldn't agree more, Rebel. 110%. They're one of the most vulnerable communities in this country, and I think that we need to acknowledge that and treat that with respect. Thank you for the $20. And then Dorian and Joe and Howell, I appreciate you guys for the $10. So these are the last two donos for now. Dorian with the 10 says, from a non-binary career person, thank you for being an ally. Well, I appreciate you for the $10, Dorian. man. You're awesome. And then Howl, HOWL with a $10 says, hey, Dean, debate me on TikTok Live. I want to debate you on something I believe you haven't yet. Well, are you a Trump supporter? Feel free to let me know. I speak American. Do you support Trump?
I do.
Honestly, I don't even think I need to ask you that question. I speak American. What an idiot. What an idiot. Is American a language?
No, this is just my username.
Okay, well, what does the username say? I speak
I
American.
speak American.
I know.
Yeah,
so
it's a
that's
funny
treating
username.
what? That's treating what? American is a language, right?
Yeah, American English.
American English?
Yeah. we
So what's
say
the
elevator
difference?
Instead of lift, we say parking lot instead of car park. Stuff like that.
Do you think that Espanol is American?
No, Spanish is not American.
Don't people speak Spanish in America?
Some people speak Arabic in America. Doesn't mean we speak Arabic in America.
Well, I mean, we have what? Like 36 countries in North America and most of South America, if not all of South America, where the predominant language is Spanish?
Well, North America and South America are not the same thing as America.
Well, I don't know. I actually think that America is representative of North and South America. I think that what you're referring to is the United States of America. Hey, listen, you said that you're a Trump supporter. Got a big issue with you. The economy's in the drain because of him. Name one macroeconomic indicator that's better off today than it was a year and a half ago under Biden.
I don't know. I don't follow economic numbers that much. I voted him for mass deportations.
Eesh. Well, even if it's killing the economy?
It's not killing the economy.
Well, if it was killing the economy, would you still support it?
Yeah, it needs to be done.
Eesh, even if it just destroys the economy. What if it increases
it's not
crime
gonna destroy
rates?
the economy. It's going to open up jobs.
Well, I know you said if it destroyed the
People are gonna-
economy, you would still support it.
Well, by destroy the economy, you mean looking at statistics that have been kind of skewed by immigration.
Because I like your use of the word skewed. So that's what we call an appeal to ethos, emotion, right? Is when you say immigrants skew the economy, when in all reality what you mean is that immigrants are a very positive impact on the economy.
Well, if you add 15 million people
Oh,
to
man.
the country, it's going
That's
to
funny.
raise GDP, but it doesn't.
Well, we're not
actually
just talking about GDP. We're
quality
talking
of
about
life
real
goes
median
up.
wages. We're talking about jobs. We're talking about investment. We're talking about just
Okay.
general
Well, let's do the
transactional
median
productivity.
wages.
Like we see a study from the Cato Institute. The Cato Institute tells us that immigration in America in the last 30 years has increased real median wages, produced a $14.8 trillion
lie.
surplus. So you think that the Cato Institute got it wrong?
Median wages, real median wages. If you take into account inflation, the wages today suck compared to 50 years ago. Suck compared to the Hart-Celler Act when the Hart-Celler Act was passed. If you got rid of illegal aliens today, the lowest paid people in the country, median wages would undeniably go up.
Okay. So answer
Just
this
math.
question. So you're talking specifically about undocumented immigrants. We could have a conversation specifically about undocumented immigrants. That's fine. But I gave you a study from the Cato Institute that says real median wages have gone up because of immigration, which also includes legal immigration. And you said that was a lie. So what's your counter argument there?
Well, how much does a house cost today compared to 60 years ago?
Yeah, much more.
Yeah, much more. Everything costs more compared to wages 60 years
Yeah.
ago. 60
Yeah.
years ago, wages were much better, and there was much lower immigration.
Okay. So, this is just what we'd call a correlation causation fallacy. There's also less U.S. citizens. So,
Less
very
US
similarly,
citizens
I
than
could say
60
using that
years
same
ago?
data, I could say that actually immigrants have an upward pressure on wages, but U.S. citizens that were born here, have a downward pressure on wages, because when we look at the price of every commodity and good sold in America, they were much higher today than they were 30 years ago. Not to mention that we're talking about increase in real median wages. An increase in wages is different than an increase in the price of goods. But correlation causation fallacy aside, try your best to once again refute the conclusion formed by the Cato Institute that tells us that immigration has had an upward pressure on median wages. Now, even if you hold to the position that real median wages have gone down over the course of the last 30 years, which, by the way, is not something that the Bureau of Labor Statistics tells us. They say they've gone up over the last 30 years. Well, this doesn't mean that immigrants are not an upward pressure on those wages. It just means that even in consideration of their upward pressure, there's more downward pressure.
It sounds like your argument's correlation causation because I haven't seen any causation in how immigrants raise wages.
Oh, yes, you have. I gave you a study to prove it. That's also a burden
The Cato
shift, though.
Institute's completely biased. It's a libertarian source.
Right, and
Libertarians
libertarian
want
is
open
what?
borders.
Right-leaning.
No, libertarians are weird because they want open borders. They want the least amount of government. I just want government in
Those are
different places than liberals
anarcho-libertarians.
do.
Listen, am I biased?
Yeah.
Okay. Does that mean that I can't say things that are true?
No, you could say things that are true.
Okay, so the Cato Institute could also say things that are true. So just simply saying that you think they're biased is not a sufficient rebuttal to the study in which they conducted. So could you point out to me the specific critique of their methodology, please?
Well, you said that they said that real median wages have gone up.
No, I said
And
that
the
they said
fact
immigrants
is-
have had an upward pressure on real median wages. There's a technical difference between those two claims.
Yeah, that's iffy because they're working for lower wages.
Immigrants?
Yeah, they're working for lower wages.
Yeah, what's your source that legal immigrants work for lower wages?
Are they working for higher wages than U.S. citizens?
I don't know why you're asking me a question. You're supposed to be providing a source.
I don't have a source that they illegal aliens obviously work for less.
There's significantly more legal immigrants in America than undocumented immigrants. And I asked you for a source that legal immigrants.
How many legal immigrants
work for lower wages on average?
How many legal immigrants?
Yeah, I'll tell you the exact number of how many undocumented immigrants are in America after you could give me a source for your claim that legal immigrants work for lower wages on average with the same qualifications, with the same history, with the same background, for the same job as natural U.S.-born citizens. Please and thank you.
I don't have a source for that.
Okay, so then don't say shit you can't prove, buddy. That's like
Well,
debate
we were
101.
talking about, I told you we were talking about illegal aliens.
No, I already clarified that the source that I'm giving you from the Cato
Okay, yeah, you're
Institute
going for
is
the
talking about
Cato-
all immigrants, by the way, including undocumented immigrants.
Yeah, that's completely not fair because illegal aliens work for under the table. Employers don't pay payroll tax. The illegal aliens are responsible for their own payroll tax.
Then
They
why
can
does the
write
IRS
them
tell
job.
us that undocumented immigrants pay upwards of $100 billion per year on the federal, state, and local level?
Okay, compare that to citizens. How much do citizens pay on the local, state, and federal level?
Much more. Undocumented immigrants account for around 3 to 5% of taxes paid in the country. But this is actually contrary to your claim that they don't pay taxes at all. Because I'd say that $100 billion is a much bigger number than
I said
zero.
employers don't pay the payroll taxes, so it's easier to hire an illegal alien.
Oh no,
and pay
bullshit!
them under the
You
table than-
gotta
yeah,
you
it
gotta
is.
pay taxes. You gotta pay payroll taxes in an employer for any W-2 employee. Okay, that's the law. And because of
Yeah,
Obama, shout out to
illegal
Blue,
aliens
you
work
could
on
actually hire
1099s.
undocumented immigrants as W-2 employees with the use of ITINs.
No, you can't. You need a
Yes.
social security for W-2.
No, you need a SSN or an ITIN, which is an individual taxpayer identification number. I
You
thought that you were
can't use
smarter
an
than this.
ITIN for a W-2.
Prove it.
Prove it. Look it up.
Okay. Can you use an ITIN for a W-2? In the meantime, guys, make sure that you hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Please and thank you. Preemptively, it actually looks like you might be right.
Yeah, employers don't pay payroll tax when they hire illegal
moment.
aliens. That's why
We
there's so
found the
many
return under
working
the ITIN,
restaurants.
the W-2, the SSN as reported on the W-2. Everything should match up. Omar the full SSN was shown on the W-2. Wasn't redacted. Oh, wow. I actually think that you are correct.
Thank you.
So
will you
yeah,
agree
it
that
looks like for undocumented immigrants. No, this is actually a huge revelation. I'll be talking about this a lot in the debate. So yeah, in order for undocumented immigrants to work a job, they do have to work as independent contractors, so like through W-9s or 1099s as an independent contractor, which then would mean that an employer is not paying payroll tax. So this is only gives us more reason to endorse and support mass amnesty, which is to offer undocumented immigrants a pathway to residency or citizenship in this country, so then they can work as W-2 employers, so that our government could get even more money from American businesses through the payroll tax that would be paid if they could work as a W-2 employer. Honestly, you were right about that completely, but this only gives us
Except
more
then you don't
reason
have
to
a- you
offer
don't
them a
have
pathway to
cheap labor
residency or
anymore.
citizenship, because these companies will go from paying no payroll tax for the employment of undocumented immigrants to a shit ton of payroll tax for the employment of now legal immigrants
But
because
then
they have
they're not cheap
SSNs.
labor anymore. Then they're working those jobs for citizen wages. which
Even
means
better. So then that means that
which
we
means
increase real
products
median wages
become
even more.
expenses. That means products get more expensive.
Okay, so you think that the more that they pay their employees, the more products get expensive. So you think that we should just continue to have them work for like dirt cheap?
No, I think we should deport them and let citizens take those jobs.
Okay, because then the economy will be better. Okay, well that's
because
also
then citizens
false.
will get jobs.
Okay, wait,
and
remember
then there'd be
earlier?
fewer people on unemployment.
Okay, so the first thing that I'll say here, specifically about your claim that the price of goods would get more expensive if we were to do mass amnesty, I would love for you to like give me a source on that. That we would expect there to be like hyperinflation in the economy.
Well, you
if we
said
offered
we'd
them a
have to
pathway
pay them
residency or
more.
citizenship. How about this? Do you disagree with unions?
I don't know enough about unions, to be honest with you.
Okay, so unions are a form of collective bargaining where the employers will like band together to bargain against, the employees will band together to bargain against the employers. Unions can actually, in most circumstances, help people get paid higher wages, better benefits, better labor protections, just because it gives the collective more bargaining power against the employers. So knowing like the bare minimum about unions, they help people get paid more. Do you support unions?
I guess because unions, I'm guessing those are mostly W-2 employees, and those are citizens. And I think that when you have a class of illegal aliens that's willing to work for less, you're really taking away the bargaining power of those citizens. You're taking away when you have more workers, especially workers that are willing to work for less, you're taking away the power and the...
So is that just a yes?
Yeah, sure.
Cool, you just contradicted yourself. You said that you disagree with mass amnesty because that would mean that undocumented immigrants are getting paid more and that would cause inflation, yet unions help people get paid more, but you support unions. So if you don't support mass amnesty, then you shouldn't support unions.
Well, I
because
want
mass amnesty
citizens
would
to
have
get
the
paid more,
real...
not illegal aliens.
Okay, so
Not
if
people who
undocumented
broke the
immigrants were
law.
given a pathway to amnesty, then they would be citizens. So then it would be citizens paying more.
Yeah, that's circular logic because you're saying, oh, well, I'm just going to redefine what a citizen is. I'm going to include all these people that came in illegally who really shouldn't be here.
No,
And
it's not
now they're-
redefining what a citizen is. It's making the undocumented immigrants meet that definition that already exists of what a citizen is.
Okay, what's an American? What's a citizen?
A citizen of the United States of America is somebody who is inside of the United States of America and possesses citizenship.
You're using a term that within the definition of a term.
No. Technically, the word citizen is different than the word citizenship. A citizen is somebody that possesses citizenship of America.
What's citizenship?
I don't know. Let's look up the legal definition. Definition. The legal status of being a member of the United States, which grants you fundamental constitutional rights, permanent protection, and civic responsibilities.
Yeah, these people, these illegal aliens, are not citizens. They're not us. They're not part of us. They came in illegally.
Well, they would be if they were given amnesty.
Yeah, so should we just give everybody amnesty?
I do think that we should give
ridiculous.
every undocumented immigrant that's in the country, outside of like bad criminals, amnesty. Absolutely.
So if you have illegal aliens that cross the border, you give them amnesty. You give people that overstayed their visa amnesty. Can I ask you, what's the purpose of a visa? Why even have a visa process?
To allow people to come into America, see if they like it, work here, stay here, hang out here.
Yeah, but why have that at all?
Why have that at all? To allow individuals to see if they like it here without like having them go through the strenuous process.
Yeah, but you're going to let people cut the line.
Years.
You're going to let people cut the line. Why have it at all?
Because we don't intend to perpetually give mass amnesty to undocumented immigrants. I would say that we should give mass amnesty to the undocumented immigrants who are already here. And then for the future, we need to expedite the means of legal entry into the nation and essentially prohibit or thereby prevent 99.9% of all undocumented entry, because the vast majority of undocumented immigrants are not here because they're violent criminals who wouldn't be eligible for the legal means of entry, but rather because the legal means of entry just simply take way too damn long and cost way too much. But if we're able to completely fix those legal means of entry, make them take like no time at all, make them cost close to nothing, well, then the only undocumented immigrants that would be left would be, the true individuals that wouldn't be eligible for the legal means of entry. Those would be vetted out like violent criminals, bad criminals, and I don't think that they should be given amnesty. So I think that like amnesty is like one part of the one-time solution for the issue of immigration that we already have on our hands. And if it were coupled with all the other things that I said, then we likely wouldn't need to ever do it again.
Well, there's several problems with that, Dean. First off, we've done amnesty before. Reagan did it. I think Clinton did it too.
Reagan did it,
Wait,
but we
no,
just didn't fix the immigration law as well. So that's why we need to do it again. Because when we did it in the past, we didn't conjunct that with also fixing the immigration law in the books.
Well, as a nation, we voted for less immigration. It's not our duty to. Our country is not for foreigners just to come in whenever they want. If we as a country say we want fewer immigrants, it doesn't give someone the right to come in illegally because it's harder now.
Okay.
And as a country, we've decided we want fewer immigrants.
Which is exactly why our country is so fucking stupid, dude. Yeah, we want fewer immigrants and a rapist president, cut off funding to USAID, kill 14 million people, violate the Constitution, and boast about barging into the dressing rooms of naked women and girls. I know, our country's fucking stupid, which is why I do these live streams, man. Like, yeah, I'm trying to lay out the groundwork for a hopeful future of this country where we as a people of this country can do better, brother.
How many immigrants do you think we should allow in maximum?
I'm okay with around 2 to 3% population growth per year.
2 to 3%. That is, I need to do the math. So current population is 330 million. 1% of that is 3 million. 2 to 3 million per year is 6 to 10 million per year.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's insane. Right now we're at like 1 million a year. Or at least in our visa process.
What do you think we should be at?
I think we should be around probably 300,000-400,000 max.
Okay, so you just think that immigration is bad for the country?
Yeah, I think it lowers the bargaining power of workers.
So then contend with the study done by the Cato Institute that proves you wrong, increases the bargaining power of the workers, increases real median wages, and has produced a $14.8 trillion surplus over the last 30 years, has essentially prevented 3 recessions. Undocumented immigrants make more on average and take less from the government on average. And like every single conceivable economic sense, immigration is a benefit for this nation. And because of that study from the Cato Institute, I'd say that you're wrong, frankly.
Yeah, that study is BS.
You haven't even seen it. You don't know it's BS. You learned about that study when you joined my live stream.
Gone up over the past 60 years.
Any study that says immigrants have an upward pressure on wages is BS just because you think it is. Because guess what? You have a selection bias because you're a tribalistic asshole. You don't actually build your beliefs off of the evidence that exists. You don't build your beliefs off of a true measure of reality. You build your beliefs off of your bigotry and prejudice. Like, chances are you're like low key some like racist scumbag who just hates seeing black and brown people, and you want America to be this white country. So then you're like, well, we need to limit immigration, and you use that as a dog whistle for your racist bigotry. And the reason why I say that is because whenever I give you any damning evidence that you're just simply wrong on the subject matter, such as the study from the Cato Institute, well then without even looking at it, you just call it bullshit. And that's bullshit. Think about it this way. Think about it this way. Earlier, when you made the claim that you can't work as a W-2 employee, okay, with an ITIN, I was like, oh, that's probably wrong, but let me look it up. So then I looked it up, I looked at the facts. The facts proved me wrong, proved you right. That I was like, okay, all right, I can see that point. What do we do now? But you, on the other hand, when I give you the facts, a study from the Cato Institute that proves you wrong, you don't look it up, you don't investigate the study, you don't attest to the methodology. Okay, well, you just appeal to your own incredulity and argue that the study is bullshit without even researching it in the slightest.
Well, do you think wages
That's
have gone
problematic.
up in the past 30 years?
I think that immigrants have an upward pressure on real median wages. Regardless of wages have gone up or down, it doesn't matter. That's irrespective to the fact that according to the study done by the Cato Institute, immigrants have an upward pressure.
How? How do they raise wages?
Go read the methodology of the Cato Institute study. You want to read it together?
Okay, so you don't know how the wages have risen.
Well, I know that they have risen because that's what the Cato Institute reports. Would you like to read through the methodology together?
Yeah, let's see how I want to see how immigrants raise wages, because it seems like when you have more workers and the same number of jobs, workers are going to be paid less
via the creation of
because
jobs.
There's more competition.
Holy shit! Because what happens when people work is they make money. Okay, then when people make money, some of that they spend on what they need to live. But then when they have a bunch of money, then on top of spending what they need to live, they also invest some of that into these companies, giving them more capital to grow and to prosper, right? So then typically there's more businesses that are operating in the market, and there's more businesses that are operating in the market. Alongside with labor reform, people can get higher wages. But no,
by this logic, the most populated
I would just love to see
have the most economic activity.
I would just love to see your critique of the Cato Institute study. Can you like
Yeah.
give me any type of like critique of that study, like a counter study?
A counter study? I don't have a study with me.
No, you don't. Okay, you don't. So watch this. If you don't support things you think reduce the purchasing power of the working class, then you shouldn't support Trump because according to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, the Big Beautiful Bill reduces the purchasing power of the average American. His war in Iran is skyrocketing prices, increased the price of oil the most in a month since the Vietnam War, and increased the price of groceries the most in a month in 4 years. And inflation is at a recent high at 3.8%. Well, the feds are saying if he never implemented his tariffs, we'd be at pre-pandemic levels of inflation. So Donald Trump is reducing the purchasing power of the average American, which has the same effective impact, okay, of reduction in real median wage growth. So please go ahead and concede that you shouldn't support Trump because he's bad for wages and he's bad for purchasing power.
Well, if he was able to do mass deportations without these judges getting involved, wages would undeniably go up because these farmers, these people would not be able to hire illegal aliens to do jobs that they would have
Well,
to pay
all
citizens.
these-
They'd have to
all-
pay
all
citizens
these-
a
all
decent
these-
wage,
all these
and they'd have
could
to pay
haves.
payroll tax.
All these would have, could haves. All these would have, could haves. As it stands, the Trump administration is significantly reducing the purchasing power of the average American. If you don't like things that reduce the purchasing power of the average American, you shouldn't like Trump.
Well, this is all in the short term. In the long term, after mass deportations, wages are bound to go up because there's fewer workers. Workers are more valuable.
How about
and that
this?
will
Give me a
be-
study on it. Show me a study that Donald Trump's efforts on immigration will ultimately usurp the counterbalances of the war in Iran, will ultimately usurp the counterbalances of the tariffs, will ultimately usurp the negative impact of the Big Beautiful Bill, and all things considered with a bow and a tie on it. The long-term effect of the Trump administration will be more purchasing power for the working class. Go to give me a source.
Well,
on
you want me. There are some concessions. Like the war on Iran is probably not good for the purchasing power of the average American. But the fact is, we can't allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon.
Okay. Well, then Donald Trump shouldn't have pulled us outside of the JCPOA. But where's that study at, my friend?
I don't have a study. I'm on my phone.
Okay, so then you don't have sufficient evidence to prove that what you're saying here is right. Because see, I have a study that proves immigrants have an upward pressure on real median wages. You don't have a counter study to that or legitimate critique to the
Studies
methodology
don't
of
prove,
that study.
Studies are just evidence.
Okay, studies are evidence. Okay, so we have evidence then that it is the case that they increase real median wages. Meanwhile, we don't have evidence that they reduce real median wages. Also, to say that studies don't prove is absolute bullshit. I want to clarify that studies absolutely one moment. Studies absolutely prove things. That is a dumbass claim for you to make.
Studies, no, only 30-40% of studies are actually correct. The idea that studies prove things is BS.
So how do you know that this study is a part of those that don't prove things that is incorrect?
I don't know. I don't know, but I do know.
Okay,
I do know
okay.
things were more
And
expensive
do you have any studies
now
that like
than 30
tell
years
us
ago, and wages have not caught up.
Okay, and how do you know that? According to what study?
That wages haven't gone up on average.
Well, yeah, because according to the Bureau of Labor
Compared to cost of
Statistics,
living?
according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics,
I mean, I just thought it was
real
I just
median
thought it was
wages
a
have
known fact.
increased. But even if that is true, right, which it isn't, according to the BLS, real median wages have continually increased. This doesn't mean that immigration is a downward pressure on wages.
I don't know how it'd be an upward pressure.
Because that's what the studies say.
That's what your study says. It's just
So what your study says otherwise.
A study is not the word of God.
Okay, well, it is the best and most methodical means, okay, to the disposal of humanity that we could use to attempt to yield conclusions about the world we live in while maintaining consistency and objectivity. Okay, so if all the evidence, okay, from the studies conducted on the subject matter with methodology that we can't critique says this, that immigrants have an upward pressure on real median wages, then you can't just belligerently disagree because you want to.
Well, I think immigration in general, especially illegal immigration, is also bad.
Exactly.
For us culturally.
Keyword you think. Oh, culturally.
Well, bad for us culture. Yeah, culturally, I think it's bad for us too.
Okay, so we're just completely moving on from the economic argument. That's fine. So is immigration bad for a country culturally?
Well, we're allowing in people that don't respect our laws. If they did, they would get a visa. Yeah, they're crossing the border illegally when they know their countries have similar laws not to come in illegally. They're working illegally. They're oftentimes they're oftentimes cheating their taxes. Pretty common knowledge that someone commits a crime, they're probably doing other crimes. We're not being able to vet these people, and if they're the visa overstays, they didn't cross illegally, then they're violating the conditions of their visa, which means they don't agree, they don't respect contracts, which is basically what a visa is.
Anything else?
Yeah, I think it's better that we have people that respect our country instead of people that don't respect.
Okay, but they don't respect the country because they don't respect your laws, they cheat on their taxes. If somebody's committed one crime, they're probably committing other crimes, and they don't respect contracts. Okay, so Donald Trump is bad for America culturally because he doesn't respect our laws. He's a convicted 34-count felon who's held civilly liable for raping a woman, on top of being held civilly liable for defrauding his own university in New York, on top of all the J6 coup shit. Your second claim was cheating on his taxes. Okay, well, Donald Trump has actually now barred the federal government for even investigating him for potentially cheating on his taxes for any tax return up until this point in time, meaning that Donald Trump could have not paid $50 billion in taxes up until this point in his life, and the government can't even audit him for that. I'd say the only reason why you wouldn't want the government to audit him for that is because he hasn't paid taxes. There'd literally be no other reason to take this negative PR hit. So Donald Trump doesn't cheat. He cheats on his taxes. Your third claim is, well, if somebody is committing one crime, they're probably committing other crimes. Well, Donald Trump has committed a bunch. He's been found guilty of a bunch. So that point applies to him too. And your fourth point was, well, he doesn't respect contracts. Okay. Well, the American people gave him a 4-year contract to serve as our president, started in 2017. That contract expired on January 21st of 2021. He certainly didn't respect that contract. Look at what happened on J6 and other contracts, like not paying his contractors for some of his real estate development properties in the 90s. Straight up, I mean, news has been breaking about that for the last 30 years. So it seems like all 4 of the points that you made here apply to Trump. So it seems like Trump is bad for the culture of America.
Well, Trump's a U.S. citizen.
Okay, that doesn't change the fact that he's bad for the culture. That doesn't change the fact that he's bad for the culture of America. I specifically asked you why you think that immigrants are bad for the culture of America. You gave me 4 points. Okay, so in other words, your argument is if these 4 points are true of an individual, then the individual does not respect the culture of America and is bad for the culture of America. So because these 4 points are true of Trump, then it necessarily follows, given your argument, that Donald Trump is bad for the culture of America. The only way that you could argue the immigrants are bad. No, I'm not, because we're comparing the reasons. I could explain to you why I'm not. I'm not comparing immigrants to Trump.
I'm comparing
the motivating factors. I asked you, why are these not even just undocumented immigrants? We were talking about legal immigrants too, and you said it's because they are bad for the culture of America. And you said, well, the reasons why these individuals are bad for the culture of America are because these individuals do these 4 things. So that is individually evaluating each individual of like the millions of immigrants that are in our country. And you're saying if this individual is X, Y, Z, and so on and so forth, then this individual is bad for the culture of America. Your 4 preliminary claims were if this individual doesn't respect their laws, cheats their taxes, if they commit one crime, they're probably committing others, and they don't respect contracts, then this individual is bad for the culture of America. Donald Trump fulfills all 4 of those rules. Therefore, Trump is bad for the culture of America.
Yeah, if Trump were a foreigner, I wouldn't let him in the country. But I voted for Trump to enforce immigration law.
Wait. Did you say that immigrants were bad for the culture of America because they're immigrants? Or did you say that immigrants were bad for the culture of America because they don't respect our laws, cheat on their taxes, if somebody's committed a crime, they've probably committed others, and they don't respect contracts?
Yeah, and the thing is, you know what we can do about illegal aliens? We can kick them out of the country.
No, you're not answering my question. I'll ask my question again because you're not tracking. Did you say that immigrants are bad for the culture of America? Oh, I'm sorry. This guy's crashing out because he's losing the debate. Sit down, puppy. I'm going to go and ask you the question again. The question is very simple. Did you say that immigrants are bad for the culture of America because they're immigrants? Or did you say the immigrants are bad for the culture of America because they don't respect our laws, cheat on their taxes, if they've committed one crime, they probably committed others, and they don't respect contracts? I gave you 2 options there, A and B. Okay, so you said immigrants are bad for the culture of America because they don't respect your laws, cheat on their taxes. If they've committed one crime, they've likely committed others, and they don't respect contracts. So in other words, what you're saying here is if an individual fulfills those 4 criteria, then that individual is bad for the culture of this country, right?
Well, yeah, they can be bad for the culture of this country. I'd say if Donald Trump is a foreigner and he wants to come to America, I'd deny him. But Trump's a U.S. citizen, and I didn't vote for Trump to come into the country. You're not listening here.
You agreed. You agreed. Listen, you agreed the reason why you think that immigrants are bad for the culture of America isn't because they're immigrants. isn't because they're foreigners, but is rather because they fulfill these 4 characteristics that could also be fulfilled by a citizen. So in other words, if a citizen
the fact
does
that they're
fulfill these 4
foreigners mean we can kick
characteristics,
them out.
then they're bad for the culture of the country, just like the citizen, right? Like, do you agree that if a citizen fulfills these same 4 characteristics, don't respect our laws, cheats on their taxes, if they've committed one crime, they've likely committed others, and they don't respect contracts, then that citizen is bad for the culture of this country?
Yeah, but we can't deport a citizen.
Wait, so you said yes. So I just want to clarify, then you think that Donald Trump is bad for the culture of this country, right?
It's possible, yeah, as a person.
No,
yeah,
it's not
sure.
a possibility. It's not a possibility. It's an
As a
assurity.
person, sure.
Okay, so then as a person, Donald Trump is bad for the culture of America. You're right. We can't kick him out of the country, but we can kick him out of the Oval Office. So in the same way that you want to remove immigrants from this country because you think that they are bad for the culture of this country, then you'd also single-handedly support removing Donald Trump from any position of power, such as the Oval Office, because he's bad for the culture of this country.
That's not what I said.
That's the natural entailment of this view, because you want to remove things from the country, okay, that are bad for the culture of the country. This was your argument for mass deportation. So in other words, you want to reduce the level of harm that is caused on American culture, and it seems to be the case that one really good way we could do that is by kicking Trump out of the Oval.
No, I think it's... I vote for Trump to enforce immigration law. I didn't vote for Trump for his personality.
Okay, so then you don't care about grave impediments upon the culture of this country, because you could be president and from the Oval Office break our laws, from the Oval Office cheat on your taxes, from the Oval Office not respect contracts, from the Oval Office defend you for the fact that you raped a woman, from the Oval Office defend the fact that you're okay with barging into the dressing rooms of women and girls, from the Oval Office call for the termination of the Constitution, from the Oval Office infringe on 7 of our amendments. But you don't care. You still want that person in the Oval Office, which means that this is just simply a red herring argument that you're making here as it would relate to immigrants, and it is just yet another way that you've attempted to find to justify your bigotry. Because when they're brown, guess what? Their sin is so grave, we need to get them out of the country. Okay, but when they're white and a billionaire in the Oval Office, you don't really care at all, and you still want them to run the country. Like, can we agree that Donald Trump barging into the dressing rooms of naked women and girls, laughing it off, then calling it funny, then making that man president is a much more strict and severe encroachment upon the moral fabric of this nation compared to
Absolutely
like a single mother of 5 coming into this country as an undocumented immigrant to generate a living for her and her family?
No, millions of people illegally entering my country is violating the sovereignty of my country.
No,
Whereas
I asked you a very clear
voted for
question. I'm going to
Trump.
ask it again. What's more serious, one person being an undocumented immigrant, or Donald Trump boasting about barging into the dressing rooms of naked women to look at their naked bodies to sexually exploit them, calling it funny, being proud in it, then becoming president? Like, which one of those 2 actions is worse?
Illegally entering a country is way worse than enforcing immigration law.
Okay, so I just want to clarify. You would rather a man sexually exploit your wife or daughter than illegally enter into America?
No, you're comparing way different things now.
Well, I'm just asking you, which one of these 2 options is worse?
No, it's much worse to do whatever to my wife and daughter, but...
So then you agree that
that's
Donald
not
Trump
the
is
real
guilty
life.
of a...
That's not
So I
real
just want to
life.
clarify that you think that Donald Trump is guilty of sins greater than that of the average undocumented immigrant, right?
No, you're just giving hypotheticals. I don't actually...
No,
I don't think Trump... All your hypotheticals about Trump are... I'm just giving you the benefit of the doubt right now.
I'm sorry,
'cause
so
I
him
believe
barging
in-
into the dressing rooms is not a hypothetical. That's something that he admitted to doing.
Yeah, I know the backstage thing. It wasn't a dressing room. It was backstage.
Okay, well, that's certainly not true.
But
I'm sorry.
even-
No, but that's just not a
He
true
was
claim.
pageant
It wasn't
owner.
a dressing room.
It's not the worst thing on earth. And frankly, I didn't vote for him because he's this great
The worst
guy,
thing on earth. Dude, are you joking me?
personality-wise.
Dude, it's
I
sexual
voted for him.
violence. Wait, I just want to
voted for him
I just want to
take out all the
clarify.
illegal
I
aliens.
just want to clarify.
That's it.
It's sexual violence.
Okay, what about all the illegal aliens that sexually violate women of this country?
Throw them in jail or deport them.
Yeah, we should have let them in the first place.
Okay, yeah, which is why 30 years ago we needed better vetting process through the legal means of entry. Okay, so we could then prevent the 99% of
visa.
undocumented immigrants that come into this country with the use of illegal means from doing so, because then they'd be able to go through the legal means of entry. But the point is the claim that I'm making here is that I think that Donald Trump's sins are greater than that of the average undocumented immigrant. And if you think that the average undocumented immigrant deserves to get kicked out of the country for their sins, then Donald Trump at the bare minimum deserves to get kicked out of the Oval. Like if you think that a core pillar of American culture, okay, is upholding law, is not violating the law and respecting our laws, all things that you have said, by the way, well, then how can we sit here and say that we should just let violent sexual predators not just roam free in the streets of this country, but become our president? I think your belief that violent sexual predators shouldn't go to jail and should rather go to the Oval Office to be president is antithetical to the notion of American culture that you set forth, defining it as upholding laws, respecting laws, and law and order.
Well, the fact is, Dean, when someone illegally enters this country, we can kick them out right away. We don't have to wait for them to rape someone. That's what Donald Trump's doing. He's just deporting them before they rape someone.
Okay. Yeah. Because
They're
all undocumented immigrants are going to be
aliens are the
rapists.
only preventable
Yeah,
crime.
I'm sorry. Not only is that like a huge overreach. Oh yeah, we should just lock all white men up before they shoot up a school. Like that's essentially an analogy to the
It's
claim
not a
which you
choice
just
to be
made.
white. It's a choice
I
to
want
be an
you.
illegal alien.
Okay, but guess what? Not all undocumented immigrants are rapists, just like not all white men are school shooters. Like what the fuck are we
They shouldn't have
doing?
illegally entered the country. They broke the law.
Oh yeah, so
Before our
because they
security,
illegally
we
entered
kicked
in the
them
country,
out.
it's okay for us to fearmonger
We don't
about
know
them.
who the
Say
hell
that
they
if
are.
we don't deport them right now, they're gonna go rape people. No, you're a fucking idiot. Listen, you can't say because they shouldn't have entered into the country the use of undocumented means that therefore it's okay to fearmonger about them, demonize them, and say that they're gonna go rape people. You're a lunatic. Now I want you to
If
answer this
someone
following
skips
question.
airport
This is
security,
the
should we
question that I've
allow
been
them
trying
on
to
a
ask
plane?
you that you've not been that you've not been able to
skips
answer.
airport security, should we allow them on a plane?
One moment. I want you to answer this question because I've been asking you this question
You won't
and you've been
answer mine.
refusing to answer it. Yeah, of course. I'm going to answer yours as soon as you're done answering mine because keep in mind, I've already asked you this question 3 times and you've pivoted away from it each time. So once again, you define American culture as respecting laws, not cheating on your taxes, not committing crime, so on and so forth. So do you agree that you are an impediment to American culture by voting for Trump because in voting for Trump, you gave a violent sexual predator that should be in jail, given that we respect our laws, okay, and we don't do bad things, but instead you made him president?
Yeah, I made him president, so he's going to prevent a lot more crimes than he's going to commit.
Okay, so if Trump was a child rapist, would you still make him president because he's going to prevent a lot more crimes than he's going to commit?
If there were a better
Vintage, think
alternative,
with flying jets. No,
if
him
there were a
versus
better
Harris.
alternative,
Him
I
versus
would,
Harris.
I would vote for someone else.
Him versus Harris.
Harris would have let millions
If
of
Donald
child
Trump
rapists
was
in my
was a
country.
child rapist, would you still voted for him to be president?
Harris
If he had
would have
raped
let
your child,
millions-
answer the question. If
That-
Donald
then
Trump
it's
raped
personal.
your
That's
kid,
different. Then it's
would you still
personal.
vote for him?
No, I wouldn't vote if
What if he?
that
What
was
if
that personal.
What if he raped somebody else's kid?
God, if my only other option is Harris, who's going to let in 10 million child rapists, fuck. Well, that's a tough choice, man.
Answer
I'd
the
probably
question.
not vote. I'd probably not vote because I don't want to vote to let in 10 million rapists.
Okay, can you please justify your claim that Kamala Harris would have let in 10 million child rapists? Let me go ahead and write that down too, just so everybody knows the claim that you're trying to justify. Kamala Harris would have let 10
I made that number up
million
for dramatic effect, but
child. Oh, okay, so you can see. So how many child rapists would she have let in?
At least it would have been, let's say, at least 10.
Oh, wait, don't you think there's a big difference
At
between
least.
10 child rapists and 10 million child rapists?
Yeah, but I
Okay,
don't
so then who am
want
I
you-
fucking?
you're
What
gonna
kind
take
of
us-
joke
don't
am
know
I
how many. There's
debating?
way more
So
than 10.
yeah. When you go unchecked, exactly. That's my thing. This is what people on the right do about immigrants on a daily basis. You literally just like make up claims that are completely nonsensical, that are completely
You're mad 'cause
insanely
I'm winning.
false. I'm sorry. I'm mad because you are demonizing immigrants to an extent in which you know is wrong. And the reason
Illegal
why I know that
aliens,
you know
not
it's wrong
immigrants.
is because then you turned around and said that the claim was false. You said that, oh, the Democrats are going to let 10 million child
Crash
rapists
out,
into the country to
crash
do whatever.
out.
How am I crashing out by describing how your view is false?
You're misinterpreting what I said. I said illegal aliens.
Wait,
not
I'm
immigrants.
sorry. Did
Because
you
immigrants
say?
are vetted.
I'm so sorry. Did you say that Kamala Harris was going to let 10 million child rapists into the country?
At least 10 million illegal aliens. Let 10 million.
Oh, wait.
15
So
million
you
illegal
think that
aliens
the term child
And there's probably a
rapist
ton
can be
of-
used synonymously to the phrase illegal alien?
No, now you're misrepresenting what I said.
No, because you're not responding to the question. Did you say that Kamala Harris would have let 10 million child rapists
Hey, can you
into the
answer my
country?
question about airport security?
Why are you running
If
away?
someone
Did you
skips
say that
airport
Kamala?
security,
No,
would
you're
you
running.
let-
Did you
if
say
someone
that
skips
Kamala
airport
Harris
security,
was
would
going to
you
let
them on a
10 million
plane?
child rapists into the country? Don't back down, buddy. Did you say that twice?
If someone skips airport security,
He's
would you let them on the
running.
plane?
He's running. No, I would not let somebody on a plane that skipped airport security because they're a genuine
Okay,
threat
why
to the
would you
country.
let them in the country? They skipped immigration.
Okay, the two reasons why these things aren't comparable are the reasons why somebody would skip airport security and the reasons why somebody would skip the legal means of entering to this country. The reasons why somebody would skip TSA at a line to an airport. Yeah, sure, you could cope laugh all you want. You know that I'm right. The reasons why somebody would skip TSA at an airport is because they are bringing things with them that TSA would not allow them to bring into the airport.
What if they're
okay,
gonna
such
be
as
late for their
bombs,
flight?
such as guns. One moment. The individuals that would skip TSA because they're going to be late for their flight are significantly lower than the individuals who would opt to skip TSA because they're like bringing guns or bombs onto the plane. The reason why I'd say that is very clear. Okay, you're still interrupting me. You've interrupted me 5 times in the last 30 seconds. That's how I know you're losing. That's how I know you're losing.
You know this
okay,
example's
so if you're
perfect.
winning the debate, why won't you let me dig my own grave?
Good point. Go ahead and keep digging.
Right, exactly. Thank you so much. So yeah, to your point, this one's very simple. So yeah, I would absolutely not let somebody on an airplane if they skip TSA because of the reasons why they'd skip TSA. Somebody would skip TSA because they are bringing things with them into the airport that a TSA would not allow them to bring, such as guns, such as knives, such as bombs, things to cause harm to other individuals. Meanwhile, the vast majority of reason why somebody would opt to skip the legal means of entering to this country is not because they wouldn't be allowed through the vetting processes, i.e. they're a violent criminal, but rather because the legal means of entering to this country just simply take way too long. My evidence for this is the fact that PNAS reports that undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes on American soil compared to U.S. citizens. Now, honestly, if the people who skipped you can't deport U.S. citizens. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That doesn't change the fact
you're just
that when
adding extra
undocumented
crime
immigrants are on
mathematically.
American soil, they're 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes on American soil. So ultimately, the answer here falls down to an incentive structure. So we could only identify malfeasance intent, okay, for why individuals would skip the TSA line, making them a genuine threat to the people in the airplane. We cannot only identify malfeasance intent for why individuals would skip the legal means of entering to this country, not making the average American a threat to any citizen in this country. My source being PNAS, crime stats, so on and so forth. But I asked you a question before you asked that question, and you used that question as a pivot away from mine. So once again, did you say that Kamala Harris was going to let 10 million child rapists into America?
Kamala Harris would have let many, many illegal aliens around.
Wow, you
CBP
can't answer the question. You can't
border
answer the question.
crossings, and
Did
some
you
of them
say
would
that
have been
Kamala Harris
child
would have let
rapists.
10 million child rapists into the country? Yes or no?
I was exaggerating when I said 10 million.
Okay, did you say that Kamala Harris would have
I
let
did
10
say,
million
but I was
child rapists? Okay,
exaggerating.
perfect. And why were you exaggerating?
Oh, that time I was just exaggerating for the hell of it. It was just a figure of speech.
Okay, well, why?
It
Why
would've
for the
been-
hell of it? Like, why? Like, what was your
Why?
reason
Because
for that
when
exaggeration?
we have a visa process, we vet these people, make sure they're not child rapists. When someone comes in illegally, no one vets them. There's no way to vet them because we don't know who they are, where they came in from at the border. They're just roaming around our country, and then we're just waiting for them to commit a
Okay,
crime.
how does any of this tell me why you said that Harris was going to let 10 million child rapists into the country?
Because some of those illegal aliens would have undeniably been child rapists.
Okay, all white men are child rapists because some white men are child rapists.
Never said all illegal aliens are child rapists, but they all need to be deported.
Yes, you
it's a
did,
choice
because
to
who
break
were the
our
10
laws.
million people that you were referring to? Undocumented immigrants. The
I was using a
hyperbole.
figure of speech.
I know
That's
your
one
figure of speech was
sentence.
what? Calling all undocumented immigrants child rapists.
You're
listen,
focused on
listen,
my
here's,
figure of
here-
speech 'cause-
listen, my point is very clear here. This is the same thing that like all anti-immigration, alt-right lunatics do. Okay? You demonize undocumented immigrants in a way to attest to the fact why they should be removed from the country, child rape this, murder or that. But then as soon as the president actually represents these values, i.e. having a court determine that he raped a woman, i.e. publicly boasting about sexual violence by barging into the dressing rooms of women and girls, you just don't give a fuck and you want him to be president. So very hypocritical. The second point that I'll make here is also very clear. You back down on this quote unquote hyperbole the moment your shit is checked. And the reason why is because you're not used to having conversations with people that actually care about the facts. You're used to living in these echo chambers where people get away with saying whatever they want, doing whatever they do. Racist white boy can say, oh, undocumented immigrants are the bane of my existence. They're poisoning the blood of this country. They're all murdering freaks. Neo-Nazi
You think people who skip
can
border
say,
security
oh,
don't
Jewish
have
individuals
malintent?
absolutely suck and they could just do whatever they want, so on and so forth. But here we talk about the facts and we surround ourselves with evidence. And that's why you back down from that claim the moment you made it. But here's what I'd say. If we want to stay consistent in our logic, if we are going to argue that it is not okay for an undocumented immigrant to be in this country because they're guilty of a federal victimless misdemeanor, we also have to argue that it's not okay for a rapist to be roaming free on the streets of this country. And because Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll and publicly boasted about other forms of sexual violence, he needs to be in jail because we need to be a country of law and order.
Yeah, so you made a false equivalency there. What was I going to say? So when someone comes over the border illegally, they could have malintent. You're saying it's a victimless crime is BS. It's like the airport security. If someone skips airport security because they're going to be late for their flight, it's not a victimless crime. You're jeopardizing a system that's meant to keep people in an area safe. When someone comes into the country illegally, you're jeopardizing our visa process that vets all the people that come into our country illegally. And frankly, also when you overstay your visa. For example, 7 of the 19 hijackers in 9/11 were visa overstays. If we had deported them, there would be probably 9/11 would be foiled.
Okay, are you going to respond to everything else I said?
Can you remind me what else was there?
Yeah, sure. I said if we're going to be a country of law and order, in the sense that we're not going to let people roam free on the streets of this country for victimless federal misdemeanors such as undocumented entry, then we also can't let people roam free in the streets of this country for very atrocious crimes such as rape or sexual exploitation. And if we are going to be a country of law and order, then we should advocate for Trump to be in jail for his sexual abuse. Can we agree that Trump should be in jail for his sex crimes?
He should have. I mean, if the police thought it was credible way back in 1995, they should have investigated it. But unfortunately, no one made a report, and there are statute of limitations on criminal statutes, and you can't just go back in time and change the statute of limitations.
Can we agree that the violent sex crimes shouldn't have a statute of limitations?
Yeah, they shouldn't have a statute of limitations, but you can't have post facto.
So, like for instance,
laws.
should Trump be in jail for sexually exploiting women at Miss Teen USA, Miss USA? Should he be in jail for that? If we're going to be a country of law and order.
He didn't sexually exploit.
Okay, he did.
Women at Miss Teen USA.
Okay, what about Miss USA?
What, your pageant example?
Yeah.
He didn't sexually exploit. It's a pageant.
Yeah, he sexually exploited them at the pageant.
Well, then why haven't the police investigated it?
Okay. Well, why haven't the police investigated 98% of rapes? Why haven't the police investigated anybody in the Epstein files outside of Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell? These questions are completely irrelevant to the fact that we know he did this because he admitted to it.
He did not admit to sexually exploiting teenagers or whatever.
Obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else, and no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
What part of that was like changing room? He said backstage, didn't he?
Yeah, so he said the dressing room's backstage by talking about a space where men weren't allowed, that he'd have to abuse his position of power and tell a lie of doing a false inspection to get into. And then when he's inside of the space, he'd see a bunch of like naked women changing. And at the end of the clip, he said that this is something that he'd get away with. This is all consistent with the dressing room backstage at the beauty pageant. And of course, that is further verified because every single woman and girl that remembers this happening to them said that it happened in the dressing rooms, not the general backstage area, including the women who defended him, saying that he did nothing wrong. They also said that it happened in the dressing rooms, not the general backstage area.
So all those people, and no one reported them to the police.
Well, actually, we don't know that no one reported him to the police. The same way we don't know a bunch of Epstein victims reported Epstein prior to the arrests, and police reports are public. But how do you know they just haven't flown under the radar? But irrespective, once again, of the whole police report thing, because once again, okay, why has no other co-conspirator of Epstein's outside of Ghislaine Maxwell been sent to jail? Once again, why, according to RAINN.org, do 98% of rapists walk free? It doesn't matter because we know Donald Trump admitted to it.
Yeah, it didn't. That didn't sound like an admission of guilt. It didn't sound like he actually admitted to a crime. It just.
It sounds like he admitted to sexual violence. It sounds like he admitted to unconsensually going into the dressing rooms and looking at their naked bodies.
That you'd say that's sexual violence.
Okay, I
you
think
know what
it's
sexual
discussing
violence
that,
is?
Yeah, any unconsensual sexual act. It's discussing that you deny that sexual violence.
That's not a sexual act. Going backstage and doing it might be, might be a little perverted, but it's not a sexual violent act. That's really low of you, man.
Wait, what do you mean by perverted?
I mean, going to check out girls or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, why is that perverted?
I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. I'm trying.
Why is that perverted?
Why? Well, I mean, you're checking out women. I don't know.
And why is that perverted?
Didn't he have a wife? I don't know.
Can you? Oh, wait. So when you have a wife, it's not wrong to do non-sexual things with other women. Like if you're just like, hanging out with one of your besties or going shopping at the mall, it's not wrong. So I think when you say that, well, maybe it was perverted for Trump to do this, he had a wife and whatnot, I think that's an implication that even this is a sexual thing. And by the way, that's commonsensical. It's very commonsensical. Yeah, of course, it is a sexual action to seek out the naked bodies of women, to laud all over, to then turn around and tell your buddy Howard Stern how great they looked.
Yeah,
by the way, I'd also like to declare, so you agreed to sexual action? Because I had a but.
It's not a crime. It's just.
Whoa! I didn't ask you if it was a crime. I asked you if it was a sexual action to seek out the naked body of a woman, to laud all over, to turn around and tell your buddies about how great they looked. Is that a sexual action?
It's not an action. It's just. It's really.
Wait! You don't think that seeking out somebody to look at is not an action? Okay, then you just don't know what actions are. Actions are things that you do. Okay, he did the action of seeking out their naked bodies to look at them. You're an idiot. What the fuck?
I mean, it's not sexual violence. I don't know what.
Okay, but do you agree that it's a sexual act?
It's an act is something you do. Just because you see something, you actually have to have something to act on.
Yeah, it's the act of seeing. It's the act of seeking out the scene. Like, do you think that watching porn is a sexual act?
Just watching it, not doing anything with your hands, right? Just watching it.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just watching on my phone. Yeah, it's not a sexual act.
This guy's a donut. Okay, well, it seems like we got to use the analogy. So, if there is a 5th grade male teacher who has one of his 5th grade female students stay behind after class, he tells this 5th grade female student that he's going to fail her if she doesn't do what he wants. And he tells her to take her clothes off and let him see her while she's naked. Is that sexual violence?
Yeah, you're directly violating someone.
Did he touch her?
In exchange, it's blackmail.
Did he touch her?
No, he didn't touch her.
Thank you.
He commanded
so you
her
could
to
commit
do something.
sexual violence.
That's
okay?
a horrible example.
You could commit sexual violence without physically touching somebody. And then your explanation of why it's sexual violence is because he forced this child into a condition of him unconsensually seeing her naked body. The same way Donald Trump forced these women into a condition of him unconsensually seeing their naked bodies by barging into their private space where they have a reasonable expectation of privacy away from men, okay, where they think they're in the clear to take their clothes off just to be forced into a condition
So you agree
where their
with
bodies are being
no men in
unconsensually
women's
looked
bathrooms
at
then, I guess.
by Donald Trump.
Do you agree with no men in women's bathrooms then?
I do. Now, can you please respond to the fact that, well, we do see that Donald Trump barging into these dressing rooms and looking at their naked bodies would be sexual violence because he's forcing these women into a condition where they're having their bodies unconsensually viewed by a man.
It's straight up not the same as your 5th grader example.
I mean, literally, it seems like the same condition of forcing the person into this into this condition is present, right? You are forcing the child into the condition of having their naked body being viewed by another man.
These weren't children.
Just like I think that you could commit sexual violence against children and adults. You donut.
Okay, so
in the same way, he was
adults.
forcing them into a condition of him unconsensually looking at their naked
Were they
bodies.
commanded to be naked when he walked in or something?
It didn't require a command, because what it required was them being lied to about the expectation of reasonable privacy away from it in the women's only dressing room, just for Donald Trump to encroach upon that boundary to then look at them while they're naked.
Yeah, this is a horrible example, man. This is.
Can you explain why? Because in both circumstances, we see that there's this condition of forced,
Because for
unconsensual
all you know,
exposure of
there's
a
a
naked
ton
body.
of extra context that we don't have. For example, they could have told, "Oh, Donald Trump's coming in 5 minutes. Don't be completely naked. Be whatever.
Yeah, well, we know that's not true because in the clip, Donald Trump said that they have no clothes on.
Yeah, clothes can be. I mean, it's a pageant. What do they dress in pageants? Like swimsuits.
Swimsuits.
Okay, so yeah, swimsuit's not really clothes, is it? It's
So a swimsuit, context dependent on a dressing room, would be articles of clothing. I think when we say somebody has no clothes on, it's going to be context dependent. So
yeah,
if you're like at a
shirtless, like my profile picture.
if you're like at a corporate job, right, and one of your coworkers shows up to work with just underwear on, your coworker has no clothes on. Because the expectation is for people to be fully clothed. No, people have clothes on when they have swimsuits on. Because
if I show up at a corporate office in just a swimsuit, I'm practically naked.
Okay, but you wouldn't actually be naked. If you showed up to a pool with a swimsuit on, would it be fair for people to say that you have no clothes on?
Yeah, that would be. Well, no. That would be no.
I know, because in that context, in that context of like a swimming pool, the reasonable assumption would be that people would have swimsuits on. So to say that these people have no clothes on is nonsensical. Now, let me ask you this question. Is there a reasonable assumption in dressing rooms for people to be fully naked?
That's different.
No, it's not different. Because the context of a dressing room, if you say somebody has no clothes on, you're saying that they're like fully naked.
It could mean underwear. It could mean underwear.
It can't. How do you know that?
It can't mean underwear.
What's the argument? It can't mean. It can't mean underwear.
Room and you're,
by the way, wait. When people are wearing
undressed, you
swimsuits, are they wearing underwear?
I don't think so.
Right. It can't mean underwear because it was a swimsuit competition.
I mean, swimsuit, bikini is not that different from a bra.
I'm sorry, but would Donald Trump say that they have no clothes on when they're on stage?
Honestly,
no,
I don't know how this
because the expectation is that they'd have the bikinis on. You're like trying to twist yourself into about a billion different shapes because you're a dumbass. And by the way, the women said that they were naked too. Why did the women say they were naked if they weren't?
I mean, I could say I'm naked and be in underwear.
No, they said that they were in the nude.
Oh. I don't know, man. I don't know the exact context.
I know, you can't respond to that. So, like, yeah, clearly the context of a dressing room for a beauty pageant wearing bikinis, if you say you have no clothes on, okay, well, yeah, those people are going to be naked. But then we have verification for that claim because the women said that they were fully naked.
Yeah, we still don't have all the context, man.
What context are we missing?
Because you don't know if they were fully naked. You just know they were undressed.
No, we do know that they were fully naked. The reason why we know that they're fully naked is because in the context of a dressing room, if somebody has no clothes on, they are naked. And in the context of the evidence that we have to corroborate this claim,
because I'm still naked.
No, you're not naked. What the fuck? If you say that you're naked when you have underwear on, then you've just fully lost the meaning of the word naked. You have to change the definition of the word naked.
I'm in a locker room and I don't have clothes. If I don't have clothes on, if I walk out of the locker room, I'm still not dressed. I'm still naked.
You're not naked. No.
It's the same deal.
You would not be naked if you were wearing underwear. That's not true. That's not what the word naked means.
It's pretty close.
Do you think that people are naked at the pool?
I mean, you could be pretty damn close to naked with some of these swimsuits these days.
Okay, yeah, but are they? Oh, wait, you just conceded. You just said that people could be pretty damn close to naked by wearing really small swimsuits, which means you think to be naked means to be fully in the nude. You just conceded.
I mean, naked is very
Tina, thank you
colloquial.
so much for the wolf. I appreciate you so much for that love, Tina. Show some love to Tina down below in that comment section. You
Like, if
just
Trump had said
conceded.
nude,
You just
if they had
conceded.
said,
No.
"Oh, we're
Listen to what I'm
nude,"
saying here. You just conceded. You just conceded that to be naked means to be fully in the nude, because you just said that people would be quote unquote close to being naked if they're wearing a really revealing swimsuit. So when you say close to naked there, what you mean
Well,
is that the
because if you're at a
swimsuit
pool
is
with a swimsuit-
almost revealing the entirety of their body. So so that's a
Honestly,
that's a
if
concession
any of these women
that to be
had a problem
naked
with it at a
means that
time,
you
they
have
should've gone to
no
the police.
clothes on whatsoever. Do you concede there?
If any of the women
No.
had a problem with it
Do
at
you
the time,
concede
they
there? Do
should've
you
gone to the
concede there? I'm
police.
sorry. I'm drilling this point in harder than you'll allow me to, and I am unapologetic about it. Do you concede
Yeah,
there
'cause
that
I
you
beat
just
you on the
said that to
immigration
be
so
naked
fucking bad.
means that you have no clothes on? Oh, he's really crashing out. Folks, this is what, dude, we're like Nat Geo out here spectating the wild like
Yeah, 'cause
bears
my airport
in the middle of
security question
the
got you
Pacific
so
Northwest,
good.
where when we start completely cooking them and shredding them into a million pieces, they start to just lose their shit, claw at the walls, and try to find any way to rectify themselves as a victorious party. First, your analogy to a TSA through a line to an airport, they didn't get me because you didn't even address the response that I gave to you. That's how I know you didn't get me. Second of all, I did get you because you said that, well, nowadays people are almost naked when they're wearing really revealing
At
swimsuits,
the
which
pool,
means
yeah.
you think to be naked means to be wearing no clothes at all, fully in the nude, or else you wouldn't take a very revealing swimsuit to make somebody almost naked. It's the
When I
almost
said
there
pretty damn
that's
close
telling.
to naked, when I said pretty damn close to naked, it's at the pool in a swimsuit. And, you know, if a man's wearing a G-thong, they're pretty damn close to naked.
Define
You know, they're
define the word naked, because the only way that you could define the
lacking
word
the
naked
proper
to make
clothes.
that sentence, lacking the proper
for the
clothes.
situation.
So if I show up to prom in fucking basketball
yeah, you're
shorts
naked.
and a t-shirt, I'm naked.
You're gonna feel naked, yeah. You're not naked, but you're gonna feel
This
naked.
fucking
Go in
idiot!
underwear.
This guy's saying
if
that
you're
I
gonna-
would be naked if
you're
I
gonna
showed up to
show up-
prom
if
in
you're gonna show up in
basketball
underwear,
shorts. I never said
you show up in
underwear.
just-
I said basketball shorts and a t-shirt. You said that the definition of the word naked, okay, is not wearing the clothes that
feel
you're
naked, but you
supposed to
wouldn't
inside
be
of that
naked.
space. Okay, so then the definition of the word naked is not wearing the clothes that you're wearing clothes that you're not supposed to. So once again, define naked.
Being shit.
You
Having
have to
little
say fully in the
no
nude.
articles of clothing.
So the definition is little to no articles of clothing. So then your sentence, people who wear very revealing swimsuits are almost naked, wouldn't make any sense. Because under your new definition of the word naked, they wouldn't be almost naked. They'd be fully
Not a
naked.
dictionary,
because they're
man.
fully wearing clothes that almost reveal their nude body. You can fucking cook.
You're crashing
Get
out
absolutely
over-
shredded.
because
Dude, I'm
switched
crashing out
to
because I'm
this thing
laughing
from
at you.
immigration
Wait, I'm
procedure.
crashing out because I'm laughing at you and your stupidity.
Yeah, you're crashing out, man.
Buddy, the crash out card doesn't work anymore. No, I'm cooking your ass. Yeah, you can't just say that people are crashing
cooking my
out
ass
when
on
they're
whether
laughing at
someone's
you for
naked
being a
at a
little
pool.
dummy.
I already beat you on the immigration. I already beat you on how they make.
And that's
everything
why
more
that's why you pivoted from economics to culture, right? Yeah, remember that when I gave you the Cato studies, the Cato Institute
Yeah,
study
and
to
then I
demonstrate
cooked you-
that
I
immigrants are an
cooked you
upward pressure on
on,
wages. Then
kicking
you're like,
some
oh well, they're
valuable
also really
officers
bad
over
for the
illegal
culture.
aliens.
And then I'm right now also cooking you on that culture argument because remember, this is all consequential of that culture argument. You told me, well, they don't assimilate to American culture, they commit all these crimes, it's really bad. So then I'm like, okay, so it seems like you want us to be a country of law and order because that's what's most fundamental to American culture. Well, if it was the case that you think that what is most fundamental to American culture is holding people accountable for the wrongdoings that they commit, well, then you certainly would argue that all sexual predators should be in jail. And if all sexual predators should be in jail, then Trump should be in jail for his sexual predation. We're talking about a sexual predation right now. I got you caught up on this whole naked thing because you're losing your shit because you can't debate for shit. So now you're going back to saying that you beat me on the immigration topic. Buddy, this is the immigration topic. I am actively giving you a counter example to your claim to prove your hypocrisy. That on one hand, you say, well, because I want to uphold law and order, if somebody's guilty of a federal misdemeanor, we need to deport them from the country. But on the other hand, if somebody's guilty of sexual predation,
What crime
no, let
did
them walk
Trump
free.
commit?
Don't let them face charges. Don't let them face retribution. Don't let them face accountability, and put them on the Oval. So go ahead and respond to the claim that I just made.
What charge would you charge Trump with?
The legal
for
charge is
the-
voyeurism. But we're more so talking about this on a philosophical level, where if we are going to be a country of law and order, well, clearly in a country of law and order, we could agree that all sexual predators should be in jail, right? And if we could agree that all sexual predators should be in jail in a country of law and
With due
order,
process.
then Trump should be in jail for his sexual predation.
With due process.
But guess what? We're not a court, we're not a judge, we're not a jury. So all that we can do is use our minds and argumentation to realistically determine if this is something that he did or if this is something that he did not do. And I believe we could realistically
there
determine
wasn't
that this
enough
is something that he
evidence to
did because
investigate.
the evidence
No one
would support
reported it. There wasn't enough evidence for police to go after him, it seems like. If anyone even reported him to the police for it, didn't seem like it was interpreted as a crime at the time at all by any of the people there. And
Okay.
frankly, now you're
so,
trying
so
to
like, okay,
change this
fine. Let me ask you a
theory.
question. So if like one of these women that he did this to turned around and sued him and won, would you believe it?
Sued him and won?
Yeah.
It depends. It depends.
Depends on what?
The evidence. Civil court,
Okay.
there's a lower
So-
threshold of proof.
So the
than,
evidence is his admission of
criminal
guilt.
court. The evidence, well, him saying something on what it was, like a comedy show.
On Howard Stern's radio show.
Yeah, it's the way they say things. I mean, it's for entertainment. Just because you say something exaggerates stuff.
Can you
doesn't
point
mean
me
it's-
towards one other man that is in any interview falsely admitted to sexual violence when in all reality they were innocent?
He did not commit sexual violence.
So sexual violence is any unconsensual sexual act. We agreed that it was a sexual act. We agreed that it was unconsensual.
We did not agree that was unconsensual, and we didn't even agree that was sexual.
Oh my god, this fucking idiot. What a droid. Hey, I have a question. Would you ever expose your naked body to an audience of 20,000?
If I was a porn star, yeah.
Are you a porn star?
No.
Okay. So I'll ask you the question again. B, thank you for the galaxy. Would you ever expose your naked body to an audience of 20,000? 15,000 to be more specific.
15,000, it depends. Am I in a movie? Am I on HBO?
No, you
Or
like
am
I don't
just,
I don't think are you in a movie? Are you in HBO? No. You're not listening to my question. Would you?
What situation am I exposing myself?
I don't know. I don't know. This situation, like right now. Like would you expose
now?
your naked body to an audience of 15,000?
No, I wouldn't. It's a crime.
Okay, yeah. Thank you so much for fucking conceding. Earlier, you're arguing when somebody's in swim shorts, they're naked. You're in fucking swim shorts in your profile picture that the whole live can see on TikTok and on YT,
I'm
meaning
I'm
that
on
according
a
to your
beach.
logic, you are exposing your naked body to an audience of 15,000. Dude, stop doing that, bro. Stop exposing your naked body to an audience of 15,000.
Mexico.
Yeah, that doesn't change the fact that according to your logic, you're naked on a beach in Mexico. Wait, did you also
If I
just
was
say
just
naked?
in underwear, I would be naked.
Wait, whoa. But you're in a swimsuit.
Underwear is different than swimsuit.
Okay, but even if the underwear covered the same amount of your body as a swimsuit, in one circumstance you'd be naked, in the other circumstance you
That'd be
wouldn't.
some
So
pretty
just to
big
clarify,
underwear.
that you think being naked has nothing to do with exposing your body. Because if the same amount of your body was exposed as what is being exposed in your profile picture, but you were rather wearing underwear, you'd argue in one circumstance you're naked, in the other circumstance you're not naked. So you're saying that being naked is completely irrelevant to the concept of exposing your nude body.
Well, yeah, because women, for example, if they're in a bra and underwear, they'll be like, "Oh, don't look, I'm naked."
Oh my
But if they're in a
God.
swimsuit that covers the
You're a
exact
fucking
same,
droid.
they'll be
Dude,
like, "Oh, I'm."
This guy's an idiot. This guy's an idiot. Oh, being naked has nothing to do with the amount of body that I'm exposed. And I'm exposing. Oh my God, bro, we're dunking on him. By the way, guys, I did see the news about an apparent shooting outside of the White House on Pennsylvania Avenue. We're waiting for all the details to come in right now before I start digging into that on live. If you want to support me, if you want to support the live stream, help me pay for the obvious therapy that I'm going to need after that asshole, you can find the Venmo and the PayPal in the link tree in the bio on TikTok, pin message on that other place, and the @'s right there at Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Oh yeah, I support Trump.
How old are you, Ryan?
I'm 30 years old.
Got a lot of wind noise in the background. Anything you could do about that?
Yeah, give me one moment.
That's fine, man. I'll give you a second to figure that out. In the meantime, I'm going to put you on mute. I'll send you an invite to turn back on your mic here shortly. I'm just going to thank a couple people for their donations. This came in when we started the conversation with the last guest. Dana, I really hope that you're still here. Miss Dana, thank you so very much for the $100 donation on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love and support, Dana. I want to see 1,000 Dana W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so fucking much for the love. That is beyond kind of you. I do not, and I will never deserve a $100 donation. That is way too fucking kind. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for the $100. Dana with 100 says, the Dems have a PR problem. Republicans scream over and over and over again that we need to get our national debt in order, then proceed to raise every time. I don't hear any of their supporters squawking about it. No, I agree with you, Dana. The Democrats have a huge PR problem. It fucking enrages me to the max. Thank you for the $100 in the Absolute Truth Note. Aubrey, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Thank you. Thank you so much for that love and support, Aubrey. That is AUBREE. Carolyn, thank you for the $10. She says, you and Parker give me hope for the future. Thank you for all the commentary that you do. Thank you, Carolyn. Allison, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you. And Fassi, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you. Who says, did you see Donald Trump about wanting to annex Iran and making it the 51st state? I did. He's a fucking idiot, dude. Evan, thank you for the $8. Bethany, thank you for the $1. Kelly with the $10. I appreciate you. Who says that dude literally has a link in his bio. Oh, I'm not going to read that off because I don't want to advertise that, Kelly. But thank you for the $10. I really appreciate you. Connor, thank you for the $10 as well. Who says, hey, Dean, first time donating after watching for months. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you. I appreciate you so much, Connor. Let's get 100 Connor W's. Kiera, thank you so much for the $20 donation over on Venmo. Thank you. Let's get 200 Kiera W's in that chat. That is Keirra. Thank you so much for supporting me in the stream. Jared, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. Who says, I think it is no longer debatable. All remaining MAGA are pure evil. That last guest who was on the live stream was definitely pure evil. 110% Jared. Thank you so much for the $50 donation. I'm so very grateful for you. Please show some love to Jared down below in that comment section for the massive donation. Genuinely and sincerely, thank you so much for the love. And then we have one last person on Venmo for now, Miss Brianna. Thank you for the $12. Who says, I appreciate you so much for standing up to misogynistic idiots. Watching your stream is so validating for me. I truly love you and appreciate what you do. Thank you, Brianna. I know that you're always in here hanging out with us. I really appreciate you. I enjoy you being here. And thank you so much for that love and support. Same thing to you, Sean. Thank you for the $5. Sierra, thank you for the $15. Who says, appreciate you. Appreciate you too as always. You know that, Sierra. And then Mad Scramble. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. Over on PayPal, Skylar, thank you for the $10. Who says, Dean, I was failed by the justice system and think if you said your opinion would feel better. I'm so sorry to hear that, Skylar. I'm not going to read that story out loud, but just know that I'm so sorry to hear that. Thank you for the $10. Rainey, thank you so much for the $6 on PayPal. Amanda, thank you for the $5. And then Marianne, I appreciate you for the $14 donation. Who says, I find it funny color like these like to throw around buzzwords of the debate, straw man, false dichotomy, disingenuous, etc., but forget the word hypocrisy. Interesting. Oh my God, they're all so hypocritical, Marianne. Brandy, thank you for the $5. Who says, did you see the White House news? Well, I saw that there were like shots fired in the vicinity of the White House. I think that's all that we know right now, right? Annie, thank you so much for the $12. This is breaking White House in lockdown after dozens of shots fired. Yep, still waiting to hear more on that. Thank you for the $14. Davin, D-A-V-O-N, thank you for the $15. Who says, wish I could get my apathetic, narcissistic, hypocritical, conservative, Trump-supporting brother to debate you so you could destroy him. Davin, please, yeah, if you're ever with your brother, hop in that queue. I'd love to have a conversation with him. Thank you so much for the $15. Coley, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. I'll check your post out, man. And Joseph, thank you for the $2. I appreciate y'all. Thank you. You guys are awesome. You guys are super awesome. Hey, over on Super Chat, thank you, Scott, for the $10. Who says, I don't know how your head doesn't explode, Dean. Oh, yeah, by trying to be the most patient version of myself possible. It is really difficult, though. Seconds, thank you so much for the $20. Who says, unless they're like Tobias on Arrested Development, they can't change out of an evening gown into a bathing suit and not show everything. I hate censors, right? Thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate you so much for that love. Scott, thank you for the $10. Let's see your light. Thank you for the $10. Who says, this guy's such a Tom. So true. What a reference. Bryce, thank you for the $10. Who says, does it matter? Most women don't consent to guys outside of a relationship to see them in underwear. What is this guy arguing for? It sounds like semantics. Yeah. Bryce, another point that I thought of about that last conversation with the last guest is there would just be a reasonable expectation of nudity, like full nudity in a dressing room, for women that are competing in a swimsuit, beauty pageant. So that's how we know that Donald Trump was referring to full nudity, because of the reasonable expectation that exists for it. Bryn, thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat. Feisty with the $10 says, all SA victims know what he was saying. He was being, what Trump was saying. Absolutely, Feisty. Thank you for the $10. Who else do we got here? Rap, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate you. Jose with the $10 saying, for Dean, the scholar is ignorant. He was an ignorant asshole. And then 10,000 seconds. Thank you so much for another $40 donation on Super Chat. 10,000 seconds. You've been so very kind to me as of recently. Just know that I really appreciate you. If we could please get 400 seconds W's down below in that comment section, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you guys so much for all the love and support. I appreciate y'all so much for supporting me, what we do here at the show. It allows us to continue to be able to do it for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week. Now, if you want to support me, if you want to ask me a question about anything or just make a statement, which I'll try to read out on live, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. That's in the bio, as well as it's in the pin message on that other place, on that other stream, and the @'s right there on the top of the phone screen as well, @DeanWithers without the E in Withers. If you do use the @ compared to the link, just make sure that you are quadruple checking your spelling, because there is a bunch of fake scammer accounts out there in PayPal and Venmo. So just make sure that you quadruple check that spelling. Like I said, great way to ask a question, get a message across, and the very best way to support the work that we do here. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump.
How old are you?
30 years old.
And why the fuck do you still support this idiot?
Well, basically, you know what the petrodollar is in America?
The petrol dollar. I mean, I've heard that reference before. I'm not sure I understand quite what a petrol dollar is.
You don't know what the petrodollar is? Okay, well, what is the US
It's thrown
dollar?
around all the time.
Okay, so you don't know, as a political speaker, why he invaded Venezuela or Iran, like the true reason.
Can we get to why you support Trump, please?
I support Trump because he's doing, he's trying to protect the American people and our economy.
Oh, wow. Can you name one macroeconomic variable that's better off today compared to a year and a half ago under Biden?
At the moment, no. Just due to the war. Of course, the war is going to bring things down. But if you placed a futures trade on oil,
how was the economy doing before the war?
It was doing pretty good. Gas prices were great.
Really?
Well, yeah.
How many jobs did we add to the economy in 2024 under Biden?
That I don't know, but if you want to look at COVID and how many people lost their jobs during the whole COVID era and how long, everything was locked down for.
What does COVID have to do with 2024?
Well, because that's what it was 2023, 2022. And if you ever want to see any financial impacts, if you ever want to see any financial impacts from any policies or things in place, it takes multiple years to actually see the effects of it. It doesn't just happen overnight.
So it's not true for all policy. Now, we rebounded from the lost jobs from the pandemic in 2022. We rebounded from the negative GDP growth in Q4 of 2021, actually. But anyways, under 2024 under Biden, we added 2.2 million jobs to the economy. Do you know how many jobs we added in 2025 under Trump?
No, go ahead and educate me.
170,000. So you said that the economy was doing pretty well in 2025. Absolutely not.
So you're saying we added only 175 or 25,000 in 2025?
170,000.
Okay, so we still added jobs, correct?
Yes, but because we added lower than the month.
We're adding. We're not subtracting.
So if for the first 50 years of my life, I make $1 million a year, right? Okay. Yeah. But then the 51st year of my life, I make $2,000. Would it be fair to say that there is something I did in between the 50th year of my life and the 51st year of my life to really fuck my shit up?
Yeah, maybe you took a nice vacation, spent a lot of money, and kind of.
We're not talking about how much we're spending. We're talking about how much we're making.
Yeah, maybe you sold the business and.
No, but my job isn't but my prerogative here isn't to make less.
Well,
my prerogative here is to make more.
Yeah, well, like how many jobs can you really create?
Right, because the point that I'm making here is that 170,000 is way less than 2.2 million, and Donald Trump really fucked something up because in 2025, the first year under his admin, we added less jobs than the rolling monthly average under Biden the year prior. We also had the most manufacturing bankruptcy since 2010.
Because
we
a lot
also
of people lost their jobs during COVID, so then people are gaining their jobs back up until 2025. So yeah, you're going to have a crazy increase of jobs coming back. So then more and more people are having jobs because the unemployment rate was so much lower prior to that.
Okay.
Correct?
So incorrect.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Ryan,
I won't interrupt.
Are you being intentionally dense?
No, I'm just being me.
No, I think that you're being intentionally dense.
I guess intentionally, yeah.
Let me show you.
No, I'm talking politics with you.
Let me show you a graph of unemployment in America. So
yeah, look at that crazy skyrocket 2020.
Right.
Unemployment under who? Who was that? Joe Biden?
No, actually, that was
dude,
under.
that's terrible.
Buddy, that was under Trump.
No, well, that's right when COVID hit. And then look how bad it was during Biden's first year.
Can
2021.
Hey, buddy. The highest point of unemployment in this graph was from April of 2020. Who was president?
Oh, he was elected in 2016 initially, and then you look how much it gone down.
No.
and
Who
Well,
was
no,
president
I'm
in
talking
April of
his
2020?
first term. I'm talking his first term.
I know. We're talking his
After
first
Barack
term.
Obama?
Who was president in April of 2020?
Trump.
So I just want to clarify, you disingenuous hack. I pulled up this graph of unemployment to make a point about the rebound from the pandemic. But then, the moment I put it on the phone screen, you say, oh, look at that massive surge in unemployment. Look at that massive surge. And then you're like, oh, who was it under? It was under Biden. It was under Biden. It was all Biden's fault. It was all Biden's fault. So I just want to clarify, now that we've discovered that was actually under Trump, do you say that is all Trump's fault?
No, it's not Trump.
Oh.
How are you going to blame that on Trump?
The same way you tried to blame it on Biden.
Wasn't it China that released the whole flu?
No, apparently it was
the
Biden.
Whole, COVID?
Remember when you said that was Biden's fault? When you were falsely led to believe that was under Biden's admin?
Well, no, I'm saying Biden allowed the whole government to be closed down for such a long period of time.
What?
We only needed
in 2020?
Yep. No, okay, yeah.
Biden wasn't president for another 7 months. I'm not debating that motherfucker. He's too delusional. He's too delusional for me. I'm sorry. I'm not going to spike my cortisol. I can't do it, dude. Get out of here. Get out of here. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box. Quite frankly, absolutely not. Quite frankly, no, not today. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Andy is not here. So we're going to move on to the next guest, Hair Bear. Hey, MR, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, who says, hey, Dean, I'm an up-and-coming content creator myself, and I'm looking for more support myself. I'd love to see you and your community check me out. Well, see, the thing is you showed your Twitch there. I don't know what you post or what you're about, so I'm not going to be able to say that out loud, but I wish you the best of luck. Thank you for the $10. Same thing to you, Allison. Thank you for the $20, who says, watch you and Parker every day. It helps with my CPTSD. This is exactly how straight white men should use their privilege. As a woman, thank you. Listen, Allison, I'm so happy that you're here with us. I'm so happy that you could tune into the live stream. I'm very grateful for your $20 donation. Thank you. And I'm so happy that live streams can help with your PTSD. You're awesome. Thank you. Same thing to Jessica. Thank you for the $15, who says, do you think MAGA is too dense to understand what sexual violence is? That phrase distracts from the point and shifts the argument to the word violence. Also, would they defend Biden if he made the same dressing room comments as Trump did? Are those fair points? Thank you for the $15, Jessica. So, I mean, I guess I don't know if it distracts away from the point to call it sexual violence. I guess the reason why I haven't considered that is because regardless of what anybody thinks, it is sexual violence. Thank you so much for the for the $15, Jessica. And I guess I'd just like to call the shots as they are, man. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hi, Dean.
Ryan, do you support Trump?
No, I just wanted to talk to you.
I appreciate you, dude, but we're looking for MAGA. Frankly, guys, we don't have too many people in the queue. We might have to let that Ryan guy back up. Low key. Over on PayPal, Caesar, thank you so much for the $20, who says, this dude who argued about the swimsuit versus underwear seems to have no idea about the topic of consent, as one outfit was made to be shown off and the other was meant to protect. Thank you, Dean, for everything that you do. Well, I appreciate you so much, Caesar, for the $20. Really good point. Thank you so much. 200 Caesar W's. Okay. All right. We got Miss Meg. How about, are there any Trump supporting women watching? We've been talking him in for like the last week straight. Where are the women at? Hi, do you support Trump?
Apparently, Rob wants to stay with us, sharing place.
I don't think that Jay knows she's here. We're going to move on. Emily, that is EMMILI. Thank you for the $24 donation. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for that love and support. Emily with the $24 says, hey, Dean, I thought what you thought of Obsession. Oh, I asked you what you thought of Obsession the other day, but I had to get off before I could hear your answer, and I've been busy the past couple days. What did you think? Well, I appreciate you for the $25, Emily. I loved it. It was a really uncomfortable movie that was done really, really well. There were like points at the film where I just kind of wanted to walk out of the theater, so that's how you know it was well executed. And oh my God, John! Thank you so much for the $150 donation on PayPal. John,
Hi,
you
Dean. Hi, Dean.
child, a really cute child. Scroll, please. You are way too young to be on this live stream. John, thank you so much for the $150 donation. Thank you so much for the love and support. That is crazy. That is genuinely beyond kind of you. I'm so fucking grateful, dude. That is so much money. Thank you so much for supporting me, the live, and what we do here. You're absolutely based as hell. And thank you once again, genuinely from the bottom of my heart. I am so very grateful for the love and support. Show some love to John in that comment section, please, and thank you. Shout out to John. Dude, that guy was like seriously a kid. Wow, they were like literally 5, man. Please, parents, do not let your 5-year-olds have TikTok, man. Welcome into Sport Chump. Not here. Moving on. If you guys want to support me, once again, you can find the Venmo and the PayPal and the link to in the bio on TikTok. Pin message on that other place and the asset at the top of the phone screen. Got the next guest, Connor, loading in. Hi, are you MAGA?
You bet your mind I am. Yeah.
I think he's trolling. Moving on to the next guest. Really hard to find Trump supporters. James A.F.
What's up, man?
Hi, how old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
January 4th, 2008.
Okay, and are you a Trump supporter?
Nah, I'm America First, but y'all should just buy some Nutricell. It's a product, you know. You should buy some Nutricell, Dean.
If you were truly America First, well, you want to associate yourself with Fuentes. Let's go to get the next guest, Unicorn Depop, loaded up into the box right now. Welcome into Sport Trump.
Have you tried these chips? They're just so good.
That would be a small child. Moving on to the next guest, guys. I don't know what to do, guys. We low-key maybe don't have too many Trump supporters left inside of that queue. I'm trying my hardest right now, but the queue is just kind of overwhelmed by trolls. I agree. It's really inconsiderate to the stream. It's really inconsiderate to you guys, but like, what can we do? Amber, welcome into Sport Trump. Amber? Really inconsiderate to the stream. It's fine. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Please and thank you. C-Star, I see you in that comment section. You want to come up? I'd love to have a convo. Your account is private. You're going to need to take your account off private in order to join. They don't let private accounts request to join lives on TikTok, which I agree is weird, but it is what it is. Let's go to get the next guest connected to the live stream. Still looking for a Trump supporter to have a debate with. I'm trying my best, folks, I promise. In the meantime, make sure that you're double tapping on that phone screen and sharing out that live. Hey, are you MAGA? Lil Plata 88? Okay, apparently not. Moving on to the next guest, guys. We got user connecting to the stream. Okay, they didn't join either. Moving on to the next guest. By the way, guys, we only have around 30 minutes left on the live stream. We're almost at 4 hours. Time's really flown by today. We're trying our best here to find the next guest and last guest of the stream, guys. I'm really struggling here, but you know what? We'll find somebody. I just think that we have a lot of really inconsiderate trolls in the queue who want to waste your time by filling the space. I agree. It's really inconsiderate to literally everyone, but what can we do to stop them? Really not much. Only up inside of that queue if you're an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Okay. C-Star, do you support Trump?
What are you crying about? You better. Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 27.
Yeah, that's really fucking embarrassing, C-Star. At your old
How's
age,
it
still supporting a
embarrassing?
maniac? Because he's a terrible president. Terrible for everything.
What makes him okay? I'm sorry about the background noise. What makes him a terrible president?
Well, a lot of things. His economic policy is disastrous. He's distanced us from our allies. He started a war he promised not to. He's fucked over women and girls in this country by taking away their right to access abortion. We now have 60 pregnant victims of rape denied access to abortion in 10 of our 50 states, and his character is abysmal.
Oh, well, I think those are basically like your opinions, which I mean, no, like, I support people's opinions, you know, whatever.
Buddy, you just asked me for my opinions.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, that's your opinion, though. Like, I don't.
The opinion that I'm here to debate.
Okay, but I don't agree with the stuff that he does, but doesn't mean he makes him a terrible president, you know? Like, you can say what you want to say, and of course, people are going to follow right behind you and be like, oh, that's what makes him a president based off of, like, circulation of stories that go around.
So why do you think he's a good president?
Well, for one, I mean, oh shoot, I don't know why I have to think so hard about this. Well, for one instance, I mean, I know he's getting people to do like go through the process of like having to get their like visa and like not have illegals here, you know, because it's like the right way, you know. It's like it's against the law if you're here illegally. It's you know, end of story. Like you broke the law. And I know.
So what is one way that mass deportation materially benefits this country?
Mass deportation? Well, I mean, I'm not going to say a lot of people are criminals, but some people, the majority of the people who come are criminals. I mean, for instance, that one girl who got killed by 2 Guatemalans at the gas station. I mean, she was young. I mean, they were here illegally. So like that kind of like goes back to like why we shouldn't have people that don't belong here, you know?
Yeah, so I was going to ask you, what's your source that a majority of undocumented immigrants are bad criminals? But then I thought to myself, she doesn't have a source, and she made it up in the moment of, so it would be too redundant of a request.
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess in a sense, but at the same time, don't you get resources? Like, okay, I'm not going to go to a website and take a resource, because then that would be like... copying and pasting. I mean, obviously, I'm gonna like summarize it up in my head and be like, "Oh, this is what I got from it."
Listen, our human brains are pretty cool, but they're not powerful enough to just intuit what percentage of a large group of people have committed violent crimes.
Well, I mean, it's not that you're trying to get like a whole statistic.
Are you
of how many
Latina?
people commit. I'm biracial. Yes.
So what are your 2 races?
Black and I guess, Mexican.
Okay. So you understand when people say, they're all criminals, right? They're kind of just referring to black and brown people.
Well, I mean,
like you're kind of like you're included in that mix, you know? Like the rhetoric that you're espousing. Okay. Most undocumented immigrants are violent criminals. Okay, so what that really means is all undocumented immigrants are criminals. And then the way that they determine who's an undocumented immigrant is by looking at them if they're brown, they're not undocumented. So like you're actually included in that population. You need to stop it with a hateful, bigoted rhetoric that white supremacists use to prop up systems of oppression that directly target yourself. Undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit any and all violent crimes in American soil compared to natural U.S.-born citizens, and 4 times less likely to commit any other crimes. To say that most of them are violent criminals is insane.
Let me explain. It's not that
less than 1% of them are violent criminals.
Person is a criminal, because not every undocumented person out there is a criminal. I'm just saying those who give themselves a bad name and a bad reputation make it seem like those who are undocumented bad. There's only a handful of people that make those undocumented people look bad, which are obviously the cartels, the drug members,
so then let's just support the handful of the undocumented immigrants that are actually bad.
But how are we gonna know if they're bad? So
by vetting them, the same way that we vet legal immigrants.
How are they supposed to know though? Like I said, somebody can plead that they're not bad and still stay here.
Well, so if you don't think that we have any vetting processes to determine if somebody is like a super bad criminal, Then do you agree that we should just get rid of legal immigration? Because at that point, we could just have super bad, violent, pedophile rapists flooding our border without us knowing a damn thing?
I mean, no.
Okay,
I mean,
so then
mass
you do think that
deportations-
we have sufficient vetting processes to determine if somebody is like reliably like a bad criminal. So then let's just use those vetting processes on the undocumented immigrants. And Destiny, I appreciate you for the $10 donation on Venmo, who says, "Hey Dean, I'm also half black and half Mexican, and we don't claim her at all. Love you, by the way. Love you too, Destiny. Appreciate you for the 10."
I mean, I'm not saying like I'm not trying to play victim or anything, but I'm just saying like from other viewpoints and stuff I'm taking into consideration. It's just like it's obvious. Like deportation did not just start with Trump. It started going back to when Obama was in office.
Yeah,
So-
but we saw differences between the deportations. Like, for instance, 20% of those deported under Obama were undocumented immigrants with violent criminals on their record. Meanwhile, under Trump today, only around 5% of those deported are undocumented immigrants with violent crimes on their records. We also see other massive differences. Another really big difference would be the fact that under Obama, we never saw ICE agents literally executing American citizens in broad daylight just to be defended by the admin like we do see today under Trump. And on top of that, we see that Donald Trump has launched an attack and assault on like the rule of law in order to do his mass deportation. Like, for instance, he deported 300 Venezuelan immigrants with no due process at all, unconstitutional, completely illegal. Judge ruled that because of that, they had to come home. Donald Trump said, "No, we're not gonna do that." We also saw him pass an executive order to attempt to reclassify citizens as undocumented immigrants to be deported unconstitutionally. This quote-unquote mass deportation is being propped up by lunatic criminals doing a bunch of lunatic criminal shit.
Okay, I get your point. What you're trying to say, but look at this like in a different standpoint. He's doing everything just business-wise. He's not doing it to make us feel like we're wonderful people either. He's doing it on a business point of view, meaning that he's trying to get money from whatever he's doing. And I feel like you're just seeing it as if like he's trying to hurt us as like a country or whatever you want to say. But I don't know. I just feel like
Okay, well, it's almost like worse to like exploit human rights for profit than just to
I mean,
exploit
isn't that
human
what
rights.
most politicians do?
But what we'd argue here is that, well, we're certainly not profiting off of it. This mass deportation hasn't made our economy better, right? The economy's only gotten worse since his inauguration. Everything is down.
I mean, that's just how I guess life is. Like everything's gonna suck. Nothing's gonna be perfect.
That's not how life
Things
was
could-
under the Dims. Under the Dims, we had
Things
booming
could-
jobs
things could only
report, great
get
business
worse
investment.
before they get better.
Says
There's a
who?
saying that people say things only get worse before they can get better. But
Yeah, but
I
prove
guess,
that that
like,
saying is applicable to the economy today under Trump, because I think you're just using that as a baseless cope.
I don't think it's a baseless hope. It's just more of a saying.
So then prove that
people
the
use.
saying is not a baseless cope and that you're right.
Well, I mean, yeah, he stopped the wars. He was able to go to other countries and make treaty with like people like the North Korea guy, whatever his name is.
You don't
Nobody
know
was-
Kim Jong-un's name. Nice.
I do know, but my mind's racing right now. But he was the first one to go over there and actually have a conversation with him. Like, you tell me, what's gonna make you think that somebody else can do that?
Let me tell you why he was the first president in a long time to do that. Well, it's because there's no point. Donald Trump didn't get anything out of that conversation. Yeah, he got Kim to agree to this to this treaty where they're going to stop missile testing off the coast of South Korea and Japan. But less than 3 months after that treaty was signed into effect, Kim Jong-un broke the treaty, started doing his missile testing again, and said, "Fuck you to America." Right? Like, that's the why. That's the reason why other presidents haven't done that, is because it was ineffective, it was unsuccessful, and it just gave more propaganda to the DPRK to say, "Oh, hey, look at this. We're in good with America. We must be doing something right," to then further oppress their citizens.
Okay, well, let me ask you something. Well, okay, give me one thing that will make me change my mind of why he's a bad president. Besides him being a rapist and him getting all these misinformation.
Well,
so tell me.
the rapist thing there is like pretty big. It's a pretty big reason.
Okay, but there's a lot of rapists out there. There's celebrities that are rapists.
There are.
Yes, there's celebrities
Would
out
you
there that
ever-
are rapists.
But the adequate response to saying that there's a lot of rapists out there is, well, then what do we need to do to reduce the amount of rapists? Maybe we need to punish them a little bit harsher than we do. Because when your response to saying that there's a lot of rapists out there is to say, okay, well, I give up, let's just make one of them president, That's only going to ensure that there's more rapists out there.
Interesting, I guess.
And can't you see how this point is so obvious?
I
Like,
mean,
maybe one of the
like I said,
reason
that's
why there's a
your-
bunch of rapists out there is because we just don't really care. We don't want them to be
I mean,
in
what
jail.
can we do? We can't
We're
just
willing to make
we
it
can't just go
president.
capture all the rapists.
Well, I mean, one of the things that you could have done was not voted for one.
I mean, I didn't vote, but I'm just saying, like,
Well, you're actively supporting him on the live today. Not much better.
well, I mean, just because I support him doesn't mean I support him fully all the way. You can support somebody and what they do, but not like the person.
Okay, how about this? How has Trump made your life better?
How has Trump made my life better? I mean, for one, I don't know. I actually don't know. Like, if I'm being truthfully honest, like, I don't know.
And how are the gas prices?
The gas prices are insanely high.
So he's just made your life worse.
Yeah, I guess so. You know what? You're right. You changed my mind. I'm gonna go think about it, and I'll probably, I don't know, come back or not.
Okay. All right. I appreciate you for coming up. You have a good one, okay?
You too.
Maybe we need to introduce that aspect of like that more personal aspect. You know what I mean? Talking to people about their life. And that's something that we don't really do too often. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Great knowing
Yes
you,
and no.
Laura. We should have had sex before we came down.
Does that make sense?
What's that? I think you got an audiobook playing.
Can you hear me?
I can. What was that audio?
I have no clue. It started the second you accepted my request. So
Okay. Okay.
I was just scrolling on TikTok.
Okay. How old are you? I just want to make sure you're of age.
I'm 34.
Okay. So if the election was held tomorrow between Trump and Harris, who would you vote for?
Well, Trump and Harris will likely not be the next vote. So I
know,
hope
I'm
we
just-
have better choices.
I'm just asking you this question to see if you're a Trump supporter or not.
There's some things I do support, but I'm not fully convinced. And that's where I struggle, and that's where I really want to pick your brain, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. But can you please answer my question?
Right now, I don't think I would vote for him again. But I did
Okay.
vote for him last time, just to be honest.
Okay. And what's like one thing that you maybe wanted to run by me? I'd love to maybe take a question. After that, I will move on to the next guest just because you want to vote for him again. But like, what's one question that you'd have for me?
Immigration is my biggest question. I'm actually a naturalized citizen. I got my citizenship 3 years ago. And it was always a very tough topic for me because I believe that, every country, if you look at it, they have very strict immigration laws. And I've never heard on the news where other countries had that much animosity for enforcing certain immigration laws.
Yeah, listen.
In the US, does that make sense? That's what I really struggle with.
So here's what I'll say. I think that a lot of the animosity we see today is just like the exploitation and heinous human rights abuse from the Trump admin. Supporting the execution of citizens in the streets of this country, rounding up undocumented immigrants, deporting them with no due process, trying to take people's citizenship away to deport them. Like, I'd say that these are some of the most severe and strict, quote-unquote, immigration laws anywhere on earth right now. Right? Like, what other country is systemically attempting to remove the natural, their constitutional right of citizenship from their constituents to then deport them? Like, that's pretty brutal. But
Very
listen,
much is.
yeah, I appreciate you for coming up. I'm going to move on just because you said that you want to vote for Trump. But that's like a big reason. Like, you see a lot of people holding a lot of animosity here for our laws because, ICE is kind of looking like 1930s Germany. I would recommend tuning into the stream, hearing me out for maybe some of the other things that I have to say. But like I said, I am moving on just because, you're not necessarily a Trump supporter. Over on Venmo, Bell, thank you for the $3. It's a small tip and watching. Hush.
Oh.
Small tip and watching you for a couple days now. Sorry if it's not much. No, Bell, I appreciate you for the $3. And then second, thank you for the $20. Who says last donation of the day? Can you remind people that Eugene Carroll won 2 lawsuits against Trump? It wasn't just one. He also lost his counterclaims and appeals. So true. Thank you so much for that seconds for the $20 donation. Let's get 200 seconds stub use. And then Dude Mama, thank you for the $10. Who says I watch you every day. I do not for the life of me understand how so many black and brown people still support this man. Well, I don't understand how anybody still supports this man, but we got a lot of background noise here. Chris, what the fuck's going on, dude? Are you tuning in from the dinner table?
No. Sorry about that. I'm watching TV.
You said in the comment section, face me, Dean.
Bro, Dean, because I want you to face me.
I think that you need to calm down, buddy. I think that you need to calm down.
I'm calm, Dean Withers.
I don't think that you're calm.
Dean, I'm so tired of you, your attitude, your jawline.
I'm so tired. I'm so tired of you. I'm so tired of Trump supporters. You're going to whine about my attitude, then support Trump even after he called for the execution of 6 sitting Democrats in Congress. I'm tired of your hypocrisy.
Who are you talking to like that, Dean?
Take a breath, Chris. Sit down. I'm talking to you.
I'm sitting down. Who the fuck? Yo, cry about it? Your name is 420 Booms. Shut your ass up. Yo, Dean, I have a question for you.
No, I have a question for you. I don't actually have a question. Go ahead.
What was that?
I said I don't actually have a question. Go ahead, ask whatever you want.
Yeah. It's first of all, it's about your fan base. Why do you let your fans go on to people's profiles and just raid their comment section?
I'm so sorry. Do you think that I have control over the actions of the audience of 20,000?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you're pretty stupid for thinking that.
Yo, hold on. Did I not just tell you to stop talking to me like that?
Yeah, you did tell me to stop talking to you like that, but I completely ignored your request.
You ignored my request?
Yes.
Dean is scared to debate. Nah, facts. Everybody hates Chris. Your name is Jeff. Yo, Dean.
I feel like this clown's just up here to try to get attention to his profile. He's like, oh, I hate it when your followers raid my comment section. No, you're just trying to get comments because you're down and I'm up.
You promoted.
You're down and I'm up.
Who's down?
You're down. I'm up.
How am I down?
Because you're begging for attention. What's that?
You begged me for $100.
Oh no, you lost a bet for me for $100.
No, I did not, bro. No, I did not.
Yes, you did.
Yes,
you did, bruh.
No, I did not.
You lost a bet, Chris. Honestly, I forgot about that bet. Thank you for reminding me of it. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chris. I forgot that. You owe me $1,000. You owe me $10 billion. $100. Venmo, PayPal. Listen, Venmo, PayPal. Linktree in the bio. Send me my 100, buddy. You owe me money. I'm the collector. I'm here to collect.
You're the what?
I'm the collector. I'm here to collect.
You're to address me as Sir or Mr. Chris Bird?
No, I'll address you as Scaredy Cat without a spine that's in debt. To the tune of $100 to Mr. Withers. Yeah, you could address me as Mr. Withers.
I would never address you Mr. Withers. I'm not going to.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I'd say if you want to address me as Mr. Withers, that's fine as long as you send me my hundo.
Bro, I don't owe you 100. I watched the
Yes, you
back.
do.
No, I did
Where's
not.
it at?
On your life.
Amelia, thank you for the $5 donation on Venmo. Can you thank Amelia for her $5 donation, Chris?
Yo, Amelia, thank you for that $5 dono. That'd be Amelia in the chat.
Good. Thank you, Chris.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Now do something for me. All right? Next time you lose a bet, or next time I don't know what you're talking about, Dean Withers. I do not owe you 100. Stop hitting anxiety pins. Stop letting your fans raid people's comment sections, and stop being a gooner.
You just called me a gooner. What a weirdo. Get out of here, Chris. Oh, I just kicked my foot back because I felt something brushing up on it, and it turns out it's just Momo. Momo, come here. Yo, what's going on, man? Do you support Trump? Mark is not here, quite frankly. Come here, Momo. She's investigating my closet. I cleaned up the studio today before I went live. Deep cleaned the whole thing. And now she's looking around. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, but only for one primary reason.
Oh, God. God, what could it be?
Oh, okay. So here's the thing. It's not a conventional reason. I am an avid matcha drinker. Okay. And Biden actually severely disrupted the matcha economy. So, okay, I'll just get into it. Supply chains, only about 5% of Japan's farmland is suitable for tea farming. Expanding production is difficult without compromising on quality. Increased labor, fertilizer prices under the Biden administration through imports significantly increased production on import costs under Biden and actually fundamentally shifted the standardized matcha baseline. Sorry, I'm really hopped up on matcha right now. In the U.S. from mid-grade to low-grade, which for reference...
That's a pretty good troll. I don't think he's serious. I hope he's not serious. Because then he's like, war crimes, they're good to go, but matcha, I draw my line there. I hope he was trolling. If he was trolling, that was a pretty good troll. Admittedly, that was pretty funny. Admittedly. Quite frankly. We're probably going to hop off here soon, folks. We're at 4 hours. I need to go to the gym still. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hello? Are you MAGA? I don't know. This person's not here. We got Momo hanging out with us. Look at this cute-ass kitty. Look at that cute-ass cat. She's sniffing around. Oh, she's very conveniently just going to sit right in front of the camera. Okay, Momo. You can sit there as long as you want. I love you. Let's go to get the next guest, Sophie, loaded up into the queue. Only op inside of that box if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Sophie, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Sophie went on pause. All right, we're going to go to kick Sophie off. I actually can't really do that right now because I can't see my computer screen. Wait, I guess I could just do it through my phone. All right. We're going to get that next guest loaded up into the queue right now, folks. Only hop inside of that box if you happen to be MAGA, please, and thank you. Hello, kitty. If you want to support me, if you want to support the stream, if you want to ask a question, by the way, it's a great way to ask a question. You know, any question you want about American politics, about the Trump administration, about the state of the world, you could do so over Venmo and PayPal, which can be found in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pin message on YouTube, and the ad's also right there at the top of the phone screen. Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. I think we got Kayla loading in. Kayla, welcome in. Are you MAGA?
We are Dean Withers.
She was kind of hitting that. Too bad she's banned. Momo sitting right in front of the camera again. It looked like it kind of focused on her. Momo, bro, come on. You're stealing my shine here. She wants to be the star of the show. Maybe I should give her a camera and a mic. Oh, wow. Look at that. It's all zoomed in on her. That's crazy. Wow, you got this is a 4K Momo cam. Oh, yeah. Look at Kitty. the real star of the show. You got Momo on the big screen. And she's not moving either. Come on, Momo. You're so cute, but we got to get back to the debates. Momo. I'm going to grab you. Oh, Momo says no. I'm pulling her. Oh, I'm pulling her and Momo just says no. That's funny as hell. That's fine. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only op inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. We're going to get that next guest, Amelia, loaded up into the box. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hello, I support only Trump's war.
What's up?
I mean, I support Trump's action in Venezuela and Iran.
Okay, what time is it?
3 a.m., I guess.
I appreciate you for coming up, man. But we're just looking to talk to Americans. Hi, guys. We may just end it here for the day. I think that we're going to call it. Everyone. Yeah, we're going to call it. Jesse, thank you for the $10 who says Momo for president. So true. Maybe one day. All right, guys. Go ahead and hit that follow button on TikTok if you enjoyed the stream today. We do this every single day, so I'll see you all tomorrow. Same thing over on YouTube. Drop a sub. It's totally free. See you guys tomorrow over there as well. Kathleen, thank you for the $10. She says, more Momo. Momo will be back. She'll be back tomorrow. And, yeah, I mean, I don't really know how to describe the debates today. I feel like we didn't really talk to that many people, and the stream rather went by fast. But peace and love, folks. See you tomorrow. Good night, and goodbye.